Chapter 4454. The mystic armored pentaceratops and the netherworld demonic dragon spider glanced at the five-colored sea god shell, gloating. However, Feng Wu's words left all the saints dumbfounded once again. Feng Wu continued, "I'm now the #1 great saint in the great sage temple, and I should have the largest sphere of influence in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. However, my current situation is similar to Sage Peng's, and I might break through the starry sky soon. I don't want to destroy the balance of power in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, nor do I want to take the power that originally belonged to you from your hand. Therefore, I hope to become sworn brothers with all the saints and live peacefully in the future." Sage Phoenix's words make me ashamed. The golden rock nodded. Sage Phoenix is willing to make such a sacrifice for the peace of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. You're truly our role model. I'm willing to become sworn brothers with Sage Phoenix, and I also suggest that every great saint should give a piece of the Demon King realm to Sage Phoenix to express our sincerity. That's right, that's how it should be. The flying feather void beast immediately shouted. I'm also willing to become sworn brothers with Sage Phoenix, and I'm also willing to give you a piece of the Demon King realm. The five-colored sea god shell was stunned, but he immediately understood. Feng Wu and Xiao Hua had a close relationship. He was forced to offer Bai Qingyu to Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua gave it to Feng Wu. Bai Qingyu was naturally considered as his offering to Feng Wu. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly shouted, "Same for me." Seeing that all three great saints had agreed, the red flame vermilion bird also smiled and shouted, "I'm also willing." Thus, the mystic armored pentaceratops and the netherworld demonic dragon spider could only agree. They didn't know that they had been tricked by the golden rock. Seeing that all the saints had agreed, the golden rock smiled and said, "Since that's the case, Sage Phoenix, let's become sworn brothers in the great sage temple, and let all the demons in the 1,000 demons sacred realm witness a magnificent scene that has never been seen before." Agreed. Feng Wu smiled. Boom. Hearing Feng Wu's agreement, the golden-winged Great Peng flapped its wings, and the solidified star mark turned into a star that rushed into the starry sky. The mystic armored pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, and the others also shook their star marks. Finally, the phoenix parasol also spread its wings, and the 7 stars rushed into the starry sky. Woo! The entire great sacred hall shook, and countless rays of light streaked across the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Amidst the light, the silhouette of the great holy hall was revealed. High above the great holy hall, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix, the golden-winged great rock, the arcane pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, the netherworld demonic dragon spider, and the five-colored sea god shell appeared. Although the 1,000 demons sacred realm was huge, every demon could see it clearly no matter where they were. At the same time, a majestic voice rang out from the great holy hall. The great holy hall of the 1,000 demons sacred realm has rearranged the position of great saint. Today, the great sage hall has 7 great sages. They are the first great sage, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. The second holy golden-winged great rock, the third holy mystic armored pentaceratops, the fourth holy flying feather void beast, the fifth holy vermilion flame vermilion bird, the sixth holy netherworld demonic dragon spider, and the 7th holy five-colored sea god shell. Because of the first great sage, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix, the 7 great sages have sworn an oath in the great sage hall. As his voice fell, the entire great sage hall shone with starlight, once again enveloping the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm. The heaven-defying lightning phoenix and the other great sages lined up around the great sage temple and bowed 9 times in a row. The light of the great sage temple flickered 9 times in a row. Boom! When it was the last time, even more starlight fell from the sky, enveloping the 1,000 beasts sacred realm for an hour. After the 7 sages became sworn brothers, they all returned to their demon forms. Feng Wu looked at the sages and said, "This sage has just entered the great holy hall and experienced the starlight marrow cleansing. There are many mysteries of the stars in the great holy hall that I have yet to comprehend. The great holy hall is the 1,000 demons sacred realm, so all matters will be discussed by the sages. This sage will go into seclusion to comprehend them. If the sages have any use for this sage, feel free to wake me up." Seeing that Foam Wu was about to go into seclusion and completely ignore the matters of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the golden-winged great roc and the others looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Phoenix Sage, there's no need to be like this. You are the first great saint of our demon race. We have something to report to you. Haha, this sage's heart is focused on cultivation, not worldly affairs. Please take care of me, sages. Foam Wu laughed loudly. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the starry sky above the great holy hall. All right. The golden-winged great roc watched helplessly as Foam Wu left. He looked around and said, since the Phoenix Sage doesn't care about worldly affairs, we'll discuss among ourselves. If there's anything we need the Phoenix Sage for, it won't be too late to tell him then. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was also happy. Although he was currently the third great saint, he was actually no different from the second great saint. In particular, the golden-winged great roc had already broken through his bottleneck. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to shatter the stars within 3,000 years. The same was true for the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix. To the mystic armored Pentaceratops, 3,000 years was merely 30 years for an ordinary human. He had plenty of patience. All right. The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded. This sage will first talk about what I saw in Chijing. This demon realm is truly strange. However, before the mystic armored Pentaceratops could finish speaking, another streak of starlight rushed out of the space in front of the golden-winged great roc. This starlight flickered rapidly, like an eye blinking. The golden-winged great roc was shocked. He said in a low voice, "Dragon Sage, please wait. There seems to be an extremely urgent report." "Dragon Sage, please." The mystic armored Pentaceratops naturally knew the rules and nodded. The golden-winged great roc's claw grabbed the air, and the starlight fell into it. When the starlight faded, it was a beast skin shaped like a flying bird. The golden-winged great roc picked up the beast skin and scanned it with his vital sense. He looked up at the other 5 saints and handed the beast skin to the mystic armored Pentaceratops. "Dragon Sage, please take a look." The mystic armored Pentaceratops was very curious about the golden-winged great roc's expression. When he took the beast skin and scanned it with his vital sense, he was enraged and shouted, "How is this possible? The humans actually sent an army of hundreds of thousands to invade our thousand demon sacred realm? And they returned to the hidden immortal continent after destroying a demon realm? Damn it, they actually called themselves the invincible army of the 3 continents. Wherever they go, no matter if it's demon realm or human realm, anyone who dares to stand in their way will be killed. They really don't want to live anymore. Damn it. The nether demonic dragon spider saw this and shouted, "Dragon Sage, when did this human army invade our thousand demon sacred realm? How come we didn't know? Dragon Sage, this saint wants to personally lead a demon realm army to stop them." The red flame vermilion bird was also furious. Only we demon realm can say such arrogant words. A mere human army dares to call themselves an invincible army? Dragon Sage, did it only say to destroy a demon realm? The flying feather void beast's eyes flashed and asked softly. "That's right." The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded. "Not only did we massacre a demon realm, but we also killed the 14 demon kings and great demons blocking our way. Then, what about the demon realms where the 14 demon kings and great demons are?" The flying feather void beast asked again. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was stunned when he saw that the flying feather void beast wasn't surprised and instead asked about the demon realms where the great demons were. He looked at the flying feather void beast, then at the golden-winged great roc and asked curiously, "What does their demon realms have to do with them?" "Oh, looks like they weren't trampled or massacred." The flying feather void beast understood and lowered his head, no longer speaking. "Sage Ni, what do you mean by that?" The golden-winged great roc's heart thumped as if he had thought of something. He turned his eyes to the 5-colored sea god shell and asked, "Sage Ni, how did the banquet go this time? Why did your star rank drop so much?" "Dragon Sage." The 5-colored sea god shell didn't want to talk to him. "Hurry up and give Sparrow Sage an army of the demon clan. These humans are too arrogant. We have to teach them a lesson." "Okay, Sparrow Sage." The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded and looked at the red flame vermilion bird. Why don't you, hehe, don't worry. The vermilion bird chuckled. These humans were able to sneak into the territory of our demon race without anyone noticing. This vermilion bird is a little suspicious. In my opinion, we should first investigate how they managed to escape our detection. Okay. Seeing that the sages were starting to understand, the golden-winged great roc said, "We just became sworn brothers in the great sage hall. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility now? This matter has something to do with Phoenix Sage." With that, the golden-winged great roc gave a simple explanation of what happened at Qingbo's banquet. Finally, he said, Phoenix Sage seems to be on very good terms with that Xiao Hua. Phoenix Sage became sworn brothers with us before saying that he wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the Great Sage Hall, nor would he spread his forces throughout the 1,000 demon sacred realm. I think it's because of the human army. For Phoenix Sage's sake, we can't make things too difficult for this army, right? Then. The red flame vermilion bird was shocked and said anxiously, Phoenix Sage isn't a human spy, right? Ha ha ha. The netherworld demonic dragon spider laughed and pointed at the red flame vermilion bird. Sparrow Sage, you haven't been burned silly by your red flame, have you? If Phoenix Sage is a human spy, how could he have been recognized by the Great Sage Hall? How could he have been worshipped by all the stars? Besides, Phoenix Sage didn't attack Peng Sage, Ni Sage, or Bei Sage. He even hoped that we could work together to build the glory of the 1,000 demon sacred realm. If he's a spy, I don't think he would say that, right? This sage thinks so too. The golden-winged great roc nodded. It's already extremely rare for a human spy to become a great demon of our Yarrow clan. How could a spy become a 7-star great saint? Besides, with Phoenix Sage's current status, why would he care about being a human spy? This sage understands. The red flame vermilion bird nodded. However, as he nodded, a smile appeared on his face. He understood that there was no need to take anything said in the Great Sage Hall seriously. Chapter 4455. Are you still going to stop the Fortune Gates army? The great golden-winged roc asked with a faint smile. I'm not crazy. The red flame vermilion bird laughed. Why would I make you unhappy for no reason? Besides, the Taoist and Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent are mortal enemies. Aren't the Fortune Gates disciples going to turn the hidden immortal continent upside down? Won't the 1,000 demons sacred realm be able to take advantage of that? If that's the case, the great golden-winged roc ordered, Dragon Sage, pass down the Great Sage Hall's order. Don't stop the Taoists' army. Let them go back and find trouble with the Confucian cultivators. We'll continue to discuss the matter of Qijing. Yes, I understand. The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua accompanied Shu Ji and Fairy Xingyu as they flew into the sky. Starlight once again appeared in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. The Great Sage Hall's silhouette appeared majestic in the sky. Shu Ji and Fairy Xingyu stopped and looked at the grand occasion that seemed to be right in front of them. How is that possible? Fairy Xingyu turned pale with fright. Heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix. The 7 stars great sage from before. Why don't I have any records of him? Moreover, once the 7-star great saint enters the Great Sage Hall, he will immediately become the strongest expert of the demon race. The power structure of the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm will change greatly. This is something that has never happened before in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Not only that, Shuji's expression changed. Although the 6 great sages of the Great Sage Hall were powerful, they were not united. They fought for their own interests and rarely extended their hands out of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Now that the 7 great sages of the Great Sage Hall have become sworn brothers, won't they be expanding the 1,000 demons sacred realm? Although the human race has a lot of people, our true strength is still incomparable to the demon race. The grudge between the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect has not been resolved. If the demon race rises again, the 3 continents will not be peaceful in the future. Shuji. After Shuji finished speaking, Fairy Xingyu said, You might not have been in the 1,000 demons sacred realm before, But the 7 stars great sage who entered the great sage hall was more powerful than this. It was said that the 1,000 demons sacred realm was filled with stars that illuminated the 1,000 demons sacred realm for 81 days and nights. Although the stars had already passed by the time I arrived, the power of the stars and moon in the 1,000 demons sacred realm is extremely powerful, far surpassing what I've seen. What? Far beyond what you can see. Xingyue, you mean? Shuji almost didn't dare to believe his ears, and he said in shock, "You've never seen it in the celestial realm? Not bad." Fairy Xingyu nodded affirmatively. This reminds me of some of the secrets of the Demon League that the Palace of Justice has. Hearing that this was a secret of the Palace of Justice, Shuji frowned and only responded in a low voice, not asking any more questions. Fairy Xingyu also knew that these secrets could not be divulged. She only explained, "The star of the stars, the saint of all saint. I suspect that this 7 stars great saint is not only the 7 stars great saint, but also the so-called saint of all saints in the Demon League." Kill. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he said, "Although I'm somewhat familiar with this heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, and previously, Bai Qingyu also obtained some of his main force, I didn't expect him to have such great achievements. If the 2 seniors have any misgivings, please allow me to go and kill him." "No." Shuji shook his head and said, "Even if the first great saint of the demon clan is the saint of all saints, it has nothing to do with us. We won't interfere in the affairs of the 3 continent. Of course, Xiao Hua, if you think that this great saint will hinder the prosperity of the human clan and cause endless killing, you can go ahead and kill him." Fairy Xingyu looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully, as if pondering whether what Xiao Hua said was true. Then, she shook her head and said, "The Star of the Stars is a demon clan expert who possesses the power of the stars. Not only is his strength outstanding, but his luck is also on par with the stars. With the ability of the human clan, I'm afraid we can't get rid of him. Xiao Hua, since you're familiar with him, you'd better be careful." Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "I understand. I'll try my best to befriend him. If he doesn't offend me, I won't touch him either. Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Shuji waved his hand and said, "The ones with a headache should be Immortal Emperor Go Chen and Vairocana revered Buddha." Shuji was right. At this time, in the Thunder Temple, the Buddhas were silent. Whether it was bodhisattvas, arhats, or heavenly kings, they all put their palms together and looked at the Buddhist cloud in front of the Thunder Temple. At this time, the Buddhist cloud was a little dim. The endless heavenly flowers and Sanskrit chanting inside had long been blocked by the dazzling starlight. The Buddhist cloud was like a mirror, revealing the strange starlight of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Of course, the outline of the great sage hall, which should have been the clearest, could not be seen at all. The heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix and the other 7 saint star demon bodies could not be revealed. The only thing the Buddhas could see was the endless starlight. The dazzling starlight only lasted for a moment. Then, a breeze blew, and the Buddhist radiance shone brightly, completely covering the starlight. The Vairocana revered Buddha's voice rang in the Buddha's ears, Amitabha. "The radiance of the stars and the moon is the radiance of heaven and earth. Only my Buddhist radiance is the radiance of humanity. The radiance of the stars and the moon originates from nature, while the Buddhist radiance comes from one's own body. When the radiance of the stars and the moon enters one's body, no matter how strong one's strength is, it's only relying on external forces. The Buddhist radiance is one's foundation, one's own self. My Buddha." The Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva put his palms together and said, "Buddhism is formed by faith, and light is born from thoughts. Heaven and earth may change, but the Buddhist radiance is inexhaustible because of faith. Namo Amitabha. Namo Amitabha." The Buddhas lowered their brows and chanted. For a moment, the sky was filled with peanuts. Strands of faith power were born out of thin air and surged into the radiance behind the Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva's head. After a while, the Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha said, "Namo Amitabha." A few days ago, the 1,000 demons sacred realm's 7 stars of the Big Dipper descended. According to the demon race's cultivation, a great sage descending. Previously, the great sage hall already had 6 great sages. With this one, There should be 7 great sages. Namo Amitabha. The revered one is right. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva put his palms together and replied, "This 7th great sage is different from the previous 6 great sages. He caused the 7 stars of the Big Dipper to descend. According to the demon race's words, he's a 7 stars great sage. His strength should be 7 times that of an ordinary great sage." Speaking up to this point, the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva frowned and said, "However, for the stars to shine today, and the entire 1,000 demons' sacred realm to be covered in starlight, it's really strain. Could it be that the 7th great sage had entered the great sage hall and triggered the demon race's secret impartation? The starlight is 100 times more abundant than usual, and it also covers the 1,000 demons' sacred realm for 81 days and 81 nights. The overall strength of the demon race in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has increased." In the distance, the dragon-slaying Arhat took a step forward and put his palms together. "Revered one, the Buddha aura has been appearing frequently in our Pure Land world recently. Not only has the Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva returned to their positions, even the long-lost Namo Maitreya Buddha has descended in the Thunder Temple. It can be said that the Buddha aura is boundless and the Buddha aura is shining everywhere. If nothing unexpected happens, our Pure Land world's Buddhist sect has already taken the lead among the Buddhist, Confucian, and demon sects of the 3 continents. As long as we complete the sutra seeking extreme bliss, the hidden immortal continent will also be filled with Buddhist lotuses. When the hidden immortal continent is at its peak, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm will no longer be a concern. However, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has a strange phenomenon today. It's actually a myriad of stars shining in the sun. I'm afraid that the day of the Buddha aura's descent into the 1,000 demons' sacred realm will be delayed. In this disciple's opinion, the demon race must have sensed a crisis and used the secret technique of the Great Sage Temple to forcibly increase the overall strength of the demon race. Namo Amitabha. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. "Dragon-slaying sage, what you said seems to make sense, but I think that's not the case." "Oh. Go ahead, Bodhisattva." The dragon-slaying Arhat raised his long eyebrows and asked. "First of all, our Buddhist sect has no direct conflict with the demon race. Although our Buddha sect saves all living beings, it doesn't exclude the demon race. However, the demon race has always been stubborn and ignorant. They are far less intelligent than us humans. The glory of our Buddha aura has never covered the hidden immortal continent, so why should we be so ambitious and try to illuminate the 1,000 demons' sacred realm?" The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva explained. Secondly, the astronomical phenomenon of myriad stars shining in the sun is far from what an ordinary great sage of the demon race can do. This must be related to the 7th great sage, not some secret technique of the demon race. The dragon-slaying Arhat opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he swallowed his words. He bowed and said, "Namo Amitabha, this disciple thanks the Bodhisattva for his teachings. Senior brother Samantabhadra." The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva smiled again. "The demon realm is the demon realm. My Buddha is in my heart. Why should I care if it's myriad stars shining in the sun?" "Yes, junior brother Manjushri is right." The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded. "This seat is concerned. Vaishravana." At this moment, Mahavairocana Buddha spoke. "Did you hear anything?" Vaishravana hurriedly said, "Revered one, this disciple didn't hear it clearly, but vaguely, it should be the ranking of the 7 great sages of the demon race's Great Sage Temple. The current first great sage is no longer the golden-winged rock, but the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. The 5-colored seashell that used to be ranked 4th also fell to the bottom. What puzzles this disciple the most is that the 6 great sages of the demon race who have always been fighting each other to the death have become sworn brothers with the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. Oh, how can this be? The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva were stunned. Manjushri. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva didn't seem to want to say more about this matter. Instead, he asked, "Where is the sutra seeking bliss now?" Revered one. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva hurriedly replied. It's already at the northern part of the Pure Land world, the peak of the South Sea. It won't take long before it crosses the sea and leaves the Pure Land world. Namo Amitabha. We're halfway through the sutra seeking bliss. Don't make any changes. Be careful. This disciple understands. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva smiled bitterly. Ever since Chuanzang took in a demon race named Jekai, the path of seeking the sutra-seeking bliss has become smooth. Even if there are any changes, this powerful demon race will stifle them. As he spoke, the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva looked up at the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded at the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva with a smile. Vaishravana Heavenly King, Vaishravana Heavenly King. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, the situation in the 3 continents is very complicated. The 1,000 demon sacred realm and the 7 sages have become sworn brothers. The sutra-seeking bliss is between the Pure Land world and the hidden immortal continent. The Star Moon Palace that the humans and demons are searching for seems to be appearing as well. Keep an eye on the 3 continents. If there are any changes, report it immediately. Chapter 44-56. Yes, disciple understands. Heavenly King Vaishravana and Heavenly King Verpka placed their palms together and received the Buddhist edict. Namo Mahabhaha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, stay behind. The rest of you, leave. Said the Dipankara archaic Buddha. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. As the Buddhas chanted, they gradually faded into the void, leaving only the Buddhist radiances and lotus shadows in the thunderclap temple. After the Buddhist radiances faded, the Namo Mahabhaha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, bowed and asked, World Exalted One, may I know why you asked this disciple to stay behind? Let me ask you, that abstaining from eating. Where did it come from? The Dipankara archaic Buddha opened his eyes and asked calmly, when Chuanzang and his 3 disciples ascended the great snowy mountain, this disciple didn't exist. However, after descending from the great snowy mountain, this demon appeared. At that time, only you and the Namo Maitreya Buddha were on the great snowy mountain. I'm afraid you're the only one who knows the origin of abstaining from eating. The Namo Mahabhaha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, smiled bitterly and said, World Exalted One, this disciple does know about this. However, this matter involves the Namo Maitreya Buddha, World Exalted One. May I ask the Namo Maitreya Buddha, World Exalted One? At this point, the Namo Mahabhaha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, pondered for a while and said, however, from what this disciple knows, this abstaining from eating respects Chuanzang from the bottom of his heart. He's definitely one of the most devout Buddhas in our Buddhism. Similarly, he wouldn't obstruct the sutra praying for nirvana in any way. Sai, Samantabhadra, the sutra praying for nirvana has reached this stage. It really makes one speechless. The Dipankara archaic Buddha sighed and said, if an 8th grade essence force demon is to protect Chuanzang, how could there be any difficulties along the way? This sutra praying for nirvana, wouldn't it become a joke? The Namo Mahabhaha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, naturally knew what the Dipankara archaic Buddha meant. However, he was helpless and could only bow, Exalted One, this disciple, doesn't have any better ideas. Samantabhadra, you may leave. Discuss with Manjushri and see what we can do about this matter. Mahavairocana revered Buddha's eyes did not open as he ordered lightly. Yes, revered one of the world, I understand. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva bowed. The Buddhist light gradually dimmed as he left the Lei-Yin temple. Looking at the silent thunderclap temple and the ever-changing Buddha clouds, the Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord said in a low voice, World Lord, previously, the World Lord mentioned that the Namo Maitreya Buddha World Lord is afraid of harming my thunderclap temple. Is this abstinence from eating? Could it be that he wants to get his hands on the fruit of sutra seeking nirvana? Namo Amitabha. The Mahavairocana Buddha opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as torches, with the sun, moon, and stars being extinguished one after another. He then said to the Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha, senior apprentice brother, I'm unable to see through this matter, nor am I able to explain it. Does senior martial brother feel anything? No. The Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha shook his head as well. I didn't feel anything either. If the Maitreya Buddha comes out of seclusion, I can ask him. The Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord said, however, from Samantabhadra's words, this abstinence is a disciple of my Buddha. He wants to protect Chuanzang out of pure Buddha's heart. It shouldn't affect the sutra seeking nirvana. It shouldn't affect the Thunderclap Temple either. Only, senior martial brother, you have to arrange more tribulations to prevent the Immortal Palace from having any evidence against you. Yes, I understand. The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord nodded. I'll ask Samantabhadra and Manjushri to pay more attention to this matter. However, Chuanzang and his disciples will soon cross the South Sea and East Sea and return to the buried Immortal Continent. The Immortal Palace will be the ones having a headache. Amitabha, the Immortal Palace isn't just having a headache over the sutra seeking nirvana. The Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord smiled and said, they're having a headache over the 1,000 demons sacred territory. Senior martial brother, do you still remember the 4 great continents that we descended upon during the Golden Body First cycle? The Dipankara archaic Buddha pondered for a while and asked, are you talking about the demon ancestor of the desolate era upper worlds? Amitabha, that's right. The Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord nodded, star of myriad stars. I remember it very clearly. The demon of myriad demons. The Dipankara archaic Buddha shook his head and sighed, sigh, Namo Amitabha. The demon race is too daring. How long has it been, and how many worlds have we been apart? How did another demon of myriad demons appear in the 1,000 demons sacred realm? Wherever the demon of myriad demons goes, a sea of blood will be born, and vengeful souls will never cease to exist. Senior martial brother, our Pure Lands will have to increase our vigilance from today onward. We might have to face the demon of myriad demons after the sutra praying in nirvana, the Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord reminded. The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord nodded and said, you're right, World Lord. I'll immediately send out a Buddhist decree to the heavenly kings and Bhantes to increase their vigilance. Amitabha, my Buddha is merciful. Knowing that the 3 continents would face a tribulation, he arranged for the 2 bodhisattvas and the Maitreya Buddha World Lord to descend upon our 3 continents. With our Buddhism sect's current strength, even if the demon race has the 7 great sages, we won't be at a disadvantage. The Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord clasped his palms together and said with an indescribable benevolence, on the other hand, the Immortal Palace should be the strongest. Even if we don't consider the 100 schools of thought's unwillingness to accept the military school, their strength seems to have fallen into a disadvantage. The Immortal Palace had already fallen into a disadvantage before the sutra praying in nirvana. How could they possibly turn the tables around now? The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord calmly replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange glint flashed across his eyes, which were as calm as a dry well, and he said, also, Supreme of the world, I'm not sure if you noticed, but before the star of 10,000 stars appeared, there seemed to be a movement in the 1,000 demons sacred realm that surpassed the laws of the 3 continents. Amitabha, the Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord's face was also filled with surprise. He nodded and said, Senior martial brother is right. Let alone this disturbance, there have been many disturbances that transcended the laws of the 3 continents recently. It's just that this disturbance came from the past. It swept past the present and rushed straight into the future. If the Maitreya Buddha World Lord was here, he might be able to see something. However, Senior martial brother and I might not be able to see through it. World Lord. The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord hesitated for a moment before saying, do you think it's related to the 2 from the moon-embracing palace? Or, is it related to that person in the 1,000 demons sacred realm? If I'm not mistaken, it should be. The Mahavairokkana Buddha World Lord nodded and said, only the disturbance caused by those 2 could trigger the laws of the heavens and earth, allowing them to avoid our Buddhism mystical arts. Moreover, it's said that the Star Moon Palace will appear in the 1,000 demons sacred realm's Crimson Earth River. It should be caused by those 2, right? However, those 2 have always kept a low profile and never caused any trouble in the 3 continents. Unless something special happened, they wouldn't use their mystical arts. As for that person in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, I feel that, she doesn't have such a high cultivation. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she's arrogant and domineering, offending those two. Anyway, they're all in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. We don't have to be too concerned. Right now, the most important thing for our Buddhism sect is to complete the sutra praying in extreme bliss. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. I hope that those two will always be merciful. The Dipankara archaic Buddha world lord's chanting spread far and wide within the spacious Thunder Sound Temple and didn't stop for a long time. If the Thunder Sound Temple's past Buddha Lord and present Buddha Lord could sense the movement of the stars in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, how could the Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor Go-Chen not know? Within the Immortal Palace's Cloud Ascension Hall, the Immortal Emperor's mountain-like figure remained tall and straight on the huge golden throne. Hundreds of dragon-shaped destinies carried thousands of inscriptions around the golden throne. Although they seemed to be moving freely, they were also circulating in a mysterious trajectory. In front of the Immortal Emperor's eyes, a huge starry sky had just been concealed. The clouds surrounding the starry sky still had dazzling starlight flickering. It seemed like the myriad of stars in the 1,000 demons sacred realm had also covered the golden throne's radiance. Everyone! As the Immortal Emperor opened his mouth, the destinies around him immediately converged into his indomitable figure. However, his voice was still as deafening as thunder. It was obvious that the Immortal Emperor's current emotions were stirred up. You all have seen it. You all have also heard the clairaudience report. Do you all have anything to say? As he spoke, two faint golden lights flashed from the heaven and earth crown on the Immortal Emperor's head. It was obvious that the Immortal Emperor was looking around. Currently, within the Cloud Ascension Hall, other than Tai Bai Jinxing and the other civil officials, Heavenly King Qing Yu, Heavenly King Fu Yu, and the other generals, there was also the Nangong family's young master, Nangong Jingyin. Hearing the Immortal Emperor's words, the officials glanced at each other. Just as they were about to speak, Nangong Jingyin uncharacteristically took half a step forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this humble subject has something to say. The Immortal Emperor was clearly dazed. Tai Bai Jinxing and the others also frowned. After all, Nangong Jingyin wasn't considered an official of the Cloud Ascension Hall. Even if he wanted to speak, he had to wait for Tai Bai Jinxing and Heavenly King Qing Yu to finish. Speak. The Immortal Emperor spoke. Your Majesty. Nangong Jingyin's square face revealed a trace of understanding. He said, this humble subject has read our Nangong family's books since young. Not only did I study the teachings of the human race, but I also dabbled in the inheritance of the beast race. Whether it was the 13 great saints of the beast race at their peak or the 2 great saints of the beast race at their weakest, this humble subject has some understanding of them. However, this humble subject has never heard of a 7-star great saint appearing in the beast race today. This humble subject remembers that the beast race once had a 2-star great saint who attracted the 7 kill star and knowledge star of the Southern Dipper into his body. This great saint of the beast race was called the heaven-flipping great saint and boasted that he could flip the heavens. That day, the beast race of the 1,000 beast sacred realm rebelled. Our Immortal Palace sent Fu Hai Heavenly King, Ping Yarrow Heavenly King, and Ji Peng Heavenly King to suppress them. Our immortal soldiers and generals were unstoppable and fought all the way to the Great Sage Palace of the 1,000 Beast Sacred Realm. The only 2 great sages of the Great Sage Palace went to stop the 3 heavenly kings. The Immortal Palace Lord Zi Wei Immortal Emperor and the Taiching Palace Lord appeared to face the enemy. The 4 supreme cultivators of our 3 continents fought for 3 days, and that heaven-flipping great saint's power actually surpassed Zi Wei Immortal Emperor. He used the power of 2 stars to injure Zi Wei Immortal Emperor and then joined forces with another great saint to destroy the Taiching Palace Lord's main body. Since that battle, our human race knew that the 2-star great saint of the beast race was more than a level stronger than normal great saint. Of course, this battle happened a long time ago, and this humble subject doesn't know if anyone still remembers it. Today, this new great saint of the beast race actually attracted the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. He's probably even stronger than heaven-flipping great saint. Chapter 4457. You're right. Immortal Emperor Go-Chen praised, this is a secret of my Immortal Palace. Even the officials of the Immortal Palace don't know about it. It's rare for your Nangong family to have such a clear record. Your Majesty. Nangong Jingin's expression changed slightly, and she hastily bowed. I know that this is a secret, but I don't dare to not report it. The rise of the demon race is a nightmare for our human race. I would rather report it than be punished by your Majesty. I'm not that muddle-headed. Immortal Emperor Go Chen sneered. Speak your mind. Yes, your Majesty. Nangong Jingyin was neither arrogant nor rash as she continued. However, I still have a huge doubt. I wonder if your Majesty can clear it up for me. Speak. Immortal Emperor Go Chen ordered. I've just said that I'm willing to make any sacrifice for the prosperity of our human race. Thus, I usually pay attention to the movements of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm and the Extreme World. I have some understanding of the 6 great sages of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. Nangong Jingyin said respectfully. However, I've never heard of this heaven-defying lightning phoenix's name. I also didn't know that the phoenix race, which has long been declining in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, actually had such a great sage. Can your Majesty please tell me which demon realm this heaven-defying lightning phoenix came from? Needless to say, Nangong Jingyin was trying to flatter Immortal Emperor Go Chen. Unexpectedly, Immortal Emperor Go Chen faintly replied, What you know, I also know. What you don't know, I also don't know. I also want to ask the 4 great clans. Who can tell me where this 7-star heaven-defying lightning phoenix that suddenly appeared came from? Nangong Jingyin took in a cold breath and hastily bowed. I know my mistake. Please punish me, your Majesty. What mistake did you make? If you're guilty, then wouldn't I be even more guilty? Immortal Emperor Go Chen was clearly a bit angry as he said coldly. Just like what Virokana Revered said, the appearance of the heaven-defying lightning phoenix was a huge blow to the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. Nangong Jingin's forehead were already covered in cold sweat. The feeling of flattering the Emperor Go Chen was truly uncomfortable. Young Master Nangong, Taibai Jinxing, who was beside him, said, when we entered the hall, this old man heard you say that you had come to the Hall of Fragrance to meet the East Sea Empress. It's getting late now. Aren't you going to greet her? Nangong Jingyin let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this lowly subject doesn't know much about the court and was only speaking off the cuff. Please forgive this lowly subject's crime on account that this lowly subject is wholeheartedly thinking for the human race. I came to the Lingyun Palace to report to His Majesty and pay my respects to the Celestial Empress in the Hall of Fragrance. Go. Immortal Emperor Go Chen didn't say much and ordered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Nangong Jingyin got up and turned to look at Taibai Jinxing. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she left in a hurry. Before Nangong Jingyin could leave, Fuyue Heavenly King sneered. A brat dares to show off in front of me? Geezer Taibai, you are making things up. I want to see how this brat is going to deal with this. Taibai Jinxing innocently waved his horsetail whisk and replied, I don't dare to make things up in front of His Majesty. He came to pay respects to the Celestial Empress. Damn it, why is he paying respects to the Celestial Empress for no reason? Fuyue Heavenly King snorted. Truly a weasel paying respects to the chicken. Qingyu quickly interrupted Fuyue Heavenly King and said to Immortal Emperor Go Chen. This lowly subject has 3 questions. Your Majesty, please tell Heaven's secret hall to quickly investigate. Speak. Although Immortal Emperor Go Chen's face couldn't be seen clearly, this one word contained a myriad of thunderbolts. He was probably pissed off by Fuyue Heavenly King. Firstly, the origin of this heaven-defying lightning phoenix. Secondly, what exactly was that constellation transit just now? Thirdly, why did the Great Sage Hall's 5-colored sea god shell suddenly drop from the 4th Great Sage to the 7th Great Sage? Qingyu explained in detail. As long as Heaven's Secret Hall can investigate these 3 matters, the situation in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm will be clear. Immortal Emperor Go Chen nodded and said, Summon Heaven's Secret Hall's Xiexin. This lowly subject is here. A voice came from outside the Overcloud Palace. Then, the Heavenly Secret Hall's Palace Master Xiexin appeared in front of everyone. Did you hear what Heavenly King Qingyu said? Immortal Emperor Go Chen went straight to the point. Xiexin bowed and said, This lowly subject knows. This lowly subject has already sent elite disciples to the 1,000-demon sacred realm. They will return in a few days. Immortal Emperor Go Chen was very satisfied and asked, "What is the matter? Why are you waiting outside the palace?" "Your Majesty, this lowly subject has an important matter to report," Xiexin said in a low voice. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looked around and said, "Can everyone hear me?" Xiexin thought for a bit and nodded. "Yes." "Okay, speak." Immortal Emperor Go Chen ordered. "Your Majesty, this lowly subject has 3 important matters to report. First, there are several 100,000 high-level cultivators from the Tao Gate inside the 1,000-demon sacred realm that are drawing upon the worldly origin energy." Before Xiexin could finish, Heavenly King Qingyu interrupted him in shock and shouted, How is this possible? Palace Master Xie, how many 100,000 are you talking about? Your so-called high-level cultivator, what kind of cultivator is he?" Heavenly King Qingyu. Although Xiexin was interrupted, he was not angry at all and continued to answer slowly, "It might be between 150,000 and 250,000. As for their realm, it should be above the nascent soul realm or even below the body integration realm. This is the funniest thing in the world." Heavenly King Qingyu laughed and waved his hand. "There aren't that many Tao Gate cultivators in the entire hidden immortal continent. This is impossible." Unfortunately, Xiexin ignored Heavenly King Qingyu and continued to report. Second, before the stars illuminated the sun, a large-scale worldly law appeared in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. This law far surpasses the inscription chains of my immortal palace. It can't be. Tai Bai Jinxing was even more shocked than Heavenly King Qingyu. Far surpasses the inscription chains of my immortal palace. Then it surpasses the worldly law of the 3 continents. How is this possible? Third, at the 1,000-demon sacred realm's Qidi River, there was an abnormal spatial ripple. The Xingyue palace that Xingyue is looking for should have appeared there. Xiexin still ignored Tai Bai Jinxing and finished the last matter. After Xiexin finished speaking, the entire Lingyun palace was silent. Tai Bai Jinxing and Heavenly King Qingyu looked at each other. They knew that Xiexin of the Heaven's Secret Palace was a man of his word. He replaced Immortal Emperor Go Chen to control the 3 continents. He definitely wouldn't exaggerate things like Nangong Jingyin. What he said was definitely the truth. After a while, Immortal Emperor Go Chen said, "Xiexin." Hearing Immortal Emperor Go Chen directly call his name, Xiexin's expression turned serious. He bowed and said, "I'm here. From today onwards, you will temporarily be in charge of the Hall of Enlightenment. Increase the intensity of monitoring the 1,000-demon sacred realm and the Pure Land world. You must investigate the great sage palaces heaven-defying Lightning Phoenix and Thunder Temple's Namo Metria Buddha's foundation." Immortal Emperor Go Chen ordered, "If there is any movement, immediately report to me." "Yes, I understand." Xiexin nodded. "I'll take my leave. Go." Immortal Emperor Go Chen ordered. Just as Xiexin turned around, Immortal Emperor Go Chen seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Oh right, where is the sutra seeking extreme bliss?" Xiexin was stunned. He could only stop and report, "Your Majesty, according to what I know, Chunzong and his group have already reached the northern part of the Pure Land world. They're about to cross the Eastern Sea." "Oh, that's pretty fast." Immortal Emperor Go Chen nodded. "Of course it's pretty fast." Xiexin smiled and said, "Chunzong took in a demon around the 8th level essence force. How many Daoist cultivators in this world are his match? What's the origin of this chastity ring? You still haven't found it?" Immortal Emperor Go Chen asked unhappily. Xiexin hesitated for a bit and whispered, "This matter belongs to the Hall of Enlightenment." Xiexin stopped here and lowered his head. "I understand. I'll send more people to let your Majesty know. Who else wants to interfere with the sutra-seeking extreme bliss? Why don't we just look for Zhenhan and ask her?" Tai Bai Jinxing frowned and asked in a low voice. "That's right." Immortal Emperor Go Chen nodded. "Send someone secretly to ask." "Yes." Xiexin left after saying that. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looked at Tai Bai Jinxing and said, "Minister, since the sutra seeking extreme bliss is at Burial Immortal Continent, The responsibility is on us Confucian cultivators. If you have time, go take a look and make sure nothing goes wrong. Yes, I understand. Tai Bai Jinxing nodded without hesitation. I'll go to the Eastern Sea to deal with the heavenly protector of the Buddhist sect. Immortal Emperor Go Chen nodded and looked at Heavenly King Qingyu. Heavenly King Qingyu, the 7 great saints of the demon race have sworn brotherhood. Regardless of whether it's just a formality, it's undeniable that the unity of the great saints of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm is unprecedented. If nothing goes wrong, the demon race will stabilize and they'll think of making a move. Our 1,000 demons' sacred realm will be the first to be affected. Regardless of whether the hundreds of thousands of Daoist cultivators are primordial chaos ancestors' subordinates, our immortal palace must be prepared for war. Yes, I understand. Heavenly King Qingyu cupped his fists and said, I'll prepare the troops after the court session ends. Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing hesitated for a moment as if he was thinking. Then, Tai Bai Jinxing said, since perfected cultivator Qing Yuan was mysteriously killed, the position of general of the Sun Palace has been vacant. Our immortal palace needs a general who can fight in battles. What do you have in mind, Your Majesty? Sigh, perfected cultivator Qing Yuan's disappearance is strange. I can't find him even with the supreme heavenly mirror. Immortal Emperor Go Chen sighed, I haven't thought about the position of general of the Sun Palace. Oh, since my beloved subject mentioned this, does my beloved subject have any suggestions? Chapter 4458. Your Majesty, there's something you don't know. Tai Bai Jinxing bowed and said, Sun Palace's general, Sun Jian, was extremely loyal but not strong enough. First, he had an affair with a Daoist remnant, then he went missing while guarding Black Ruins Mountain. I feel that the position of Sun Palace's general must be strong enough to intimidate the Daoists and conquer the world. I've been visiting the famous mountains and rivers a while ago and met a remnant of my school of the military. I saw a void refinement and heavenly fusion general, so I've brought him to the immortal palace for Your Majesty to make a decision. A void refinement and heavenly fusion martial saint. Heavenly King Fuyue couldn't help but shout, how is that possible? There's a martial saint in this world that I don't know about. Heavenly King Qingyu's expression also turned ugly. He stared at Tai Bai Jinxing and said, Old man Tai Bai, the position of Sun Palace's general requires absolute loyalty. Where did you find a martial saint? How dare you make him the Sun Palace's general? This person is from one of my school of the military. His name is Sun Cho. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, I can vouch for Sun Cho's loyalty. Of course, whether or not he can become the Sun Palace's general depends on Your Majesty's decision. Summon. Immortal Emperor Gaochen didn't say much and only ordered. Not long after, a burly general holding a 3-point, double-edged sword strode up to the Lingyun Palace. This general was wearing a golden chainmail, and the 2 thick eyebrows on his face that were exposed outside of the armor contained a murderous aura. His round eyes flashed with murderous intent. Above the armor, rays of righteous aura shuttled like sharp swords. Before the general even got close, Heavenly King Fuyue felt his body turn cold. He couldn't help but feel like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. 3-point, double-edged sword. Heavenly King Qingyu saw the weapon in the general's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, Isn't that Sun Jian's weapon? Sun Cho greets the immortal emperor. The general walked to the front of the palace and bowed. Rise. Immortal Emperor Go Chen said indifferently. He waved his hand and a ray of light as bright as the sun flew out from his hand, illuminating the entire over-cloud palace. Then, another ray of light shot out and covered Sun Cho. Rumble. A series of thunderbolts came out from the light pillar. Then, the entire Lingyun Palace was engulfed in darkness except for the light pillar. Looking into the light pillar, Sun Cho's figure gradually became transparent. Then, his figure fluttered like a butterfly. Strings of illusory images were elongated, and within each of these illusory images, there were thousands of mountains, rivers, and stories of people. After half a cup of tea's time, the light gradually dimmed. Light also seeped out from the darkness of the Lingyun Hall. By the time the light pillar completely disappeared, Sun Cho's body had once again returned to its original state. Tai Bai Jinxing, Heavenly King Qingyu, Heavenly King Fuyue, and the others all had the ability to clear their eyes. Even though Sun Cho's silhouette appeared in the supreme heavenly mirror like a flash of light, and the scenes that each silhouette depicted flashed by, everything that Sun Cho had experienced in this life was still vivid in their minds. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and bowed. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is Your Majesty's grace to the world, and the people of the world love Your Majesty. The heavens have bestowed such a blessing to Your Majesty. With such a fierce general, our immortal palace will not be at a disadvantage against the Thunder Temple and the Great Sage Hall." Ha ha. Ha ha. Immortal Emperor Go Chen was clearly happy. He actually laughed twice. Then, he looked at Heavenly King Qing Yu and Heavenly King Fu Yu and asked, "What do you two think?" "Your Majesty." Heavenly King Qing Yu bowed and said, "Sun Cho has always been innocent. He is a descendant of the school of the military. Moreover, he was able to cultivate to the martial saint realm in the lower realm. The hardships he had to go through are not something an ordinary person can endure. Such a person with a strong mind is the pillar of the school of the military. I feel that if there is no problem with his loyalty, he is more than qualified to be the great general of the Sun Palace." "Your Majesty." Heavenly King Fu Yu frowned and said, "I want to see Sun Cho's three-pointed double-edged saber." Ha ha. Immortal Emperor Go Chen laughed and said, "Not just you, even I am very curious. There are many weapons in the world, and Sun Jian is probably the most famous one to use the three-pointed double-edged saber. However, I did not expect that after Sun Jian, Sun Cho would also use the three-pointed double-edged saber as a weapon. Could it be that this three-pointed double-edged saber was left behind by Sun Jian?" "Your Majesty." Sun Cho said respectfully, "This weapon has been used by me since I was young. It is different from the three-pointed double-edged saber in perfected cultivator Qing Yuan's hand. Sun Cho, show me your weapon." Heavenly King Fu Yu raised his hand and said, "Sorry." Unexpectedly, Sun Cho refused. "This is the weapon of this commoner. I can't let others control it as they wish." "Damn it." Heavenly King Fu Yu shouted, "I am the Heavenly King of the Immortal Palace. Even if you are the great general of the Sun Palace, you are still my subordinate. My words are military orders. How dare you not listen?" "So what if I don't listen?" Sun Cho sneered and said, "A real man stands on his own in the world. There are things that he should do and things that he should not do. If he can't even grasp a few principles, how can he be loyal? Then go to hell." Heavenly King Fu Yu roared angrily, and his voice shook the Lingyun Palace. The space around Sun Cho cracked inch by inch, and pillars of air and qi shot towards Sun Cho like flying swords. At the same time, Heavenly King Fu Yu raised his right hand, and a curved saber that looked like a silver moon strangely appeared from his waist. Everyone felt their vision blur, and the moonlight on the curved saber flashed past space and landed behind Sun Cho's neck. The cold moonlight was hidden in the lightning. In an instant, Sun Cho's eyes narrowed into needles. He muttered, "Heavenly King of the Immortal Palace is nothing more than this." Although his voice was low, it contained grief and anger. The moment the words came out, they also condensed into 8 balls of air and qi. Boom boom boom. They all burst in front of Sun Cho's eyes. The balls of air and qi first shattered the space around Sun Cho, and the thin cracks in space were like spider webs that affected the space that Heavenly King Fu Yu shattered. When the two shattered spaces collided, the space around Sun Cho collapsed. However, because Sun Cho had already broken the space close to his body in advance, the space about a foot to the left of him was stable. Even Heavenly King Fu Yu's curved saber that was like the autumn moon trembled slightly in the collapse of space, like ripples in water. Just as the ripples appeared, clang! The three-pointed, double-edged saber in Sun Cho's hand moved, piercing into the gap between the ripples. As the metal clanged, the autumn moon was like the moon in the water that was shattered. The three-pointed, double-edged saber was like a flood dragon that came out of the water, piercing into the void and stabbing towards Heavenly King Fu Yu's heart. Seeing the silver light in the void, the breastplate at his heart made peng 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 sounds, and the hundreds of inscriptions on it were already shattered. How could Heavenly King Fu Yu not know that the wind from the three-pointed, double-edged saber had already struck? A solemn expression appeared on his face as he quickly retreated. A golden hammer the size of a fist appeared in his left hand. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling could be heard. Pu! Two inexplicable sounds could be heard. In front of Heavenly King Fuyue, the light of the three-pointed, double-edged blade flashed and disappeared. Heavenly King Fuyue's body also stiffened. He lowered his head to look at the pendant on his waist. There were already cracks on it. When Heavenly King Fuyue raised his head, Sun Cho was already standing there with the three-pointed, double-edged saber in his hand. His face was neither arrogant nor humble, as calm as a virgin. General Sun. Heavenly King Fuyue smiled bitterly. I only wanted to see if your three-pointed, double-edged saber was the same as Sun Jian's. You don't have to put me on the spot like this, do you? My apologies. Sun Cho said indifferently, this is my first time in the Immortal Palace, so I do not know the etiquette. Please forgive me, Heavenly King. Forget it, forget it. Heavenly King Fuyue waved his hand and said self-deprecatingly, a great person does not hold a grudge against a lowly person. If you say so, what else can I say? My dear subject. Immortal Emperor Gaochen smiled and asked, compared to the previous Sun Jian, who is stronger? Is this three-pointed, double-edged saber the same as Sun Jian's? Your Majesty. Heavenly King Fuyue smiled bitterly, do I even need to say this? The previous Sun Jian's strength compared to the current Sun Cho is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. That three-pointed, double-edged saber compared to this one, is a fire rod. What nonsense are you talking about? Heavenly King Qingyu scolded, Sun Jian's three-pointed, double-edged saber was forged by a great artificer of the Immortal Palace. How can it be a fire rod? I am just making an analogy. Heavenly King Fuyue was not angry and smiled, with this three-pointed, double-edged saber, Sun Cho is like a tiger that has grown wings. His strength has increased by 30%. No wonder this guy is unwilling to show his weapon to others. Heavenly King Qingyu smiled and said, Your Majesty, this Sun Cho is much stronger than the previous true monarch Qingyuan. Moreover, his character is somewhat similar to true monarch Qingyuan. If there is no problem in terms of loyalty, I feel that there is no problem with him becoming the Sun Palace's great general. Yes, I think so too. Immortal Emperor Gaochen nodded and said, however, I am still a bit worried. Sun Cho is strong, but the Sun Palace's great general needs to lead troops. I am afraid that Sun Cho does not have any experience in this area. If that is the case, then there is even less need for your Majesty to worry. Heavenly King Qingyu replied, with the situation in the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm, who knows when they will start a war with our hidden immortal continent? The Sun Palace's great general will have plenty of opportunities to lead troops. There is no need to wait until then. Heavenly King Fuyue said with a smile, I remember that the Hall of Enlightenment sent a report saying that there are Taoism remnants running rampant in the soaring Dragon Mountain range in the lower realm. The Lunar Temple has already dispatched troops to deal with them. If the Sun Palace's great general is willing, you can go there. What? The Lunar Temple dispatched troops to deal with the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Immortal Emperor Gaochen was stunned. When did this happen? Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing said, it happened the day before yesterday. Why didn't I know? Why didn't they send a report? Immortal Emperor Gaochen asked. Chapter 4459. Tai Bai Jinxing was taken aback by Immortal Emperor Gochen's rebuke. He smiled wryly and said, Your Majesty, you have 1,000 things to attend to every day and control the foundation of our human race for millions of years. There are too many things that require Your Majesty's attention, so there is no need to report such a trivial matter. After receiving the report from the Hall of Enlightenment, the Lunar Temple has already sent out their troops. After they sent out their troops, this lowly official has already approved the reports that they sent out. Ha ha! Immortal Emperor Gochen chuckled and said, I'm also confused by the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Tai Bai Jinxing. Yes, Your Majesty. Tai Bai Jinxing said anxiously. Write a decree for Sun Cho to temporarily assume the position of Sun Palace's great general. Announce it to the world when he has military merit. Immortal Emperor Gochen ordered. I understand. Tai Bai Jinxing bowed and said. Sun Cho hurriedly bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Okay, General Sun, Wait at the side. I still have some things to ask you about the military family's descendants after the discussion. Immortal Emperor Go Chen ordered. I understand. Sun Cho stood up and stood beside everyone. Then, Immortal Emperor Go Chen discussed the Immortal Palace and the hidden Immortal Continent with Tai Bai Jinxing and the others. However, Sun Cho was obviously absent-minded, as if he had something important on his mind. After the discussion, everyone dispersed. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looked at Sun Cho, who was frowning, and raised his hand. Boom! The entire heavenly palace surged and changed again. A study-like palace appeared. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Go Chen's huge body had returned to normal. The golden brilliance faded away, revealing his original appearance. Oh! Sun Jian! Immortal Emperor Go Chen stood up from his golden chair and walked to Sun Cho. He said curiously, "You look like you have something on your mind." Sun Cho was obviously Sun Jian, who had disguised himself. Sun Jian, who was proficient in the 9 transformations, could easily disguise himself as Sun Cho. Under Immortal Emperor Go Chen's disguise, how could the illusion realm in the Supreme Heavenly Mirror be real? "Sigh, Your Majesty." Sun Jian sighed and said, "When I returned to the Immortal Palace, the first thing I told Your Majesty was that you don't have to worry about the Taoism cultivators for now, especially that place called the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. No matter what happens, Your Majesty must wait and see. After all, Xiao Hua of the Tao sect." At this point, Sun Jian hesitated. "This Xiao Hua?" Immortal Emperor Go Chen's brows furrowed as he asked, "Even if it's as you say, he's only a human Grand Ascension stage being. Even if he founded the Fortune Gate, how can it compare to the Immortal Palace?" "Your Majesty," Sun Tian said with a wry smile, "I've said what I can say. Your Majesty, please don't embarrass me for what I can't say. I'm loyal to Your Majesty and the Immortal Palace. Similarly, I have to make some compromises for some things without affecting Your Majesty's safety." "Yes, I understand." Immortal Emperor Go Chen nodded. A loyal person with his own principles is a true loyal person. However, the matter of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, I truly didn't know about it. It was my slip of the tongue, and I also made you break your promise. Sigh. Sun Jian sighed. Since they've already sent out their troops, it's no longer appropriate for me to go out and stop them. Even His Majesty could not change his orders. I can only wait for an opportunity in the future to explain to Xiao Hua. I hope he can understand. If it's possible. Immortal Emperor Go Chen smiled, "You should also express my goodwill. Xiao Hua was able to save you, and he is indeed a benevolent person. You didn't get to know him in vain." "Your Majesty is wrong," Sun Tian corrected. "A cultivator like Xiao Hua still needs Your Majesty to personally recruit him. If I could recruit him, why would I wait until now?" "Oh, right." Immortal Emperor Go Chen smiled when he heard Sun Jian describe Xiao Hua as a rare person. He felt that Sun Jian was making a mountain out of a molehill, so he changed the topic and asked, "What's the progress on Sun Hao's matter?" Sun Jian and Immortal Emperor Go Chen's thoughts were completely opposite. He felt that Immortal Emperor Go Chen was too dismissive. However, he couldn't say anything more to Immortal Emperor Go Chen, so he could only reply, "Your Majesty, there are some clues. However, these clues don't seem to be much. It seems like there are traces of the grey serpent worm thread. However, when I really investigated it, there were actually too many clues. I simply couldn't find the source. There are only a few literary stars in the Immortal Palace." Immortal Emperor Go Chen's face became gloomy. "Why can't you find it?" "Your Majesty." Sun Jian smiled bitterly. "However, all the literary stars are my seniors. Moreover, I can't expose my whereabouts, so naturally, it's not easy to find. Also, who knows if the one who occupied Sun Hao's body was a literary star in the Immortal Palace or a literary star in the hidden Immortal Continent? Maybe it's a ploy by some aristocratic family to divert the disaster. Humph, there are only a few people who can covet my position." Immortal Emperor Go Chen snorted and said, "Actually, even if you don't say it, I can guess who it is. Unfortunately, that Sun Hao is too cunning. I only borrowed the power of the 3 provinces of thunder. The moment I saw him, He immediately realized it and didn't allow me to attack. He immediately self-destructed. He didn't give me a chance at all. Your Majesty, Sun Jian reminded, you must be careful. Sun Hao knows your Majesty's methods very well. His self-destruction was completely aimed at your Majesty's magic power. Even with the power of the Supreme Heavenly Mirror and your Majesty's method of controlling the hidden immortal continent, you still couldn't find his secret. It shows how well your Majesty's enemy knows your Majesty. Alas, you're absolutely right. Immortal Emperor Go Chen sighed and said, the people who know themselves the best are not those who love themselves, but those who hate themselves. This principle is unbreakable throughout the ages. It's a pity that I don't have much time left. Sun Jian said regretfully, perhaps it won't be long before that person discovers my secret. At that time, I won't be able to investigate it anymore. Immortal Emperor Go Chen was stunned and asked curiously, Sun Jian, what do you mean? Didn't I let you temporarily take over the position of the Sun Palace's great general to give you some leeway to create a false impression for that person? Sun Jian smiled and looked at Immortal Emperor Go Chen, saying, Your Majesty, do you think that with the Mettria Buddha, the Thunder Temple's strength will surpass my immortal palace? With the addition of a 7 stars great saint, the great sage temple's strength will surpass my immortal palace? If it was someone else, Immortal Emperor Go Chen wouldn't reveal his true feelings. However, facing Sun Jian, he showed a bitter expression and replied, yes, if the demon race and the Buddha sect had one more pure 9th level essence force expert, I wouldn't be so distressed. However, the Mettria Buddha of the Thunder Temple is one of the 3 great Buddha lords. The heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix of the Great Sage Temple is a 7 stars great saint. Their influence is incomparable to that of an ordinary 9th level essence force. At this point, Immortal Emperor Go Chen thought of something and smiled. Of course, I didn't expect that not only would you return safely, but you would also miraculously cultivate to the Wisdom Saint realm. Although you didn't want to reveal the secret to me, I am very happy that I have you, perfected Lord Qing Yuan, who is comparable to the Thunder Temple's Mettria Buddha of the Thunder Temple. Your Majesty's words are somewhat insincere. Sun Jian's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, so he didn't hesitate to speak frankly in front of Immortal Emperor Go Chen. Hence, he spoke with a smile. Immortal Emperor Go Chen smiled and was about to say something else when Sun Jian continued, however, I still have to congratulate your Majesty. Oh? Where did the congratulations come from? Immortal Emperor Go Chen was stunned. Suddenly, a golden light rose around him and the golden throne below him let out a loud rumble. The entire Ling Yun Palace rapidly collapsed. Immortal Emperor Go Chen seemed to have understood something. However, Sun Jian didn't continue speaking and only looked at Immortal Emperor Go Chen with a smile on his face. Sun Jian, you're saying that? No. The human Confucian cultivators also have such a person? Immortal Emperor Go Chen seemed to have an epiphany and cried out involuntarily. Yes. How could I be confused? If you want to cultivate to the Wisdom Saint realm, you must have someone to guide you. Moreover, your 3-point double-edged saber has been refined to such an extent. You must have an expert behind you. At this point, Immortal Emperor Go Chen asked tentatively, who is your master? Can he come to the Immortal Palace? Your Majesty. Sun Jian smiled and said, I don't know if this expert will come or not. However, I know that your Majesty must invite him. He is more important to the Immortal Palace than the Mettria Buddha of the world to the Thunder Temple. Yes, of course, I must invite him. Immortal Emperor Go Chen frowned again because he knew very well what the Mettria Buddha of the world meant to the Thunder Temple. He didn't know who else could be so important to the Immortal Palace. Sun Jian was waiting for this moment. He smiled and asked, Your Majesty, you must know the true scholar, right? Of course. Immortal Emperor Go Chen said disapprovingly, wasn't he created by Sun Yu and Xin Xin? At this point, Immortal Emperor Go Chen stood there in a daze. He was in disbelief and even stuttered. He no longer had the composure of an immortal emperor and asked, You mean, what Shan Yu wanted to do, that master has already done it? Sun Jian didn't answer. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi gushed out and turned into 5-colored clouds above his head. Each cloud was like a lively flame. A kind of vitality seeped out from the clouds. It was far beyond the five-colored true qi of ordinary Confucian cultivators. Immortal Emperor Go Chen couldn't sit still anymore. Whoosh! He flew up and landed on top of Sun Jian's head. His eyes flashed with a golden color. Golden eyes. Only the Sun family of the Immortal Palace could cultivate the clear eyes technique. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looked for a while and calmed down a little. He slowly flew back to his golden seat and stared at Sun Jian. Did Xin Xin's Tianxin fall into his hands? Princess Xin Xin? Sun Jian was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. Chapter 4460. Only by understanding the heaven's heart can one cultivate the true five qis unification. Immortal Emperor Go Chen says, if he didn't get Xin Xin's half of the heaven's heart, how would you know the cultivation method of the five qis unification? I don't know how that senior got the five qis unification. Sun Jian answers, however, even if he got Princess Xin Xin's half of the heaven's heart, he still has the other four half of the heaven's heart. There are only four half of the heaven's heart in this world. Immortal Emperor Go Chen says, the other half is in the heavenly court. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I'm ignorant. Sun Jian nods. Only the previous masters of the Immortal Palace know about this. It's normal that you don't know. Immortal Emperor Go Chen laughs. Seeing Immortal Emperor Go Chen laugh, Sun Jian understands and answers, I'll explain this to that senior. That's what you said, it has nothing to do with me. Immortal Emperor Go Chen's eyes flash with fervor and asks, what I'm concerned about is this five qis unification. I've already asked that senior before returning to the Immortal Palace. Sun Jian says. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looks at Sun Jian's mouth and really wants to take the words out of his mouth. However, he already has a premonition in his heart. After all, Sun Jian has already displayed the five qis unification in front of him. Sun Jian says word by word, that senior agreed for me to return the five qis unification to the Confucian cultivator. After all, this five qis unification was originally a lost cultivation method of the Confucian cultivator. Good. Immortal Emperor Go Chen claps his hands and laughs. With the five qis unification, why would I fear the demon race? However, Sun Jian says, I feel that cultivation methods are dead, but people are alive. Although this senior doesn't care about fame and fortune, the ancients are still willing to spend 1,000 gold coins to buy horse bones. Your Majesty, why can't you invite this senior to my Immortal Palace? Of course, of course. Immortal Emperor Go Chen makes up his mind and says, what's this senior's name and where is he now? I'll go down to the lower realm to search. This. Sun Jian hesitates again. Actually, he wants to recommend Xiao Hua. However, he also understood that Xiao Hua believed that he was a Daoist cultivator and that it was impossible for him to come to the Immortal Palace. At this time, he revealed the five qis unifications cultivation method because he heard the news about the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix and the Metria Buddha. On the three mainlands, other than Xiao Hua and the Fortune Gate's disciples, no one knew more about the heaven-defying Lightning Phoenix and Metria Buddha than him. Since Feng Wu and Subhuti could go to the Great Holy Hall and Lightning Tune Temple, why couldn't Wen Chu come to the Immortal Palace? Therefore, Sun Wu hesitated for a moment before he smiled and said, this senior's name is Wen Chu. Naturally, he was already a literary star. As for where he went, I don't know. However, Your Majesty should know that the day this senior appears will be the day I reveal myself. I hope to stall for as long as possible. Once you. Good name. Immortal Emperor Go Chen clapped his hands and laughed. My Immortal Palace's Once You Palace does not have a master yet. What do you think if I invite him to be the master of the Once You Palace? Sun Wu smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. Although the Once You Palace is not comparable to the Pure Jade Palace, High Purity Palace, and Grand Purity Palace, the name of the Once You Palace is too special. Even the masters of the three pure palaces do not dare to call themselves Wen Chu. This senior can pass down our orthodox five qis unifications cultivation method. He is indeed worthy of being the master of the Once You Palace. Not only that, Immortal Emperor Go Chen said excitedly, since Wen Chu can disclose the five qis unifications cultivation method to the Immortal Palace, he is qualified to be the master of our Confucian cultivators. I want to give him the title of Immortal Master and announce it to the entire hidden immortal continent. Your Majesty is wise. Sun Jian prostrated himself in admiration. In just a short moment, Immortal Emperor Go Chen had tied Wen Chu to the chariot of Immortal Palace. Wen Chu's title as an Immortal Master wouldn't be any weaker than the Maitreya Buddha of the Thunderclap Temple and the heaven-defying Lightning Phoenix of the Great Sacred Hall. The entire hidden immortal continent would be shaken. Motherfucker! At this time, Sun Jian was shocked again. Daoist Xiao is now the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan, Wen Chu is now the Immortal Master of our Confucian cultivators, Body has become the Buddha Maitreya Buddha, and Feng Wu has become the first great saint of the Demon Clan. This Fortune Gate is now the place where all things flow into one place. The Fortune Gate and the Fortune Dao Palace are truly places of fortune are. With the title of Immortal Master, the 5 Qis Unifications cultivation method, and the help of the Scholar Palace's master, Immortal Emperor Go Chen raised his head and looked into the distance. He said meaningfully, not to mention the 4 great clans, even the 100 schools of thought, will have to listen to the orders of my school of the military. Sun Jian, you are truly my lucky general R. Sweat. Seeing Immortal Emperor Go Chen's plan, Sun Jian's face was covered in sweat. Although he was a famous commander and was unparalleled in judging the situation on the battlefield, when it came to power struggles, how could he see as far as Immortal Emperor Go Chen? He only wanted to gain some benefits for Xiao Hua, but he didn't expect Immortal Emperor Go Chen to want even more. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. Whether it was Immortal Master or the Scholar Palace's master, they were not for nothing are. At this moment, Sun Jian was almost regretting his decision. He was afraid that Xiao Hua and Wen Chu wouldn't agree. However, before he could say anything, Immortal Emperor Go Chen suddenly stopped and slapped the golden throne. A palm-sized golden leaf flew out. Immortal Emperor Go Chen looked at it and said angrily, "Your hair is long but your knowledge is short. How can you do this at a time like this?" With that, Immortal Emperor Go Chen crushed the golden leaf and said, "Sun Jian, I will tell Tai Bai Jinxing to write a decree. Do you want to announce it to the world first? Or do you want to wait until you find that senior? I feel that it is better to inform that senior first." Sun Jian hastily replied. Unfortunately, Sun Jian still underestimated Immortal Emperor Go Chen's arbitrariness. He simply asked Sun Jian and didn't expect Sun Jian to answer. Even if Sun Jian answered, it would be in vain. Immortal Emperor Go Chen shook his head and said, "I feel that it is better to announce it to the world first. What do you think?" "Why?" Sun Jian knew it was inappropriate, but he still asked. "First, our Confucian cultivators are at a disadvantage right now. The demon race and the Buddhist sect both have leaders. If we don't have an immortal master, our morale will be low and we will be at a disadvantage. Second, the sutra seeking extreme bliss is a compromise between the Immortal Palace and the Buddhist sect. The 4 great clans are already pressuring me. If the 4 great clans take this opportunity to show off, I will be unable to make ends meet. It is better to use this to attract the attention of the 4 great clans. Third, if you ask and Wen Chu doesn't come, won't I be happy for nothing? But, what if your Majesty issues the decree and Wen Chu still doesn't come?" Sun Jian was worried. What is done cannot be undone. Immortal Emperor Go Chen smiled and said, "The 5 energies origin method. Can't you teach it? I only need this gimmick. Whether Wen Chu enters the literary palace or not, it doesn't matter." Immortal Emperor Go Chen's golden chair shook again and another golden leaf flew out. Immortal Emperor Go Chen reached out and caught it. He casually looked at it and crushed it. Then, he looked at Sun Jian and said, "Just now, the Divination Hall sent a message. In their surveillance, not only did they discover the stars in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, but they also found a huge amount of heaven and earth origin energy flowing in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. The Divination Hall deduced that there are hundreds of thousands of high-level cultivators channeling their magic power there. Sun Jian, I remember that the Grand Mist Ancestor didn't have that many disciples under him." Immortal Emperor Go Chen's words seemed casual, and he only mentioned the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, Sun Jian knew that Immortal Emperor Go Chen had an ulterior motive. He was probing Xiao Hua's strength. Sun Jian was a bit conflicted. He had already told Immortal Emperor Go Chen about Xiao Hua's goodwill. However, it was obvious that Immortal Emperor Go Chen didn't care too much about Xiao Hua's goodwill. After all, on the hidden immortal continent, the Tao Gate was weak. Even someone as strong as the Grand Mist Ancestor wasn't in Immortal Emperor Go Chen's eyes. Although Xiao Hua's rise was like the rising sun, Immortal Emperor Go Chen didn't take him seriously. Sun Jian was also prepared to slowly reveal Xiao Hua's power and fulfill his promise with Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua suddenly caused such a big commotion in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Although Sun Jian didn't know what Xiao Hua did, how could the appearance of hundreds of thousands of high-level Tao Gate disciples be a small matter? Although the Sky Secret Hall might not know about this matter now, they would know sooner or later. Instead of being passive at that time, it was better to tell Immortal Emperor Go Chen now. Thus, Sun Jian thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, regarding the appearance of hundreds of thousands of high-level Tao Gate disciples in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, it shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestor's doing. If I'm not mistaken, I think it has something to do with Xiao Hua." Ah! Immortal Emperor Go Chen was obviously stunned. He looked at Sun Jian in disbelief. However, his expression returned to normal in an instant. After pondering for a while, he asked, in other words, while Xiao Hua was cultivating, he was also nurturing many Tao Gate disciples. Sun Jian didn't answer Immortal Emperor Go Chen's question. Instead, he cleverly changed the topic. "Your Majesty, I have already told you about Xiao Hua's intentions. According to my understanding, Xiao Hua isn't an ambitious person. To put it bluntly, he is perhaps a village farmer who is content with a small fortune. However, his luck was extremely good and his strength reached his current level. The situation of the 3 continents forced him to come to the front. In fact, he only wanted to cultivate peacefully and didn't want to be distracted by other things. In addition, I have also come into contact with those disciples of his, and I even have a life and death friendship with them. As for the outer disciples, I can't say. Those disciples that he taught himself don't have any special ambitions. Therefore, I think that Your Majesty should be on good terms with Xiao Hua." Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Immortal Emperor Go Chen laughed again. "Not only do I want to be on good terms with Xiao Hua, I also want to use Xiao Hua to restrain the Grand Mist Ancestor." Chapter 4461. After hearing this, Sun Jian's sweat dripped down his back again. He knew Xiao Hua's temper. Xiao Hua was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. He hated being used by others the most. If Xiao Hua knew about Immortal Emperor Gao Chen's plan, who knew what kind of loopholes he would make? Sun Jian hurriedly said, "Your Majesty." While they were talking, the Emperor's golden throne violently shook again. Another piece of gold flew out. The Emperor became impatient and picked it up to take a look. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. He looked at Sun Jian and asked, "Why is your auntie looking for you again? Didn't you go to the Hall of Fragrance earlier?" "Well." Sun Jian was also stunned. He nodded and said, "I just returned to the Immortal Palace and went to see you in the Hall of Fragrance." "Forget it, you should go." The Emperor helplessly said, "I have already scolded her twice. If I refute her again, she will be angry." "Yes, I understand." Sun Jian didn't dare to say anything else and bowed, "I will go right away." However, just as he said that, Sun Jian seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, if it's possible, Your Majesty, send a decree to the Hall of Enlightenment not to provoke the hundreds of thousands of Tao sect cultivators or let me take charge of this matter. Your Majesty only needs to invite Senior Onsu into the Onsu Palace, and everything will be fine. Your Majesty and I will only need to find the thief who covets Your Majesty's throne." "Okay, I understand. Go to the Hall of Fragrance." The Emperor was clearly absent-minded and said, "Be careful, don't let your whereabouts be exposed." Sun Jian wryly smiled, "Your Majesty, I am now the Sun Palace's Grand General. A trip to the Hall of Fragrance won't cause any suspicion, right? All in all, just be careful." Immortal Emperor Go Chen waved his sleeve and signaled for Sun Jian to leave. Not to mention Sun Jian, the Nangong young noble, Nangong Jingyan, asked Immortal Emperor Go Chen for permission to visit the Eastern Sea Emperor at the Lingyun Palace. After coming out of the palace, he went straight to the west of the palace. He flew past many pavilions and clouds before finally arriving at the foot of a mountain. The Immortal Palace had always been dominated by palaces. Even with Nangong Jingyin's experience, she couldn't help but stop in the air. After a while, she broke out from the intoxication of the mountain scenery and smiled. Since ancient times, I only felt that the 4 seasons were new, but I didn't know that the autumn moon was near. Only when the mortal world is heavy would I feel that the scenery of the mountain ridges is new. The moment she finished reciting, a yellow scarf warrior suddenly came out from the foot of the mountain. This yellow scarf strongman was at least 1,000 feet tall. His body surged with an awe-inspiring aura, emitting a reddish-yellow luster. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Hall of Fragrance?" The yellow scarf warrior shouted. "If you have no intention of offending, then turn around and I'll pretend that I didn't see anything." Nangong Jingyin naturally wasn't afraid. She stood firmly in the air and bowed. "This one is the young noble of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingyin. This one has already paid respects to the Immortal Emperor and received his order to come and pay respects to the Eastern Abyss Empress." The yellow scarf warrior was stunned and raised his hand. "Do you have the Immortal Emperor's decree?" The Immortal Emperor is discussing important matters in the palace and doesn't have the time to care about this one. Nangong Jingyin calmly replied, "Thus, this one doesn't have the Immortal Emperor's decree, only the Nangong family's token." "Where is the token?" The yellow scarf warrior roared with a respectful tone. "Please examine it." Nangong Jingyin took out her token and handed it to the warrior. The yellow scarf warrior took the token and looked at it before saying, "Please wait a moment." Then, the yellow scarf warrior flew into the mountain and disappeared. Not long later, a woman in palace attire flew out with Nangong Jingyin's token. When she got close, she handed the token back and bowed with a smile. "Young Master Nangong, the Empress invites you in." "Many thanks, sister, please lead the way." Nangong Jingyin took the token and carefully held it in his hand before returning the greeting. That woman covered her mouth and smiled. "Young Master Nangong, please." Nangong Jingyin looked at the woman's swaying waist and her graceful figure as she controlled the clouds with a trace of a smile on his face. Then, he lowered his head and followed behind. After flying over the mountain, 5 colored clouds covered the entire mountain range. Moreover, in the air, strands of elegant fragrance entered his nose. Nangong Jingyin lightly breathed in, and when that fragrance entered his body, a refreshing feeling appeared in his mind. Not only did his limbs and bones feel comfortable, even the qi in his middle dantian sped up. "Sister," Nangong Jingyin said, "the fragrance-spreading palace is indeed the most beautiful place in the Immortal Palace. Every time I go there, I feel a little younger. Sister is serving the Empress in the fragrance-spreading palace. Not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years later, you will still be as young as you are now. Hihi, no wonder the Empress is biased. Young Master Nangong's mouth is really sweet." Hearing this, the woman was elated. Her face blushed and she smiled. Celestial Empress was about to head to the back of the mountain to pick the wood heart grass. When she heard that young Master Nangong was coming, she ordered people to postpone the matter and hurriedly sent this servant to invite you. If it was someone else, the Empress would definitely not meet them. "Ayo, this is all my fault." Nangong Jingyin smiled and said, "The sisters are all prepared, but they were delayed because of me. I have to apologize." As she spoke, Nangong Jingyin took out a jade box and handed it over to that woman. "Sister, this is a heart-cleansing pill made by my Nangong family. It isn't anything precious, but it has some unique benefits for skin maintenance. Normally, the women of my Nangong family would use this to maintain their beauty. Sister, please give this to the other sisters and ask them to forgive me." "Is that so? This is the Nangong family's heart-cleansing pill?" That woman's figure stopped as shock appeared in her eyes. This servant has long heard of this heart-cleansing pill. Although the name sounds ordinary, it is extremely useful for women like us. Nangong Jingyin smiled and stuffed the jade box into the woman's hands. She waved her hand and said, "Rumors are inevitably exaggerated. This heart-cleansing pill is just an ordinary pill made by my Nangong family. Sister, you don't have to mind it." He, if that's the case, then this servant will bring the other sisters to thank young master. The woman giggled and carefully put it away. How could she not know how precious this heart-cleansing pill was? By the way, sister, how is the Empress mood these few days? Nangong Jingyin asked casually. The woman naturally understood this logic. She didn't try to hide it and said with a smile, Celestial Empress has been in a good mood these few days, much better than before. Otherwise, she wouldn't think of going to the back mountain. Many thanks, big sister. Nangong Jingyin understood and didn't ask any more questions, only replying with a smile. Afterward, the woman brought Nangong Jingyin and flew forward again. In just a short moment, they entered the 5-colored clouds. Within the clouds, there was a palace on the foot of the mountain. This palace's style was simple and unadorned, and auspicious aura surged into the sky. Immortal birds were leisurely circling around the palace, and immortal beasts were leisurely pacing around the palace. The palace was extremely large and seemed to cover the entire foot of the mountain. However, there were layers of clouds above the palace, and the majority of it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There was a door in the palace, and there was a group of female generals in front of it. These female generals wore armor and held imperial artifacts. They all looked valiant and formidable. When the female generals saw someone flying over, they immediately went on guard. The 2 female generals in front even used eye-clearing techniques to examine Nangong Jingyin. Nangong Jingyin had a smile on her face as she nodded at the 2 female generals. She didn't stop and followed the woman who led the way to the palace. The 2 didn't land, and the group of female generals had already formed a formation and faintly surrounded the 2 of them. When that woman landed, she smiled at the female general in front and said, General Rainbow Phoenix, this is the young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Jingyin. She is here to greet the Empress. Go in. General Rainbow Phoenix glanced at Nangong Jingyin and nodded. She waved her hand, and the group of female generals behind her moved aside. However, they still remained vigilant not far away. Behind the female general was the palace door. This door was also grand, and there were 3 flamboyant inscriptions on it, Fragrance Spreading Palace. The doors of the Hall of Fragrance were divided into 9 sections, but they were not completely open. Only the door on the far right was half-closed, neither too big nor too small. The woman walked to the door and said respectfully, Young Master Nangong, please, okay. Nangong Jingyin nodded and walked in. The woman hurriedly turned around and walked towards a side door. Nangong Jingyin stepped into the fragrance-spreading palace and was greeted by thousands of flowers. Some were big, some were small, some were blooming, and some were budding. They filled the entire fragrance-spreading palace. Other than the dense fragrance in her nose, there was only a myriad of colors. There wasn't a single path, nor was there a palace. Nangong Jingyin looked around and couldn't help but feel dizzy. The moment Nangong Jingyin closed her eyes, that woman flew out from a flower beside her and said respectfully, Young Master Nangong, please follow this servant, sister, please. Nangong Jingyin opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear now. The woman didn't move. Instead, she stepped into a faint yellow flower bud. The instant she stepped in, the flower bud suddenly expanded to more than 30 meters in size. Nangong Jingyin didn't dare to delay and quickly followed. Swoosh! A faint yellow light mixed with clouds covered the entire flower bud. Nangong Jingyin felt the entire world shake. His body seemed to have moved a little, but it didn't seem to have moved at all. The flower bud returned to its original state. Chapter 4462. Shortly after, the woman brought Nangong Jingyin to 8 similar-colored flower buds. After the last flower bud turned, the entire flower bud flew out from the flowers and brought Nangong Jingyin and the woman into the flower bushes. The bushes were torn apart like clouds, and Nangong Jingyin's eyes lit up. She was already on the stairs of a palace. Empress. The woman landed on the stairs and immediately bowed. Nangong family's young master Nangong Jingyin requests an audience, announce. A clear voice sounded from within the palace, and a grassy lawn appeared from the clouds and extended to Nangong Jingyin's feet. Servant Nangong Jingyin greets Empress. Nangong Jingyin stepped onto the lawn and bowed. As she spoke, the lawn returned to the palace, and the clouds dissipated. Nangong Jingyin's eyes blurred, and she was standing in a palace filled with flowers. There was also a golden chair at the top of this palace, and a woman who was 3,000 meters tall sat on it. She had a dignified appearance and had a kind smile on her face. There were countless auspicious signs on her palace dress. On the left side of the golden throne, countless inscriptions formed the shape of a phoenix. They danced proudly, and wisps of luck that were as thin as strands of cloud surged out of the void as the phoenix flapped its wings. They either entered the woman's palace dress or the golden throne, and faint rumbling sounds could be heard. This woman was none other than the East Sea Empress, the mother of the world. Seeing Nangong Jingyin bow, the East Ocean Empress raised her hand. "Servant Nangong, you may rise." "Thank you, Empress." Nangong Jingyin still didn't dare to raise her head. She only looked at the auspicious clouds below her. The East Ocean Empress was very satisfied with Nangong Jingyin's respectful attitude and asked, "I heard that the calamities on the hidden immortal continent are endless. Not only are the commoners homeless, but many scholarly families are also declining. I wonder how the situation is now." Nangong Jingyin replied, "Empress, you care for the world, and I truly admire you. 10 days ago, this humble subject received a message from the clan and mentioned the recent disaster. Please be at ease, Celestial Empress. This humble subject does not know about other places, but within the capabilities of my Nangong aristocratic family, not a single person of the secular world has left their home, much less become homeless. Not only did my Nangong family use all of our resources to help the people who were affected by the disaster, we even traveled thousands of miles to purchase good seeds that could resist the disaster. We distributed them to the people of the world for free so that they could fill their stomachs and cultivate them. Ari, if all the clans were like the Nangong clan, then why would the immortal emperor have to work so hard every day?" The East Sea Empress sighed. "It's really been hard on the Nangong clan. I don't dare, this is what I should do as a subject." Nangong Jingyin replied neither haughtily nor humbly. "Crown Prince, what brings you to my Hall of Fragrance today?" The East Sea Empress smiled and said, "Your Nangong family has done a lot for the hidden immortal continent. If I can participate in politics, I will definitely ask the immortal emperor to reward your Nangong family." Nangong Jingyin smiled and said, "This humble subject has not come to the Hall of Fragrance for a long time, and I miss Celestial Empress very much. Furthermore, this humble subject's mother has also sent a message, and she specially instructed this humble subject to come over. She said that she has something to tell Celestial Empress." "Oh, what matter does Xing'er have to be so mysterious?" The East Sea Empress smiled and said, "This humble subject has known your mother since young. After this humble subject married into the Sun family, she married into the Nangong family. However, every year during this humble subject's birthday banquet, she would send her regards over. How long has it been? If there is something, why didn't she say it that day?" "This," Nangong Jingyin said embarrassedly, "Mother said clearly in the message that this humble subject is not allowed to take a look, so this humble subject does not know. Hehe, take it out." The East Sea Empress smiled and said, "Yes." Nangong Jingyin nodded and carefully took out a palm-sized pink jade pendant and respectfully presented it. At this moment, a female official walked out from the nearby clouds. This female official took the jade pendant and looked at it. She then opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of qi, which entered the jade pendant. Rumble. With a soft sound, 4-colored qi surged out from the jade pendant and transformed into a several kai-long subbody. This subbody was an absolute beauty, and she was also wearing palace attire. She looked around and bowed towards the East Sea Empress. "This subject, Sun Yaoxing, greets Celestial Empress. This subject has come to greet Celestial Empress as a Yuan spirit child. This subject seeks Celestial Empress understanding." "Hehe, it's fine." The East Sea Empress waved her hand and smiled. "This is the fragrance-spreading palace. Other than your family's boy, there are no other subjects here. There is no need to be so courteous. Furthermore, this humble subject also knows that if you were to make a trip to the Immortal Palace, you would have to submit a letter of approval first. Your Nangong family also has to go through many formalities, and this humble subject is truly inconvenient. For you to come and see this humble subject as a Yuan spirit child, This humble subject is already very happy. Thank you, Celestial Empress. Nangong Jingyin's mother did not lose her respect because of the Celestial Empress's words. She still carefully replied, "How is Celestial Empress recently?" Sigh, "Not really." The East Sea Empress sighed, "I believe you also know that this humble subject does not feel good in my heart." "Hey, that's right." Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, "Which mother would be unhappy if this matter happened to her? If Yin was imprisoned in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal, this subject will also think of a way to save him. You will think of a way. But this humble subject cannot." The East Sea Empress shook her head and said, "This humble subject is the mother of the world and must be a role model. This matter cannot make things difficult for the immortal emperor." Speaking of this, the East Sea Empress was a little bewildered. She looked at the slightly dimmed sub-body of Nangong Jingyin's mother and asked, "Xing, do you have any important matters? If this humble subject is able to do it, this humble subject will definitely help." "Big sister." Nangong Jingyin's mother revealed a mysterious expression again. She even changed the way she addressed the East Sea Empress. She said softly, "This little sister didn't leave much Yuan spirit in the jade pendant. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. Then, this little sister will make a long story short." Go ahead." The East Sea Empress nodded. "Actually, this little sister didn't come today for my own matters." Nangong Jingyin's mother said, "This little sister heard about the 9th princess's matter and knows that you are feeling terrible, so this little sister wants to help you." "Oh, what does little sister mean?" The East Sea Empress was dazed and was even more confused. "Big sister, what do you think of Yin?" Nangong Jingyin's mother changed the topic and asked. The East Sea Empress glanced at the respectful Nangong Jingyin and replied, "Yin is a good child. Didn't the immortal emperor give him his courtesy name when he was 20 years old? Furthermore, during these years in the immortal palace, he has followed the rules and is the most outstanding among the princes of the 4 great families. Little sister, you are really lucky. Big sister, if our Nangong family and the Sun family are connected by marriage." Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, "Do you think the immortal emperor will spare the 9th princess? Will he let her out to marry Yin?" "Oh." The East Sea Empress was shocked. Her eyes flashed with a complicated expression as her gaze landed on Nangong Jingyin. At this moment, Nangong Jingyin was also shocked and had a trace of shyness on her face. She didn't know where to put her hands and feet. After a while, the East Sea Empress asked, "Little sister, is this your idea or Nangong's?" "Big sister is thinking too much." Nangong Jingyin's mother smiled and said, "Nangong doesn't know about this at all. I didn't even tell Yin. I just want to hear your opinion. If you think it's suitable, I will discuss it with Nangong. Yin doesn't have anything to be picky about." The East Sea Empress said softly, "The Nangong family is also one of the 4 great families. If Nangong comes to propose marriage, the immortal emperor will definitely give face." "Of course." At this point, the East Sea Empress didn't say anything else. In fact, she also understood that the 4 great families wanted to make the immortal emperor a mere figurehead. The immortal emperor had always wanted to find a breakthrough point between the 4 great families and the immortal palace. However, the 4 great families were like one, and the immortal emperor had no chance at all. At this moment, Nangong Jingyin's mother proposed marriage. It sounded like her own idea, but the East Sea Empress didn't believe that Nangong Jingyin's mother didn't discuss it with the Nangong family's family head, Nangong Tianjiao. As for the Nangong family's intention, the East Sea Empress could faintly guess. From the family head's name, Nangong Tianjiao, one could see that Nangong Tianjiao was a prideful person. At this moment, the Nangong family was not only suppressed by the Dongfang and Shimen families, but even the Dark North family, which had always been ranked last, had the strength to compete with the Nangong family. Therefore, if the Nangong family wanted to become the head of the 4 great families, Nangong Tianjiao had to find an external power. The Immortal Palace's military school was his best choice. Of course, when the Nangong family proposed marriage, it was unavoidable that they would hit the East Sea Empress when they were down. However, this was also a sore point for the East Sea Empress, so she had to consider it. On the day of the East Sea Empress' birthday banquet, The immortal emperor invited the Thunder Temple's Vairocana world sovereign and the Great Sage Hall's golden-winged Great Peng Great Sage to discuss the sutra seeking extreme bliss. He also invited them to watch the immortal palace's Heaven's Choice Gathering. The so-called Heaven's Choice Gathering was the battle to choose the Heaven's Heart, because in the previous Heaven's Choice Gathering, the ninth princess Shinshin won, and the immortal palace's half Heaven's Heart was given to her to comprehend. However, in order to save Xiao Hua at the bottom of the Saint River, Princess Shinshin took out half of the Heaven's Heart. That half of the Heaven's Heart fell into Xiao Hua's dantian and couldn't be taken out again. Therefore, in the Heaven's Choice Gathering, Princess Shinshin couldn't take out the only half of the Heaven's Heart. This caused the immortal emperor to lose all his face, and he was furious. Ignoring the East Sea Queen's pleas, he ordered the 3 provinces to bring the new princess to the hidden immortal continent and punish her severely. He also sent more people to find Tian Xin's whereabouts. Chapter 4463. Princess Xin was the youngest daughter of the East Ocean Empress. She had been suppressed in the hidden immortal continent for more than 200 years. How could she not be worried? Seeing that the Nangong family's suggestion had the possibility of saving Princess Xin, she was naturally tempted. She believed that the immortal emperor would make some concessions in order to rope in the Nangong family. 200 years was a severe punishment for Princess Xin. Thus, the East Ocean Empress nodded. Sister, I feel that this matter can be done, but I don't know if Yin is willing. Empress. Nangong Jingyin was a little embarrassed. This subject doesn't have any objections, not to mention, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for the 9th princess. Just the 9th princess's peerless beauty is the ideal partner for me. I'm just afraid I'm not worthy of the 9th princess. As long as you're willing. The East Ocean Empress nodded. We don't know where Xin is being suppressed. How can we discuss with her if we want to save her? Besides, some things can only be done in this way because of parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Since Big Sister agrees, then I'll. Nangong Jingyin's mother's body suddenly dimmed, and her voice couldn't be heard anymore. She disappeared before she finished speaking. That jade pendant naturally fell into the hands of the female official. However, the female official's face was as pale as paper. She looked at the jade pendant in a daze before carefully handing it back to Nangong Jingyin. Yin. The East Ocean Empress changed the way she addressed Nangong Jingyin. Send a message according to what your mother said. Yes, this subject understands. Nangong Jingyin hurriedly bowed. This subject will send a message to the clan. I believe that it won't be long before the Empress will be able to see the 9th princess. Very good. The East Ocean Empress smiled. Your mother is so considerate. I'll remember it. I'll take my leave now. I will send a message to you. Nangong Jingyin bowed, and when she turned around, she couldn't help but smile. When Nangong Jingyin walked out of the fragrance-spreading palace, a woman from before came forward to send him out. The moment he disappeared, the female official couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry out, Empress, Empress, please don't betroth the 9th princess to the Nangong family. Otherwise, even if the 9th princess was rescued, she wouldn't be happy. Perhaps, she would rather be suppressed in the lower realms. Oh! Ha ha ha! The East Ocean Empress was stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said angrily, Damned servant, are you hiding something from me? This female official was naturally the female official of the new princess's palace, ha ha ha. The new princess was suppressed in the lower realms by the 3 provinces of Leitang, so the Emperor Star Palace was temporarily sealed. Ha ha ha, and the other female officials were either guarding the Emperor Star Palace or sent to other palaces. Ha 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 happened to be sent to the fragrance-spreading palace. Today, when she saw that the East Ocean Empress had the intention of betrothing the new princess to Nangong Jingyin, she immediately thought of Xiao Hua. She naturally knew that the new princess was in love with Xiao Hua. Hearing the East Ocean Empress's scolding, Ha Ha Ha's mind spun rapidly. But at this moment, she didn't dare to hide it anymore. She was afraid that the new princess would be depressed for the rest of her life. Thus, Ha 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 carefully probed, Empress, do you still remember how the princess begged you to give her half a day before she was suppressed? I remember. The East Ocean Empress said impatiently. I thought she wanted to deal with je ne sais matter, so I begged the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor only gave her half a day. Damn it, could it be that she... Yes, the princess went to the lower realm to bid farewell to that person. Ha 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 didn't dare to say Xiao Hua's name and said submissively. Damn it, she's actually from the lower realm. The East Ocean Empress was furious. Which family is this person from? Why didn't I know anything about this? He's not a Confucian cultivator. Ha 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 was about to cry. She knew better than anyone that as the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace, how could Xinshin marry a Daoist cultivator? Not a Confucian cultivator? Could it be a monk? Ayo, could it be a demon? The East Ocean Empress was even more surprised. Didn't the little monk that Xinshin befriended in the past attain Nanwu Wisdom Manjushri Buddha fruit? No, it's not monk Ci Hui, it's a Daoist cultivator. Ha 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 squeezed out another sentence. Damn it. This is another trick of that Grand Mist ancestor, right? The East Ocean Empress immediately thought of the Grand Mist ancestor. Ha 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 quickly said, this servant doesn't know, but it shouldn't be. Hurry up and tell me. The East Sea Empress panicked. Her body glowed brightly, and the golden throne shone as brightly as the sun. She had wanted to save her daughter, but she had not expected her daughter to betray the Tao to such an extent. She had actually gotten involved with a Daoist cultivator. Ha 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 had no intention of resisting the East Ocean Empress's power. She told her everything she knew in detail. In the end, she didn't forget to say, this servant pleads with the Empress that the princess and that person are connected by heart. Although she hasn't told that person, but this servant can see that she's always thinking about that person. She's often in a daze with a smile in her eyes. If the Empress marries the princess to the Nangong family, I'm afraid the princess will never be happy. If that's the case, it's better to let her be suppressed in the lower realm. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The East Ocean Empress was furious. Why didn't you say so earlier? Empress, this servant didn't have the princess's permission. How would I dare to say it? Ha 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 argued. Moreover, that person is a Daoist cultivator. If the Empress finds out, won't she beat this servant to death? Aren't you afraid that I'll beat you to death now? The East Ocean Empress sneered. This servant is afraid, but this servant is more afraid that the princess will be sad for the rest of her life. Ha 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 replied hurriedly. Even if this servant is beaten to death by the Empress, I don't want the Empress to hurt the princess's life because of your love for her. Previously you were suppressed because of Gusu Chodi's relationship with a Daoist cultivator. Now, you're really a troublemaker. The East Ocean Empress was so angry that she trembled and almost cursed. This servant doesn't dare. Ha 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 felt wronged. This servant doesn't know how the princess met that person. That person. Who is that person? The East Ocean Empress snapped out of her anger and scolded. Tell me. He. Ha 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 bit her lips and said softly, his name is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. The East Ocean Empress was stunned. She thought for a while and said, this name is familiar. It doesn't seem like, he's a subordinate of the Grand Mist ancestor. The Empress knows Xiao Hua's name. Ha 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 was shocked. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The East Ocean Empress thought and asked, where is this Xiao Hua in the hidden immortal continent? What's his cultivation? How does he know? At this point, the East Ocean Empress stopped. How could Ha 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 know so much about the new princess? This servant doesn't know where Xiao Hua is in the hidden immortal continent. This servant only knows that he should be at the 5th grade Essence Force 200 years ago. Now, he should be at the 6th grade Essence Force. Ha 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 naturally had to flatter Xiao Hua. She did her best to increase Xiao Hua's cultivation. Mph. He is merely a 5th grade origin power. How could he possibly reach 6th grade origin power in 200 years? The East Sea Empress scoffed. However, as she spoke, she suddenly exclaimed in shock, Ayo, I remember now. As she spoke, the East Ocean Empress thought for a while and muttered, he should still be in the Lingyun Palace at this time. As she spoke, the East Ocean Empress raised her hand and patted the golden seat. A piece of gold leaf flew out from the golden seat. The East Ocean Empress said a few words and pointed. The gold leaf fell into the golden seat and disappeared. What does Xiao Hua look like? The East Ocean Empress asked. Ha 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 hesitated for a while and waved her hand. A tricolored cloud flew out and condensed into Xiao Hua's image in the air. He's just an ordinary cultivator. The East Ocean Empress looked and waved her hand, shattering Xiao Hua's image. She said, "Do you know what Xin Xin said to Xiao Hua in the lower realm?" "This servant doesn't know." Ha 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 smiled and said, "The princess only brought this servant along as a companion." "What else do you know?" The East Ocean Empress was a little angry. Ha 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 said, "This servant also knows that Xiao Hua is a rare merciful person. His cultivation is also very profound. In the future, his name will shake the world." There's no need to wait. The East Ocean Empress couldn't help but snort again. "If I'm not wrong, his name will soon shake the world." Ah! Ha 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 was stunned. She looked at the East Ocean Empress in confusion. "Why isn't he here yet?" The East Ocean Empress was a little anxious. She patted the golden seat again and sent out another piece of gold leaf. This time, the East Ocean Empress didn't ask Ha 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 anything. She sat on the golden seat and thought quietly. It seemed like she was planning something. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was still no movement. The East Ocean Empress sent out another piece of gold leaf. Fortunately, another piece of gold leaf flew over. The East Ocean Empress looked at it and ordered, "In a while, the new Sun Palace Great General Sun Cho, who is in charge of the Immortal Palace's defense, will come to visit me. Go and bring him here." "Yes, Empress." Someone outside the palace answered and left. The East Ocean Empress looked at Ha 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 and said, "You can leave first." "Yes." Ha 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 didn't dare to say more and obediently left. Not long after, Sun Jian entered the Hall of Fragrance. He looked at the East Ocean Empress in confusion and bowed. The new Sun Palace Great General Sun Cho greets the East Ocean Empress. My beloved subject, you may rise." The East Ocean Empress pretended to wave her hand, indicating for Sun Jian to rise. She said, "My beloved subject, what brings you here?" Chapter 4464. Sun Jian said respectfully, "I am the newly appointed Great General of the Sun Palace, responsible for the safety of the Immortal Palace. However, I do not know much about the Immortal Palace, so I am here to ask for your guidance." "Oh, the Immortal Emperor has entrusted the heavy responsibility of the Immortal Palace's defense to you. Looks like he has high hopes for you." The East Sea Empress nodded slightly and replied, "If we're talking about the defenses of the Immortal Palace, then that should be the greatest secret of the Immortal Palace." At this point, the East Sea Empress raised her hand and patted the golden chair beneath her. Caw! Several phoenix cries rang out, and dozens of phoenix-shaped inscriptions flew out, covering the entire Hall of Fragrance. When the clouds surged out, the East Sea Empress figure slowly shrank until she turned into an ordinary woman with a kind face. Although the East Sea Empress had a smile on her face and her eyes were filled with concern and anxiety, the elegance she exuded was still unbearable. "Aunt, why did you call the boy over?" Sun Jian smiled and said, "You sent 3 messages in a row, which made Uncle very unhappy. It's up to him whether he's happy or not." The East Sea Empress snorted coldly. "Only he is allowed to uphold the dignity and face of the Immortal Emperor, but not the feelings of husband and wife. Can't I be a little angry?" Sun Jian naturally knew what the East Sea Empress was angry about. He could only comfort her. "Aunt, if it's just about the 9th princess, Uncle did not do anything wrong. After all, he is the Immortal Emperor, and there are 8 other princesses above the 9th princess. Not only does he have to face the Thunder Temple and Great Sage Hall, he also has to answer to the other 8 princesses. If he doesn't punish the 9th princess, how can he lead the Confucian cultivators? Even if he wants to punish her, he doesn't have to be so cruel." The East Sea Empress knew that Sun Jian's words were reasonable. She sighed and said, "Poor Xin Xin. She has been suppressed in the lower realm for more than 200 years. I wonder how she is doing in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal." "Aunt, don't worry." Sun Jian was still comforting her. "The 9th princess controls the Thunder and Thunder provinces. Even if she is imprisoned, The law enforcers will not dare to make things too difficult for her. As long as there is a chance in the future, Uncle will definitely find a chance for the 9th princess to atone for her crimes. The East Sea Empress sneered, he only cares about his throne. Ever since the Heaven's Choice Assembly, he hasn't come to the Hall of Fragrance. Oh right, Jin, you have to keep an eye on the Immortal Emperor for me. I heard that he's been going to the Flower Medicine Palace recently. If there's any movement, you have to inform me as soon as possible. Flower Medicine Palace? Sun Tian was slightly taken aback as he asked curiously, isn't that Fairy Yu? At this point, Sun Jian smiled bitterly. He knew he couldn't continue. Sure enough, the East Sea Empress' face turned cold when she heard Fairy Yu. She said coldly, that's right, it's Fairy Yu. What do you think the Flower Medicine Palace has to do with? Was it worth him going there again and again? Does he think that I won't be able to find him just because he's invisible? Ahem. Sun Tian coughed lightly and said, Auntie, boy understands. Boy will definitely patrol the Flower Medicine Palace diligently in the future and give Uncle some warnings. That's good. The East Sea Empress nodded and said, Auntie didn't raise you in vain. In this immortal palace, you're the only person I care about the most. Auntie, if there's nothing else, boy will take his leave first. Sun Jian smiled and said, boy's enemies haven't discovered the boy's true identity. Boy has to quickly find out who harmed boy. Oh, don't be anxious. The East Sea Empress hurriedly said, Auntie called you over to ask you something. Auntie, please speak. Sun Jian was a little confused. He thought that the East Sea Empress had called him over to keep an eye on the Immortal Emperor. Auntie, do you remember that when you just came back, you said that you fell into the Heaven's Prison with a Dao sect cultivator called Xiao Hua? The East Sea Empress stared at Sun Jian and asked. Yes, why? Sun Jian was even more confused because the East Sea Empress was looking at him strangely. What does that Xiao Hua look like? The East Sea Empress hurriedly asked. When Sun Jian revealed Xiao Hua's appearance in the air, the East Sea Empress' eyes revealed a look of realization. She pondered for a moment and said, in other words, before this Xiao Hua fell into the Heaven's Prison, he was a level 4 or 5 elemental energy. Now, he's a level 8 elemental energy like you? This. Sun Jian was a little hesitant. He didn't talk much about this with the East Sea Empress. However, after thinking for a moment, he answered honestly, reporting to Auntie, Xiao Hua's aptitude is rare in this world. Many of boy's sacred arts were taught by him. Moreover, his current strength should be at level 9 elemental energy. Level 9 elemental energy? Then isn't he a Dao sect Mahayana realm cultivator? The East Sea Empress was shocked, but her eyes revealed a kind of joy. Yes. Sun Jian didn't dare to be too secretive in front of this auntie who was similar to his mother. He said, Xiao Hua's current strength is at least level 9 elemental energy. Good. The East Sea Empress clapped and smiled. Then, she asked, that's right, what's Xiao Hua's character like? Auntie, why are you asking about this? Sun Jian was rather confused. He felt that the East Sea Empress didn't look like an empress at all. She was practically like a matchmaker in the marketplace. Hurry up and tell me. The East Sea Empress asked impatiently. Xiao Hua's character is too good. He has too many good points. Sun Jian thought for a moment and said, boy, it's not good to list them one by one. In any case, it's best to describe him as unparalleled in chivalry and benevolence. Is he really that good? The East Sea Empress couldn't believe it. She asked curiously, Jian, you're not lying to Auntie, right? Why would boy lie to Auntie? Sun Jian said with a smile. Auntie doesn't even know him. There's no need for that boy, right? Then. The East Sea Empress' eyes turned again, and she asked, does he have a dual cultivation partner? Sun Jian was completely stunned. He also looked at the East Sea Empress in disbelief. Auntie, why are you asking this? Ari, it's nothing. The East Sea Empress said with a smile. Auntie just feels that he saved you, and you're Auntie's boy. Auntie is thinking of how to repay him. Our immortal palace has the most female officials. If I introduce one to him, not only can I repay his kindness, I can also recruit a capable person for your uncle. That's why I called you over to ask. Forget it. Sun Jian said with a wave of his hand. Boy hasn't seen Xiao Hua have a dual cultivation partner. However, from what he said, he seems to have someone he likes. However, due to some reasons that he isn't willing to say, they can't be together for the time being. The East Sea Empress' face revealed a benevolent expression. She said with a smile, looks like this Xiao Hua is a good child. Sun Jian said with a smile, spiritual master Xiao has always been good to his own family. Even if it's a stranger, he's still benevolent. However, he's someone who can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. Whenever someone takes him seriously, his temper flares up. Not to mention the ordinary demonic beasts, even the devil race would be eaten alive by him. That's for the best, that's for the best. The East Sea Empress was more and more delighted as she listened. She nodded and said, tell Auntie more about Xiao Hua. Even if Sun Jian was an 8th grade origin energy literature saint, he was still a human. As long as he was a human, he couldn't hide any secrets. Sun Jian was somewhat wary of immortal emperors, afraid that they would provoke Xiao Hua. However, in front of his own aunt, he didn't hide anything. He told her how he met Xiao Hua, how he fell into the heavens prison, and how he cultivated. Of course, Sun Jian didn't go into detail about what happened in the ruins. He only said that it was an experience in the illusion. Illusions tested one's humanity the most. Of course, the East Sea Empress didn't suspect him. Sun Jian also told the East Sea Empress about what happened in the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. He was afraid that the Immortal Palace really had something going on with the Fortune Gate. He wanted to rely on the East Sea Empress to deal with the Immortal Emperor. Sun Jian spoke for almost an hour before he bid farewell and left. After Sun Jian left, the East Sea Empress sat on the golden throne and pondered for a long time. Then, her expression changed. The joy on her face turned into coldness. She said in a low voice, escort Bayan to the palace. Yes, Empress. The female general outside the Hall of Fragrance immediately answered. In just a moment, Bayan was brought in. Bayan's face was pale. She had only left the Hall of Fragrance for an hour, and now she was being escorted by a female general. She was terrified. Bayan. The East Sea Empress looked coldly at Bayan and said, as female officials of the Emperor Star Palace, you knew that the 9th princess's actions were wrong. Not only did you not remind her, you even hid it for her. Now that the 9th princess has been severely punished, you can't escape punishment either. Seeing that you have worked hard and that you have just been punished, I will not let the 3 provinces imprison you in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. I will only banish you to the lower realm. Do you accept this? When Bayan heard this, she couldn't help but tremble. She opened her mouth to explain, but the East Sea Empress didn't mention any other mistakes. She only said that she hid it and didn't punish her too severely. She was only removed from her position as an immortal official and banished to the lower realm. She really had nothing to explain. After thinking for a moment, Bayan lowered her head and said, I accept. At this point, Bayan looked up and said, however, I ask that Empress reconsider what I said earlier. Don't let the 9th princess regret it for the rest of her life. Chimpage. The East Sea Empress snorted. You don't need to worry about my matters. Just worry about yourself. I understand. Bayan lowered her head, not daring to say more. Take her out. The East Sea Empress ordered. The female generals beside her immediately rushed forward, took Bayan, and pushed her out. Rainbow Phoenix. After the female generals left, the East Sea Empress asked again, which part of the hidden immortal continent is the most chaotic right now? Empress. The Rainbow Phoenix general hurriedly replied, right now, the 9 states of the hidden immortal continent are suffering from famine and war. I can't say which part is the most chaotic. Oh. The East Sea Empress glanced at the Rainbow Phoenix general and said calmly, just now, the new Great General of the Sun Palace, Sun Cho, said that the Great General of the Lunar Temple has already gone to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range to suppress the remnants of the Tao sect. Yes, that's it. Banish Bayan to the Soaring Dragon Mountain range. Chapter 4465. Empress. General Colored Phoenix was shocked and hurriedly said, Although Dao Wu has some strength, she is a woman after all. If she is banished to the soaring dragon mountain range, I'm afraid she will be in danger. Empress, please show mercy and spare Dao Wu. Damn it. The East Sea Empress was furious. I've already made a decision and you dare to disobey? Do you want to be banished to the lower realm too? I don't dare. General Colored Phoenix did not dare to say more. She lowered her head and followed the order. She directed the female general of Fragrance Hall to escort Dao Wu and urged the clouds to fly out of the magnificent mountain range. Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua. The East Sea Empress sat on the golden chair with a mysterious smile on her face. She thought to herself, I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that Princess Xin Xin was suppressed in the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal of the hidden immortal continent. He also did not know that the East Sea Empress was trying her best to scheme against him in order to save her daughter. At this moment, he was flying to the Chidi River with Shuji and Fairy Xingyu. These three Dao sect cultivators could now be regarded as the supreme cultivators of the Dao sect in the three continents. However, they did not use any special magic. They just moved their bodies and flew high in the sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The speed of the three was not fast but not too slow either. Seeing the constantly changing scenery and the changes in the sky, Xiao Hua naturally would not give up the opportunity to ask the two immortals for advice. Whether it was the questions he had during cultivation or his own guesses, he told them all. Xiao Hua had a good impression of Xiao Hua. He did not have much time to give him pointers during their previous meetings. Now that he had free time and wanted to borrow Xiao Hua's power, Shuji answered all of Xiao Hua's questions. Looking at Fairy Xingyu, at first, she just pursed her lips and smiled. From time to time, she would mock Shuji, saying that he wanted to take in a disciple before leaving the three continents. However, a few days later, as Xiao Hua's questions became more and more profound, Fairy Xingyu could not help but speak. Fairy Xingyu's cultivation was not as high as Shuji's, but she was the law envoy of the Palace of Justice. She knew many secrets of the immortal world and had seen many immortal cultivation techniques. Sometimes, Fairy Xingyu could answer Shuji's questions very well. Of course, occasionally, there would be questions that the two immortals couldn't answer, causing them to argue. As they argued, the two immortals looked at each other. After all, Shuji and Fairy Xingyu were immortals from the immortal world, while Xiao Hua was only a Mahayana cultivator from the three continents. If Shuji and Fairy Xingyu's cultivation was a lake, then Xiao Hua was just a small puddle. However, when faced with Xiao Hua's question, Shuji and Fairy Xingyu felt that Xiao Hua was no longer a small puddle. He might also be a lake. However, the lake might be smaller than them, but there were many waterways in the lake, and the waterways led to the boundless sea. Xiao Hua was currently cruising around the edge of the lake, bitterly looking for the waterway that led to the sea. As long as Xiao Hua found the direction that led to the boundless sea, regardless of the size of the waterway, it would not be able to stop his cultivation from growing like a hot knife through butter. At this point, Shuji and Fairy Xingyu no longer doubted that Xiao Hua could ascend. The only thing they wanted to know was what level Xiao Hua would be when he ascended to the immortal world. However, they also guarded the secret of the immortal world and did not dare to reveal it. The only thing they could do was explain the profound meaning of cultivation to Xiao Hua without reservation. After Xiao Hua ascended to the immortal world, they could draw him into their sphere of influence. Of course, there was still a difference between Shuji and Fairy Xingyu. Shuji did not reveal his own selfish motives. He only tried his best to tell Xiao Hua about the gains and losses of his cultivation. On the other hand, Fairy Xingyu often revealed some of the benefits of the Palace of Justice. Xiao Hua was not in the mood to think too much. He only knew that he was now taking an immortal as his teacher. Every word from the two immortals was like a bright star in the sky, illuminating his cultivation path. He had long been immersed in an intoxicated state that was even more intense than ascension. Alas! Until one day, Fairy Xingyu sighed. Xiao Hua, your cultivation path is no longer difficult. All you need is time. From now on, even if you don't cultivate and sleep every day and night, your strength will slowly increase until the laws of the three continents can no longer tolerate you. They will wake you up and kick you directly to the immortal world. As for the tribulation, I can see it even with my eyes closed. How could the thunderbolt technique taught by the punishment envoy of the Palace of Justice not be able to withstand the thunder tribulation of ascension? If it weren't for the fact that entering the immortal world is a big crime, I would almost want to take you back to the immortal world. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with starlight. Wisps of mystery swam in the starlight like chains. He raised his head in a daze. His thoughts had not awakened from the experience that should not exist in the 3 continents. He did not hear Fairy Xingyu's words at all. Don't listen to her nonsense, Shuji said with a smile. No one knows what the result will be until the last step. Although I am the punishment envoy of the Punishment Palace and sometimes control the Thunder Tribulation, the Thunder Tribulation is the will of heaven and earth. Even an immortal cannot know the profound meaning of the Thunder Tribulation. Although you have cultivated the Thunderbolt technique, there is still a long way to go before you can resist the Thunder Tribulation. Well, if you still have time, you can experience the Fury of Thunder in Mo Yun Tong. The Fury of Thunder is the thunder cultivation technique practiced by the punishment envoys of the immortal world. It is said that it was created a long time ago when the punishment celestial lord comprehended the Thunder Tribulation and refined the immortal slaying stage. Of course, the Fury of Thunder is still different from the Thunder Tribulation. It can only help you understand the Thunder Tribulation a little more. Ha ha! Fairy Xingyu covered her mouth and laughed. Shuji, didn't you say that you can't reveal the secrets of the immortal world? Why, did you tell Xiao Hua what cultivation technique the punishment envoys practice? It doesn't matter. Shuji glanced at Fairy Xingyu with a rare trace of warmth in his eyes. He replied, immortals are also humans. How can they not have feelings? For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, even if I have to risk being punished, I want him to enter the immortal world as soon as possible. If Xiao Hua enters the immortal world, you can't snatch him from me. Fairy Xingyu pouted. Although he has already cultivated the thunderbolt technique, Shuji smiled but didn't say anything. Fairy Xingyu hurriedly said to Xiao Hua, many of the cultivation methods I gave you are for the Master of Law of the Palace of Law to cultivate. For example, the light and cloud light technique, the swift and lightning technique. Thank you, seniors. Xiao Hua blinked and the strange phenomenon around him disappeared. He bowed and said, in the past few months, I have gained too much. To put it bluntly, this junior has been cultivating for such a long time, but there has never been a professor who has been so kind to me. This junior's heart is filled with gratitude. You don't have to be so polite, Fairy Xingyu said with a smile. When you go to the immortal world in the future, just listen to me. Shuji said seriously, Xiao Hua, your aptitude is extraordinary, and we like you very much. But it is not your aptitude that makes me want to teach you. It is your mind and temperament. Not every cultivator of the Dao sect can take the dignity of ordinary people to heart, and they don't care about the life and death of the people in the world. You let Zhai Xinglu and the Luoyi Merchant Union broadcast good seeds on the hidden immortal continent, and let the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain range plant good seeds. The food you cultivated in the original Fiend God blood pool alone has saved countless people in the secular world. In today's hidden immortal continent, the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect may not know who Daoist Xiao is, but ordinary people in the secular world know. Of course, they may not know that Daoist Xiao is Xiao Hua, but they really put Daoist Xiao in their hearts and are grateful to him. With this kindness, I can't not teach you what I have learned. Speaking of this, Shuji raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance, intentionally or unintentionally, and said, of course, I am just an ordinary law enforcer of the Punishment Palace. My cultivation may be higher than yours now, but in the future, I absolutely believe that you will be stronger than me. I only hope that no matter when and where you are in the future, you will not forget how good Fairy Xingyu and I are to you today. Also, don't forget, the root of these good things. Don't forget your original heart and the justice you pursue. Boom. It was unknown whether it was because Shuji's words came from the bottom of his heart and caused Xiao Hua to feel the same way, or because Xiao Hua had been comprehending an extremely profound cultivation technique for the past few months and it had triggered his memories. As Shuji's voice fell, Xiao Hua's mind rumbled, and then many scenes gushed out from who knows where, a grave mound, a skinny child, a strict father, and a few deafening words of reprimand. Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is relatively poor, and you left early. In the past 5 years, I know that your life has been more difficult and dangerous. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father and didn't teach you well. This isn't your fault. It's all my fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. As they say, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember that we must repay the kindness of the Misty School. Alas, last night, you talked about human nature in the Li family. Your father didn't know much about it. At that time, he didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may make sense, but I feel that although we can't be on guard against others, we shouldn't think too badly of others. I also know that the people in the martial arts world are sometimes very scheming, but justice lies in the hearts of people. Even if there is no heart, God is watching. Also, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero who is loved and respected by others. I just want you to become a righteous person who can face everyone with a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart. These words seemed to be very far away, but Xiaohua felt as if they were right in his ears. Tears welled up in Xiaohua's eyes as a sense of homesickness inundated him. Father, grandmother, mother, are you all right? A grand ascension stage human, the center of attention of countless people, had finally found a trace of his lost memories in this faraway land. Chapter 4466. That's right. All law enforcers must have justice in their hearts. They must face all living things in the immortal world with a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart. Only in this way can they face the thunder tribulation and their own immortal slaying stage with a pure heart. When Xiaohua's memories gushed out, he was extremely emotional. Wherever his thoughts reached, the immortal slaying stage in the space released faint lightning. This lightning killed all things and also gave birth to all things. In the midst of life and death, a suction force that made Xiaohua's mind feel extremely close was born. Xiaohua didn't need to think too much. His mind had already fallen into the space. In the space, the immortal slaying stage that had been flashing with lightning along with Xiaohua's comprehension of the thunder art, at this moment, seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, it released a dazzling brilliance, like a thunder flower in full bloom. Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but turn into a stream of light and fall into this thunder flower. Xiaohua's emotions were slightly shaken, and ring-shaped thunderbolts immediately appeared around his body. Crack, crack, crack. They rushed out in all directions. Shuji and Fairy Xingyu were stunned. Just as they were about to activate their Dharma power to resist, they saw the weakness in Xiaohua's eyes. Their hearts skipped a beat. The two of them looked at each other. With a flash of their bodies, they went far away, leaving the thunderbolts swimming around Xiaohua and flashing wantonly. Shuji. Fairy Xingyu saw Xiaohua's figure looming in the thunderbolt, as if his whole person had turned into a thunderbolt. Her heart was filled with surprise as she whispered, I can't understand Xiaohua anymore. That's right. Shuji also whispered, especially now. Back then, I saw Celestial Venerable Master of Laws personally make a move. Fairy Xingyu nodded and said, in my memory, that palm was like the entire heavenly Tao appearing in front of my eyes. I feel that, even if I cultivate for another 100,000 years, I won't be able to compare to a grain in the Celestial Venerable's hand. Although Xiaohua's strength is not as strong as ours, from the thunder he turned into, I actually saw that kind of vague feeling, a feeling of the heavenly Tao overflowing. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a Celestial Venerable? Sure. Although Shuji knew that he was talking to Fairy Xingyu, he hurriedly stopped her from guessing. Xiaohua is Xiaohua. A Celestial Venerable is a Celestial Venerable. Even if it's an immortal king, it has nothing to do with us. We formed a relationship with Xiaohua in the 3 continents, but now that we've arrived at the Celestial Realm, I really don't know if this is fate or not. Let's just do what we need to do. Don't say too much. Fate. Fairy Xingyu's eyes were also watery. She raised her hand to hold Shuji's arm, tilted her head slightly to Shuji's shoulder, and whispered, "I'm really grateful to the heavens. If it weren't for this fate, my soul would have been destroyed long ago." Well. Shuji's body stiffened slightly, and he slowly withdrew his arm. He forced a smile on his face and said, "Actually, as long as it's an immortal from the immortal realm, if they encounter such a situation, anyone would help me." "How boring." Fairy Xingyue snorted coldly. "Not as interesting as Xiao Hua." Sigh. Shuji sighed and shook his head slightly. However, after a while, Fairy Xingyue smiled again and whispered, "Shuji, you've never told me about your hometown. Since you've told me, tell me more about it." Shuji looked at Xiao Hua's figure flickering in and out of the lightning. This figure was sometimes in human form, sometimes in the form of lightning, and sometimes even in the form of a heart. Shuji could feel the familiar aura of thunderous fury emerging from the core of this heart. Shuji suppressed the surprise in his heart and didn't dare to disturb Xiao Hua too much. He flew another 100 kilometers and released his divine sense. While guarding Xiao Hua, he said, "My memories of my hometown have faded, but there are many interesting things that happened there. I remember when I was young." Fairy Xingyue cupped her cheeks with both hands and stared at Shuji with a smile on her face. Weren't the memories that Shuji was talking about her memories as well? She didn't know how long it had been since a man had been so patient and talked so tirelessly. He opened up the memories of time bit by bit, and gradually filled the cracks in her heart with love. Love was never an expression of ordinary people. The demon clan, cultivators, and immortals, no matter how long they had been cultivating, when love came, they had no power to resist. Because love was destined. It was irresistible and inexplicable. More than a month had passed, and the cold wind was gradually blowing. Shuji frowned and looked at the flashing lightning in the distance. At this time, the lightning was different from before. The unruly and arrogant feeling was gradually gone, and the anger contained within was gradually born. Similarly, Xiao Hua's figure had completely turned into a thunderbolt, but this thunderbolt was condensed into the shape of a heart. Shuji. Fairy Xingyue was also a little impatient. She secretly whispered, "It seems that the time for the Star Moon Palace to appear is coming. Why don't we wake Xiao Hua up?" "No." Shuji spoke resolutely and decisively. "Even I've only encountered the lightning transformation stage twice in the immortal dimension. Xiao Hua has just come into contact with the fury of thunder, and he can have such a realization. His future thunder cultivation technique is limitless. We'll go there ourselves. There's no need to wake him up." "But..." Fairy Xingyue was puzzled. "Didn't your divination say that he is your hope? The mystery of opportunities is not something that can be understood by divination." Shuji replied faintly, "If I ruin Xiao Hua's opportunity for the sake of my opportunity, this opportunity, I'd rather not have it." "Okay." Fairy Xingyue bit her lip and said, "I'll listen to you. You go first." Shuji glanced at Xiao Hua, as if he was worried. Fairy Xingyue stamped her feet in midair and said reproachfully, "You're so scheming. I didn't think of waking Xiao Hua up." With that, Fairy Xingyue moved her body and left, taking advantage of the north wind. Shuji thought for a while and set up a few simple restrictions. His body flashed with a blue watery light and disappeared in midair. However, just as the two of them flew 1,000 miles away, an earth-shattering sound of thunder came from behind them. Shuji and Fairy Xingyue hurriedly stopped. Without releasing their divine senses, they saw that in the distant sky, a bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky like a jade pillar. In that bolt of lightning, Xiao Hua's godlike figure appeared. Looking at the space above Xiao Hua's head that had been torn apart by the lightning, layers of shadows fell. That shadow was like an inkstone, but also like a tombstone, exuding a kind of silence and desolation. Immortal. Immortal slaying stage? No, this is the sound of thunder from the fury of thunder. Shuji could not help but exclaim, "Is Xiao Hua really a genius? He can comprehend the sound of thunder just by relying on the catalogue of the immortal slaying stage that I gave him?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. As they spoke, an inexplicable sound rushed to them. Wherever this sound passed, not only did the ancient trees and withered grass on the ground turn into powder, but even the rocks and gravel on the surface of the ground were shattered. Whirlpools appeared on the water surface. Even the two immortals felt as if they were being whipped by thousands of whips. Fairy Xingyue said with a wry smile, I also want to deny it, but he doesn't have the aura of the immortal slaying stage on him. He can't cultivate the fury of thunder with the help of the immortal slaying stage. While the two of them were overestimating Xiao Hua's divine senses swept over. In just a moment, Xiao Hua's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and he asked curiously, Seniors, why didn't you wait for me? Fairy Xingyue rolled her eyes at him and said, we didn't dare to wait any longer. If we waited any longer, you would have become a celestial master. Sorry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I haven't been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. It's rare for me to be in closed-door cultivation today. I've kept you waiting. Oh. Fairy Xingyue hit the nail on the head and exposed Xiao Hua's lie. Haven't you been in closed-door cultivation in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years? How can you say that you haven't been in closed-door cultivation? Ouch. Xiao Hua touched his nose, as if he suddenly remembered something. He said anxiously, by the way, I remember something. What is it? Shuji asked. Seniors, do you know where the water origin is in the 3 continents? Xiao Hua didn't intend to know the answer. He just wanted to change the topic. It was not beyond his expectations. Not only Shuji, but Fairy Xingyue also showed a wry smile and said, do you think the water origin is innate heavy water? I've cultivated for so long, but I've never seen the water origin. If you know where it is, please let me know in advance. I also want to watch the fun and broaden my horizons. Shuji nodded and said, Xingyue is right. The origin is too rare. When a realm is born, the origin of the 5 elements will exist. However, as time passes, the origin will either dissipate in the realm or be obtained by others. I don't know how long the 3 continents have existed. They must have been obtained long ago, right? Moreover, not to mention with your cultivation, even with our strength, it would be useless to obtain this origin source item, unless a heavenly venerable or immortal king. At this point, Shuji stopped talking. He looked into the distance and said, let's hurry. It's getting late. I'm sure the disciples of Zhai Xinglu are waiting anxiously. Alright. Xiao Hua successfully changed the topic. Although there was regret on his face, he didn't care. Let's go. Fairy Xingyue turned into the wind. Shuji and Xiao Hua were like lightning, flying into the distance. In less than 10 days, there were more and more crimson rocks around the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Sometimes, the crimson rocks almost covered the entire mountain range. Xiao Hua understood that they were about to reach the Chidi River. On this day, the sky had just brightened. The pale sun peeked out from the horizon. Fairy Xingyue's floating figure slowly slowed down. She raised her hand and pointed at a place that was almost invisible to the naked eye. We've reached Zhai Xinglu. It seems that Xingyue Palace hasn't appeared yet. Let's go to Zhai Xinglu to rest first. Chapter 4467. As her fingers moved, Fairy Xingyu's face gradually changed, finally turning into the appearance of a graceful woman. Xiao Hua glanced at it and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is this your original appearance? Fairy Xingyu smiled and said, why? Are you reluctant to part with Princess Baihua? No. Xiao Hua stole a glance at Shuji and replied, Junior is just curious and casually asking, then what do you think? Fairy Xingyu had no intention of answering Xiao Hua at all. Xiao Hua shrugged, indicating that he couldn't guess. Shuji said indifferently, neither Xingyue nor I have our original appearances. Our appearances can't be revealed on the 3 continents. What you see is an illusion. Alright, this junior understands. Seeing that Shuji's appearance had also changed, Xiao Hua tactfully shut his mouth. While they were talking, several divine senses and clear eyes swept over. When they landed on the 3 of them, they retracted their gazes happily. After a short while, a dozen or so Confucian martial grandmasters around the 7th grade of origin energy flew over. They were either dressed in Confucian robes or armor. When these martial grandmasters saw Fairy Xingyu, they bowed respectfully and said, Subordinate greets Palace Master. En. Fairy Xingyu nodded and waved her hand to signal them to get up. She raised her hand and pointed at Shu Ji and Xiao Hua, saying, "These are my good friends, Senior Shu and Spiritual Master Xiao. When you see them, it's like seeing me." Yes. The dozen or so Confucian cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed to the two ninth-level cultivators, saying, "Greetings, Senior Shu and Spiritual Master Xiao." However, when the three words Spiritual Master Xiao came out, several Confucian cultivators came to their senses and exclaimed, "Spiritual Master Xiao? Xiao Hua? Spiritual Master Xiao of the Fortune Gate?" Xiao Hua touched his nose, regretting that he didn't disguise himself. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it's me. It's really Spiritual Master Xiao. It's really Spiritual Master Xiao." At this time, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators were all excited. Junior thought that Spiritual Master Xiao had returned to the hidden immortal continent. "I really didn't expect to see Senior here." Fairy Xingyu looked at Shu Ji, who was somewhat neglected, and asked, "What's wrong? Is Spiritual Master Xiao very famous now?" "That's right, Palace Master. Don't you know?" A Confucian cultivator nodded vigorously. "Right now, one demon and one human are in the limelight in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. One of them is the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, who has just become a 7-star great saint. This great saint of the demonic race is the first great saint of the Great Holy Temple, and he was the one who facilitated the 7 saints to become sworn brothers. Although this great saint doesn't have any power of his own within the Thousand Demonic sacred realm, when he entered the Great Holy Temple, he attracted the congratulations of tens of thousands of stars. Who knows how many demonic races have benefited from this?" Another Confucian cultivator continued, "And this person is naturally the Fortune Gate's Daoist Xiao. It is said that Daoist Xiao fought the 3 great saints of the demonic race, the golden-winged Great Roc, the 5-colored Sea Godshell, and the flying feather void beast alone in Bai Qingyu. He even commanded hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples to massacre Bai Qingyu, flattening the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain. If it weren't for the heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, Daoist Xiao and the 3 great saints of the demonic race would have turned hostility into friendship, and I'm afraid that another great saint of the demonic race would have fallen. It seems, it's not that complicated." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, another Confucian cultivator shouted, "Not only that, Daoist Xiao was very angry because his good friend was suppressed in Bai Qingyu. When he ordered the Fortune Gate's disciples to return to the hidden immortal continent, they were to kill the demonic race along the way. They must walk a bloody path. And the Fortune Gate's disciples did exactly that, steadily advancing from Bai Qingyu to the North Sea and East Sea. Wherever they passed, rivers of blood flowed, and many demonic races were killed. This is purely a rumor." Another Confucian cultivator hurriedly refuted, "The information I received is not like this. The Fortune Gate's disciples did not kill too many demonic races, they only killed the demonic races that blocked their path. As long as there was no resistance, they never made a move. There are some problems with the information you received." Another Confucian cultivator with a slightly shorter stature shouted, his scarlet-red face showing a layer of agitation. "Wherever the Fortune Gate's disciples went, all the demonic races in the Thousand Demonic sacred territory trembled in fear. None of them dared to show their prowess. Of course, according to this old man's knowledge, there are close to 400 to 500 demonic races and 37 demonic kings in the 37 demonic territories near the North Sea, and they are urgently discussing how to stop the Fortune Gate's disciples. However, because Daoist Xiao had issued an order when the Fortune Gate's disciples set out, they were to kill anyone who stood in their way. Therefore, these demonic kings did not dare to act blindly without thinking, and they are currently seeking help from the Great Sage Hall. Damn it, this is so satisfying." At this point, the Confucian cultivator bowed deeply to Xiao Hua and said, "Daoist Xiao, Junior Zhu Hong is in charge of the star-picking tower in the Thousand Demonic sacred territory. Although Junior has not been humiliated in the Thousand Demonic sacred territory, in this demonic territory where humans are inferior to dogs, I have seen all the humiliation the demonic races have done to our human race. Junior has never been so happy as today. Daoist Xiao is the pride of our human race, the leader of our human race. Daoist Xiao, although your reputation is like the sun in the midday sky in the Thousand Demonic sacred territory, and this news has not been approved by the palace master, we dare not leak it. Even in the star-picking tower, not many people know about it. But rest assured, your reputation is like rolling thunder. Before long, before the Fortune Gate's disciples set foot on the hidden immortal continent, your name will be known throughout the world. Seeing that the Confucian cultivators were so excited that they ignored her and were about to crowd around Xiao Hua, Fairy Xingyu's face turned sullen, and she said angrily, Xiao Hua, you. I treated you as a relative in vain. You caused such a big commotion in the 1,000 demonic sacred territory, and you didn't even tell me. Xiao Hua was speechless, and he argued, Senior, it's not that Junior didn't want to tell you. But this matter of fighting and killing really spoils the mood. Moreover, no matter how big of a commotion Junior caused, isn't it not as powerful as Senior's Xingyu? Senior, look at your subordinates. Which one of them isn't an all-powerful figure? Which one of them isn't capable of doing earth-shattering things? It's just that they can't act casually for the sake of Xingyu's development. Junior didn't have such scruples and dared to act. Mitch, your mouth is smeared with honey. Fairy Xingyu curled her lips in disdain, but her face was smiling like a flower. Shuji frowned and asked, I forgot to ask you. Who is that little white dragon whose soul is similar to yours? Oh, his name is Xiao Bai. His original body was a giant python. Later on, he cultivated into a python dragon, and his physical body was destroyed. His primordial spirit cultivated with Junior, and after he took over Junior's body, it was somewhat similar to Junior's. The ancient Bell Mountain's Demon King coveted Junior's Fortune Gate, and the seven-colored sea godshell also had some matters to discuss with Junior, so they took Xiao Bai as Junior and captured him. Xiao Hua concisely explained the cause of the matter, but when Shuji heard Xiao Hua mention the seven-colored sea godshell, a look of shock appeared on his face. He raised his hand and said, It's not too late to talk about this in the star-picking tower. Yes, Senior. Xiao Hua hurriedly shut up. Let's go. Fairy Xingyu ordered and flew to the front. Shuji naturally ignored the Confucian cultivators and followed behind. Xiao Hua was about to follow when he saw the dozens of Confucian cultivators looking at him eagerly. He thought for a moment, slowed down, and raised his hand. Fellow immortals, let's go together. Yes, Senior. Zhu Hong was overjoyed and flew over first. A few other Confucian cultivators hurriedly followed, and the rest flew at the back with smiles on their faces. Those who surrounded Xiao Hua were basically generals in armor. They were straightforward, and Xiao Hua's massacre of Bai Qingyu was very satisfying and greatly boosted the morale of the human race. They admired Xiao Hua greatly, and some of them became familiar with Xiao Hua in less than half a cup of tea. Seeing that Xiao Hua was not arrogant and was also Fairy Xingyu's relative, they soon talked about everything. Xiao Hua had always been curious about this mysterious Xingyu. It seemed that Xingyu's tentacles were spread all over the 3 continents. Not to mention anything else, even Fairy Xingyu and Shuji didn't know that Xiao Hua massacred Bai Qingyu and led the troops south. But Xingyu had already received the news, and most of the news was true, which made Xiao Hua really admire her. Yingpo and Xiong Yi could be considered outstanding in this regard, but the Fortune Gate and the Continuous Merchant Union were far inferior to Xingyu. Therefore, Xiao Hua himself also became acquainted with these Confucian cultivators. Looking at the mountain-like pavilion in front of him, Xiao Hua had already chatted a lot with these generals. Xiao Hua already knew that these dozens of Confucian cultivators were the masters of the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. They had gathered here because Fairy Xingyu had closed the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. It was also because they had made great contributions to Xingyu that Fairy Xingyu allowed them to enter the Star Moon Palace. Of course, these masters were puzzled by Fairy Xingyu's decision to close the star-picking tower. This was because the star-picking tower in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm was different from the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. There were many demon races in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm who were willing to trade with the star-picking tower in exchange for what they wanted. Similarly, the star-picking tower could also obtain demon fruits, demon herbs, and other things that the human race couldn't normally obtain from the demon races. It could be said that the star-picking tower's profits in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm were more than those of the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. Xiao Hua naturally understood Fairy Xingyu's plan. If the Star Moon Palace was as Shuji had divined, it would be her and Shuji's last chance. Moreover, it would also be her most confident chance. Therefore, Fairy Xingyu had to wrap things up well. Although the Star Moon Palace was huge, it might not have any supreme cultivators. At most, it might have some 9th grade Essence Force worshippers. If there were no supreme cultivators protecting it in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, the star-picking tower would definitely be targeted by the demon race. If one of the many star-picking towers was invaded by the demon race, then there would be a snowball effect. Not only all the star-picking towers in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, but even the star-picking towers in the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss would also be affected. Fairy Xingyu wouldn't let the star-picking tower fall to such a state. Therefore, she had made such a plan. Chapter 4468. Xiao Hua didn't think too much about it before, but when he saw how dejected these tower masters were, it was obvious that they didn't want to give up on their previous efforts. Of course, he couldn't tell these tower masters about Fairy Xingyu's plans, so he asked about the secrets of the 3 continents and the situation of the Dao sects. Xiao Hua's questions didn't involve Fairy Xingyu, so these tower masters didn't have any scruples and answered with a smile. In the end, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly asked, "By the way, I met a fellow immortal called Zhu Qing in the Bronze Pillar Nation star-picking tower. Do you know where he is now?" "Ioro, I got it." A slightly powdery Confucian cultivator next to Zhu Hong slapped his forehead and shouted, "I'm Zhu Qing's good friend." Zhu Qing once said that he met an extremely interesting Dao cultivator in the Bronze Pillar Nation, and he admired this cultivator a lot. He said that this cultivator was only at the 3rd or 4th stage of Essence Qi, but he needed a rare benevolent heart and filled the book of heroes of our star-picking tower. I really didn't expect that this Dao cultivator was Daoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua looked at the Confucian cultivator's coquettish appearance and his slightly pinched fingers, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and asked, "Where is fellow immortal Zhu Qing now? I also want to ask him if his book of heroes is filled." "I'll let you know, Daoist Master Xiao." The Confucian cultivator smiled and replied, "Although Zhu Qing isn't a tower master and his strength is average, he has made a lot of contributions to our star-picking tower. Now, he has received the Palace Lord's favor and has been escorted to the star-picking tower. Haha, very good." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. He also understood that the so-called contribution should be the body of Princess Baihua. However, it was also because of Zhu Qing that Princess Baihua didn't die in the countryside. This drinking and pecking was really wonderful. While they were talking, the star-picking tower of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was already in sight. This star-picking tower was different from the one Xiao Hua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was in the shape of a tower. This pagoda was different from the ordinary pagodas of the Buddhist sects. It was very fat and large. Just from afar, it looked like a square. The tower-shaped Zhai Xinglu was divided into more than 10 levels. Each level had a different color, and each level was slowly rotating. Because of the different speeds and angles of the rotation, the light and shadow of the entire Zhai Xinglu was constantly changing. Sometimes it was flames, sometimes it was colorful lotuses, sometimes it was flower buds. This light and shadow was really dazzling in the cold red mountain range. "Xiao Hua, this is Star-Picking Tower's jade pendant." Fairy Xingyue, who had been flying in front, suddenly raised her hand and a stream of light flew over. She said, "Take this jade pendant and you can freely enter all the pavilions in Star-Picking Tower." "Okay." Xiao Hua didn't mind and casually took it. The group of Confucian cultivators next to him raised their eyebrows and showed surprise in their eyes. However, this surprise disappeared in a flash and they didn't even exchange glances with each other. Boom! Just as Fairy Xingyue finished speaking, a layer of fiery starry flames suddenly appeared in front of her and Shu Ji. This starry flame completely enveloped the space within a few miles. A wave of air mixed with cold ice immediately emerged from the void. Moreover, amidst the biting cold wind, the power of the stars and moon fell out of thin air. A chilling intent spread all over the place. He. Xiao Hua, what do you think of my waning moon chilling star array? Fairy Xingyue asked with a smile, ignoring the starry flames that had descended. She turned her head to look at Xiao Hua contentedly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua almost fell from the sky. He had been surprised when he saw the starry flames appear. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Fairy Xingyue to trigger a large array outside his Jai Xinglu. Now that he heard Fairy Xingyue's words, he understood that Shuji had praised the capital star array of Blackwind Ridge very much. Xiao Hua had replied with a little self-satisfaction, and Fairy Xingyue had remembered it. She was actually showing off here. Elder sister. Xiao Hua held his forehead with one hand and said, You are the master of Xingyue. How can I compare myself to you? My large array can only resist cultivators of the 4th grade of origin energy, but your large array can resist great demons and demon kings of the 7th or 8th grade of origin energy. This waning star chilling moon great array is far from being comparable to my Fortune Gates capital star array. He. Fairy Xingyue flicked her sleeve, and a brilliance like the stars gushed out and landed on the starry flames. The starry flames slowly extinguished and disappeared into the void. Then, Fairy Xingyue moved her body again. Just as she was about to move, Shu Ji, who was beside her, said indifferently, although the waning moon chilling star array is sharp, it's much weaker than the capital star array. Fairy Xingyue's body also stagnated and fell a few feet before she flew up again. She turned her frosty face and stared at Shu Ji, saying, Shu Ji, will you die if you say something nice? After saying that, she ignored Shu Ji and turned into a ray of starlight, disappearing instantly. Shu Ji's expression did not change. He looked at Fairy Xingyue's back and moved his body. However, as soon as he moved, hundreds of meteor phantoms appeared from all directions, sealing off the area within 1,000 feet of Shu Ji. Moreover, the space within this 1,000 feet swayed as if it was being blown by the wind. The meteors seemed to be dragging their tails as they struck Shu Ji. Boring. Shu Ji spat out 2 words indifferently. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger at the void. Layers of water-blue lightning surged out like a fountain, rushing in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Catcher! Amidst the crackling sounds, all of the meteors were shattered and turned into nothingness. Then, Shu Ji's body flew slowly and landed on the top floor of Jai Xinglu in the distance. Sigh. Xiao Hua shook his head helplessly behind the two of them. He secretly cursed, damn it, he's an immortal who knows how old he is, yet is still involved in these romantic affairs. It's really nauseating. Senior Shu, you obviously have some feelings for Fairy Xingyue. Why didn't you make it clear? When you appeared as Do Shanjun back then, weren't you also extremely handsome? Didn't those women from the Bronze Pillar Nation go crazy for you? Could it be that the real Fairy Xingyue doesn't dare to confess? Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua came to a realization. According to Fairy Xingyue, Punisher Heavenly Venerate doesn't seem to get along well with Ruler Heavenly Venerate. If the two of them develop feelings for each other, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Damn it, it's really uncomfortable to be an immortal. Xiao Hua flew back to the place where Shu Ji had shattered the waning moon chilling star array. The aura of the shattered void had not been completely annihilated. Xiao Hua's protective brilliance was still cut open. While Xiao Hua had witnessed Shu Ji's strength, he was also quite convinced by him. That day in the Bronze Pillar Nation, Xiao Hua's bullying of Do Shanjun could be said to have caused Do Shanjun to lose face. Even during the battle at the Blackwind Ridge, Xiao Hua had not let Do Shanjun off easily. Xiao Hua now knew that Do Shanjun could have pinched him to death with a finger at that time. However, Shu Ji had not taken out any special magical power. He had only used a Confucian magical power that was suitable for Do Shanjun to fight with Xiao Hua. Even though he had been defeated, he had still used any magical power of the Dao sect. Xiao Hua could not compare to his self-restraint and breadth of mind. It seems that the job of a punishment envoy is not something that any immortal can do. Xiao Hua sighed. I don't know how Senior Shu cultivated before he became an immortal. What kind of place is his hometown? It can actually cultivate such an outstanding immortal. Naturally, there were restrictions around the star-picking tower. However, since Xiao Hua had the jade pendant given to him by Fairy Xingyue, he naturally would not be stopped. He also landed at the top of the star-picking tower. At the top of the star-picking tower was a palace that did not look big but had an enormous space inside. When Xiao Hua entered, Shuji was already sitting on a futon. He was holding a jade eye in his hand and looking at it with a frown. Fairy Xingyue was lying on a strange net woven from soft vines. She was suspended in the air and her snow-white jade feet were swaying like crystals. Xiao Hua's gaze moved away from the toenails that were painted with starlight. With a wave of his hand, he picked up a spirit fruit that seemed to be 5 stars from a jade table and took a light bite. A ball of fiery juice rushed into his mouth. Xingyue. Shuji put down the jade eye and looked at Fairy Xingyue. What happened to the 3 demon realms, Qijing, Yuanfeng, and Bingqin? Why didn't any of the demon realms survive? How would I know? Fairy Xingyue replied unhappily. The great sage hall forced me to close the star-picking tower. How would I know? Besides, it's just 3 demon realms. If they die, they die. Maybe it's the work of those heavenly kings in the Elysium world. The problem is that 5 temples in the Western Paradise were also destroyed. Shuji asked. And these 5 temples covered a radius of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Whether it was the heavenly kings guarding the temple or the Buddhas in the temple, even the good men and women around the temple, they all disappeared. Don't you think there's something fishy about this? Of course I know. Fairy Xingyue replied unhappily. But these are the 3 continents, not the starfield of the immortal realm. They are not under my control. Besides, even if I wanted to, I don't have the time. The Star Moon Palace is about to appear. Returning to the immortal realm is our biggest problem. That's true. Shuji nodded. We don't have time. At this point, Shuji intentionally or unintentionally looked at Xiao Hua and said, but, other people have the time. Fairy Xingyue raised her eyebrows and said coldly, Shuji, what do you mean? I worked hard to create Xingyue. I don't want to give it to a little money grubber. Xiao Hua, even if it's you, don't even think about taking Xingyue. When Shuji heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, when she saw that Xiao Hua had some potential, Fairy Xingyue fought to give Xiao Hua some benefits. However, when it came to giving Xiao Hua something that belonged to Fairy Xingyue was stingy. He really didn't understand what Fairy Xingyue was thinking. Chapter 4469. However, Fairy Xingyue's subsequent words immediately enlightened Shuji. Temph, don't think I don't know what he's thinking. Fairy Xingyue snorted coldly. Didn't he support the monster clan to establish the continuous merchant union to compete with Xingyu? I'd like to see how his continuous merchant union can develop to the same scale as my star moon. Then, Fairy Xingyu looked at Shuji and said, could it be, you know that his continuous merchant union is just a child's play? At this point, you're encouraging him to pick the peaches? Forget it. Shuji waved his hand and said, just pretend I didn't say anything. Then, Shuji looked at Xiao Hua and asked, by the way, why did that rainbow seashell make things difficult for you? She doesn't seem to be a monster clan member of the 1,000 Monsters Sacred Realm, right? She's very powerful. Even I don't want to provoke her. How did you get out of trouble? This. Xiao Hua habitually touched his nose before lying and was about to speak. Fairy Xingyu saw it at a glance and shouted, he's going to lie again. When you met me earlier, you told me a lot about Bai Qingyu, but in the end, you still lied a lot. Elder sister, when did I lie to you? Xiao Hua had to remove his hand from his nose and said, if I say some things in front of you, wouldn't I be showing off? Besides, there's nothing to say when dealing with a few monster kings. My fortune gate is far inferior to Xingyu's, so I don't dare to say more. That's more like it. Fairy Xingyu snorted coldly and didn't seem to be angry anymore. She shouted, tell me, how did you get rid of that female seashell? I met her back then. Her seashell was too strong, so I didn't have a good way to get rid of it. Actually, it's nothing. Since Xiao Hua had already decided to lie, he had already picked up the brush in his mouth and said with a smile, I have some connections with this rainbow seashell called Baixian. Didn't I tell you earlier? Junior wasn't born in the 3 continents, but in the Dawn Rain continent. Junior's sect is called Shong Huaming. Then, Xiao Hua briefly described the battle between him and Bei Xian. He didn't talk about the divine punishment, he talked a lot about the feelings of kinship. In the end, he even embellished the matter between Little White Dragon and Baibo, making Bei Xian look like an old woman looking for a relative. When she found Xiao Hua, the disciple of her deceased relative, she was moved by Xiao Hua's righteousness and was even more shocked by the love between Baibo and Little White Dragon. She pardoned Xiao Hua's crime of killing by Qingyu's hundreds of thousands of demons and even bestowed by Qingyu to Xiao Hua as a thank you gift for finding the seven-colored conch. Then, she took Little White Dragon and Baibo away and wanted to nurture them well. After Xiao Hua finished telling the happy ending, he took a spirit fruit and put it in his mouth. In the end, Bei Xian took the two descendants who had a lot to do with her and returned to her cave residence to live a happy life. Is that all? After listening to Xiao Hua, who looked at her innocently, Fairy Xingyue was stunned. She asked curiously, You didn't do anything. She let you go? Yes. Xiao Hua was also a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He nodded and said, I've always convinced people with reason. Besides, I even brought her brother here. What else could she do? Yes, that's true. If it weren't for you, Bei Xian definitely wouldn't have been able to see her brother. Shuji didn't know if he really believed it or if he was faking it. He nodded and praised, She should be thanking you. She was the one who caused all of this, so it's a happy ending for all of us to be happy. Xiao Hua smiled. He didn't believe that Bei Xian's big seven-colored halo shell world would be known by others. He also didn't believe that Bei Xian would tell others what happened inside. Moreover, Shuji and Fairy Xingyue obviously wouldn't have the chance to see Bei Xian again. He wasn't worried about being exposed at all. I don't believe that things will end so simply. Fairy Xingyue shook her head and said, That seven-colored seashell isn't an easy person to get along with. You killed so many demons. How could she let you go so easily? That's impossible. Upon hearing Fairy Xingyu's words, Xiao Hua understood. Although Fairy Xingyu was meticulous, she was not from the royal family and did not know the dangers of the royal family. Therefore, it was impossible for her to consider things from Bei Xian's point of view and think of the reason why Bei Xian had taken action. Therefore, Xiao Hua smiled and said, If they continue to fight, both sides will suffer. And Fairy Xingyue, do you think she will care about those juniors who are separated by who knows how many generations? Instead of offending a human clan Mahayana realm expert, it's better to take advantage of the situation and turn a bad thing into a good thing. After all these twists and turns were caused by her own actions, right? Shuji ignored them and frowned. Xingyue, where is this so-called Red Sea domain? Why don't I have any impression of it? Fairy Xingyue glared at Xiao Hua. She knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't say much, but she couldn't find any clues. Fairy Xingyue said to Shuji, Bei Xian is from the Sea Clan. Her so-called Red Sea domain should be in the demon realm. How could you know? Even I. This is the first time I've heard of it. Why is the three continents so chaotic? Shuji smiled bitterly. I always thought that this Bei Xian was from the demon realm, but I didn't expect her to be from another high-level world like us. From what Xiao Hua said, I can't tell whether this Red Sea domain is from the upper realm or not. Fairy Xingyue shook her head slightly. However, from Bei Xian's strength, the Red Sea domain is not much different from the demon realm. I'll check it carefully when I return to the Palace of Justice. Seniors. Xiao Hua smiled and said, This junior will go for a walk and see my old friends. Seniors, let's discuss the matter of returning to the immortal realm. Go ahead. Shuji nodded. However, just as Xiao Hua walked out of the hall, Fairy Xingyue's voice sounded again. Xiao Hua, don't seduce the star-picking house master of Xingyue. Xiao Hua staggered and turned around helplessly. Elder sister, your Xingyue is not the Yihong brothel. Do you think this junior is interested in seducing them? Hee. Fairy Xingyue covered her mouth and laughed. She secretly glanced at Shuji. Fortunately, Shuji seemed to be thinking about something and frowned. He did not pay attention to what Fairy Xingyue said. The outside of the hall was empty, with only bare stone walls. There was no one around, and there was no exit. Xiao Hua released his divine sense, scanned the area, and walked towards a certain direction. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua arrived in front of the stone wall, a ripple appeared on the stone wall, and a moon gate appeared. Xiao Hua floated past the moon gate, and a ripple swept across the jade pendant in front of his chest. Outside the moon gate was the pavilion that Xiao Hua had seen outside the star-picking house. Layers of beautiful halos slowly flowed between the pavilions, and an unconcealable coldness emanated from the halos. This coldness not only spread outside the star-picking house, but also seeped into the bottom of the star-picking house. Restrictions that looked similar to defensive formations were born in this coldness. Xiao Hua walked to the edge of the pavilion and looked outside the star-picking house. In just a moment, it was already snowing outside. The snowflakes were beautiful, and when the brilliance of the star-picking house fell on them, they reflected a variety of colors. Xiao Hua felt a sense of contentment even without the company of a beautiful woman. Of course, this feeling of contentment only lasted for a moment. Xiao Hua lifted his gaze and looked towards the horizon covered by dark clouds. He said in a low voice, "Mother, has there ever been snow in Guozhuang?" Naturally, no one answered Xiao Hua's whisper. He looked for a moment and turned his head again. There was a flight of stairs in front of him that led to the next floor. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and walked over. However, just as he walked down the stairs, he saw Zhu Qing standing there respectfully, holding something that looked like a book. "Fellow Daoist Zhu." Seeing Zhu Qing standing there, Xiao Hua hurried over and said with a smile, "It's really been a long time, Senior." How could Zhu Qing dare to let Xiao Hua call him fellow Daoist? He hurriedly replied, "It's enough for you to call this junior Zhu Qing. This junior doesn't dare to talk to senior as an equal. Hehe, there's no need to be like this." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "We are old friends, and we had a good chat in the Bronze Pillar country. You don't care about this. Senior is wrong. Etiquette is the foundation of why our human race is stronger than the demon race. If this junior doesn't respect etiquette, law, and etiquette, how is this different from the demon race? I remember that this junior also said at the star-picking house in the Bronze Pillar country that Taoism pursues the heavenly Tao and wants to roam the firmament with their own bodies. Confucian cultivators also pursue the heavenly Tao. However, Confucian cultivators believe that the heavenly Tao is the human path. Experiencing the world of mortals will naturally temper the heavenly Tao in their heart. The heavenly Tao is either Tao, or law, or reason. If this junior can't even abide by this etiquette, how can this junior comprehend the will of the heavens and the hearts of the people? Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed. He nodded and said, that's right. You said this on the ferry under the Rainbow Bridge that day. This Xiao still remembers it. It's good that Senior remembers it." Zhu Qing had a respectful smile on his face. He handed over the book in his hand and said, "This junior remembers that Senior once said that you wanted to finish writing the Book of Heroes in the star-picking house. This junior held Senior's words in high esteem that day. This junior also believed that Senior could realize that dream. However, what this junior didn't expect was that in just 200 years, Senior had already risen from biographies to this era. Although Senior's deeds aren't enough to finish writing the entire this era, this junior knows that it won't be long before Senior will have his own Book of Heroes." In the face of Zhu Qing's respect, Xiao Hua's interest was somewhat dampened. However, after some thought, he understood Zhu Qing's difficulties. Zhu Qing was only a Confucian cultivator at the beginning of the 5th grade of Essence Force. He was a human Mahayana cultivator. Even the palace master of the Star Moon Palace treated him as an equal. How could Zhu Qing, the tower master of the star-picking house, dare to address him as a brother? Of course, Zhu Qing wasn't that kind of person. Of course, he wouldn't do anything that crossed the line. Why should he make things difficult for him? Thus, Xiao Hua smiled and took the book. He said, "Zhu Qing, back then you told this old man that the Book of Heroes in the star-picking house isn't a book. Why is this book fooling this old man today?" Chapter 4470. Hearing Xiao Hua refer to himself as an old man, Zhu Qing immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "Senior will know when you take a look." "Yes." As Xiao Hua spoke, his gaze landed on the book. He saw that the book was rough to the touch, similar to an ordinary book. There were even layers of paper-like imprints on the side of the book. But when he actually flipped it open, Xiao Hua discovered that the book was completely made of jade. Senior, use the eye-clearing technique. Minister Zhu immediately reminded as Xiao Hua flipped through the book. All right. As Xiao Hua spoke, a faint green light appeared in his eyes. Under the light of his clear eyes, the jade began to glow. A book with a golden base and jade words appeared. And on the cover of this book, there were 2 lines of big words, which were respectively, Hero Book, Xiao Hua's Chronicle. This era? Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. This old man remembers that this record is the emperor's biography. Because the emperor is the highest leader who manages the country's affairs, he wrote a record for them and called it this record. It's precisely because this record shows where the world's origin lies, so that the officials and the people all have a certain degree of discipline in their actions. On the other hand, aristocratic families recorded the affairs of the vassal kingdoms. This was because the vassals established the Cheng family, and their descendants were hereditary. Thus, their biographies were called aristocratic families. Biographies recorded all kinds of historical figures other than emperors and dukes. At best, this old man can be considered a biography. How did I become a chronicle? Senior, you don't know. Zhu Qing said respectfully, Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes is different from that of ordinary Confucian cultivators. The emperors and generals of the secular world are not included in the Book of Heroes. If their cultivation was profound and they had made great contributions to the hidden immortal continent, they might be listed in the biographies. The epoch in the Book of Heroes of Zhai Xinglu is specially prepared for the supreme cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. For example, the chronicles of immortal Emperor Go Chen, Vairocana Rulai, Golden-Winged Peng Grand Sage, and Octagonal Pentaceratops Grand Sage. Each of these chronicles recorded the achievements of immortal emperors, Vairocana Rulai World Sovereign, and Golden-Winged Peng Grand Sage. Aside from the chronology, the noble clans of Zhai Xinglu are also different from the noble clans of ordinary Confucian cultivators. They record the noble clans of the 100 schools of thought, such as the Dongfang noble clan, the Shimen noble clan, the Nangong noble clan, the Dark North noble clan, etc. It records the history and deeds of these noble clans. The so-called biographies recorded the deeds of other cultivators besides the current era and the aristocratic families. There were many records in this biographies. There were Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, Daoist sects, and demons. It was the true Book of Heroes of Zhai Xinglu. Senior was previously listed in the biographies, which should be the biographies of Xiao Hua. However, just a few days ago, Senior shocked the 1,000 demons sacred realm, and your name spread far and wide. The Book of Heroes that recorded Senior's deeds was also changed to the Chronicles of Xiao Hua. This junior was fortunate enough to be the first person to create a biography for Senior. This Chronicles of Xiao Hua was also personally created by this junior. Thank you, thank you. Xiao Hua looks at the respectful Zhu Qing and says with emotion, I didn't think that the joke this old man made that day would actually come true today. Thank you for your hard work. I don't dare. It is this junior's honor to be able to write this Chronicles for Senior. The pride on Zhu Qing's face doesn't seem to be fake, and he answers very happily. Xiao Hua slightly nods and looks at the big words on the jade. However, the Chronicles of Xiao Hua still has 4 words, and he doesn't see what's inside. Xiao Hua asks curiously, Zhu Qing, how do you see what's inside? Senior. Zhu Qing says with a smile, Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes records the deeds of various heroes. Some are secret, and without a certain level of authority, you can't see them. This junior can only see a part of Senior's chronicles. Didn't Palace Lord give Senior a jade pendant? Senior can just put the jade pendant on the Book of Heroes. Okay. Xiao Hua responds and puts the jade pendant on the Book of Heroes. Indeed, starlight appears on the jade pendant. In the starlight, the Book of Heroes starts to move by itself, page by page. Since it's his own chronicles, Xiao Hua originally wanted to read 10 lines at a glance. However, just as he reads the first page, he sees the first sentence. Xiao Hua of Dao sect, origin unknown, first appeared in Yu Province's Longevity Town, only third grade of elemental force. And next to this sentence is another line of small words: suspicious, origin of other realm, name of realm unknown, hiss. Xiao Hua inhales a breath of cold air and hurriedly continues to flip. Sure enough, at the place where Ci Hang appeared, there are two lines of small words: suspicious. This Ci Hang might be Xiao Hua in disguise, because the timing of Xiao Hua's coma is really too coincidental. However, Xiao Hua has never revealed his Buddhist cultivation, so it's impossible to confirm. Suspicious. There is a Ci Hang in Single Liang country, the name and appearance are all the same, but that day, Ci Hang didn't leave Single Liang country, so Ci Hang might have escaped detection. His granny. Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing didn't show any surprise and said with a smile, "Senior, this junior can only see a few places, but this junior knows, there might be many places that senior can't think of. People often say, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Many times, things that we think are undetectable are actually not hidden at all, Ari, that's right." Xiao Hua also shook his head and continued to read. The more he read, the more shocked he became. There were actually many secrets that he didn't want others to know, but fortunately, Xiao Hua didn't care about the secrets recorded in the Book of Heroes. When Xiao Hua flipped to the last page, he saw the record: Fortune Gate's 200,000 disciples massacred by Qingyu, then led the troops to heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain. In this battle, the Fortune Gate ascended the battle stage of the three mainlands' struggle for hegemony. Xiao Hua is qualified to be listed in this chronicles. Behind this was another line of slightly lighter handwriting: suspicious. These 200,000 disciples are Xiao Hua's iron army in the Kunlun immortal realm. Fortunately, Xiao Hua saw this and let out a long sigh. This Xiao's biggest secret has yet to be revealed. Moreover, the secret of these clones has yet to be discovered. Granny, this star moon is too powerful. If this Xiao can obtain it in his hands. Of course, this thought flashed through Xiao Hua's mind. Since Fairy Xingyu had already warned Xiao Hua not to covet it, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't go and provoke a true fairy from the immortal realm. Xiao Hua closed the chronicles of Xiao Hua in his hand and asked with a smile, "Zhu Qing, is there any other book of heroes in this star-plucking tower?" Reporting to Senior. Zhu Qing carefully received the Book of Heroes and respectfully said, "All of Star Moon's books of heroes are placed in the Moon-Embracing Palace. Normally, only a few copies are placed in various star-plucking towers. Because Senior recently appeared in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Senior's Book of Heroes was sent to the star-plucking tower here. Of course, the star-plucking tower in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm has been closed recently, and the other star-plucking tower's books of heroes were also sent here. However, these books of heroes are mostly chronicles and biographies of the demons. If Senior is interested, you can head to the Hall of Heroes to take a look." Moon-Embracing Palace? Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "What kind of place is the Moon-Embracing Palace?" "Senior, please no." Zhu Qing answered, "The reason why Star Moon is called Star Moon is because the star refers to the star-plucking tower, and the moon refers to the Moon-Embracing Palace. I'm sure Senior already knows what the star-plucking tower is. The Moon-Embracing Palace is the palace where the Palace Lord resides. As for where the Moon-Embracing Palace is, I don't know either." "Oh, I see." Xiao Hua smiled. Fairy Xingyu had told him so much, but she had never mentioned the Moon-Embracing Palace. Of course, she was wary of him. He asked again, "The Hall of Heroes is in the star-plucking tower, right?" "Yes." Zhu Qing nodded. "Good." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Zhu Qing, if you have the time, can you bring me to the Hall of Heroes?" "Of course." Zhu Qing was very happy. "I'm just about to return the Book of Heroes to the Hall of Heroes." "Senior, please." The Hall of Heroes was on the floor where Zhu Qing was respectfully standing. In just a moment, Zhu Qing brought Xiao Hua to the Hall of Heroes. This was an extremely majestic-looking pavilion. Before they even reached the front, a murderous aura mixed with an overwhelming will hit them in the face. A kind of loneliness and desolation of being suddenly on the battlefield involuntarily arose. In the eyes, a bloody light rushed out from the pavilion. Bursts of war drums and the neighing of thousands of horses also surged in the surroundings like a hidden fragrance. Xiao Hua had been on the battlefield, so he was no stranger to this murderous aura that came out of nowhere. Zhu Qing shrunk his neck, as if it was somewhat unbearable. Zhu Qing. Xiao Hua keenly felt the change in Zhu Qing's true qi and said with a smile, "This place doesn't seem to be suitable for you. Give the Book of Heroes to me. I'll help you bring it in." "No need." Zhu Qing shook his head and said, "Returning the Book of Heroes is my duty. I can't let Senior do it for me." As he spoke, true qi surged around Zhu Qing's body. Thumb-sized clouds emerged from the surface of his body, protecting Zhu Qing as he stepped into the door of the pavilion. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out from above the pavilion. A flying sword flew out like a flying immortal from outer space, slashing towards the top of Zhu Qing's head. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately sensed Fairy Xingyu's thoughts from the sword intent. He understood that this was the prohibition of the Hall of Heroes. Sure enough, with a soft boom, a faint starlight rushed out from the top of Zhu Qing's head. The flying sword fell on the starlight and instantly turned into nothingness. Zhu Qing's figure disappeared from the pavilion. Xiao Hua had a jade pendant in front of his chest, so of course, he wouldn't care about this flying sword. When he stepped into the Hall of Heroes, he couldn't help but be stunned again. However, he saw that the Hall of Heroes was not a library like he had imagined. Instead, it was a space that resembled a starry sky. In the dreamlike night, the figures of the Yarrow clan adorned the starry sky. Not far from Xiao Hua, a lifelike statue of Xiao Hua flashed with golden light and stood there with a faint smile. Zhu Qing had placed the Book of Heroes in the hands of this statue. Next to Xiao Hua's statue, Feng Wu's demon body statue spread its wings, as if it was about to soar. Under Feng Wu's phoenix claws, there was also a Book of Heroes flashing with golden brilliance. Chapter 4471. Senior. Just as Xiao Hua was sizing it up, Zhu Qing put down the Book of Heroes, turned around, and said respectfully, "Junior can't stay in the Hall of Heroes for long. Senior can look around as you please. Junior will wait outside the Hall of Heroes." "Zhu Qing, you don't have to wait." Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. "I don't know when I'll go out, so you should rest early." "I don't dare," Zhu Qing said respectfully. "Senior doesn't know anyone else in the stargazing tower. Junior can't not wait on you." "All right then." Xiao Hua understood that even if he didn't agree, Zhu Qing would still wait outside. He nodded and flew to the phoenix parasol statue. Zhu Qing didn't dare to say anything and floated out of the Hall of Heroes. Xiao Hua was the only one left in the entire starry sky. Xiao Hua picked up the Book of Heroes on the phoenix parasol statue's claws. When he saw the cover, it was titled Heaven-Defying Thunder Phoenix Great Sage. He took a deep breath and opened it. When he saw what was written on it, he couldn't help but laugh. There was only one line written on it: Heaven-Defying Thunder Phoenix Great Sage. Origin unknown. 7 stars Great Sage. When he entered the Great Sage Hall, 10,000 stars greeted him. He guided 10,000 stars into the sun and bestowed the 1,000 demons with the power of 10,000 stars. He was supported by 10,000 demons. And the line next to it wrote suspected, Phoenix clan descendant. Born in the 10,000 demon realm. Not bad, not bad. This is the true heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix. Xiao Hua smiled and put the Book of Heroes back on the Phoenix parasol statue's claws. He looked around again. Beside the Phoenix parasol statue, there were naturally statues of the other 6 saints of the Great Sage Hall. However, these statues didn't have the Book of Heroes. Damn it, so Fairy Xingyu is also afraid of the Great Sage Hall coming to cause trouble. She doesn't dare to put the Great Sage Hall's Book of Heroes here. Xiao Hua curled his lips and cursed silently. Since she doesn't dare to put it here, why put these statues here? Xiao Hua was naturally most concerned about the secrets of the Great Sage Hall's Great Sage Hall. Without these secrets, Xiao Hua had lost interest in the hall. However, he still looked around and casually found some books of heroes to check. There were quite a few heroes' albums in the Hall of Heroes. Even though Xiao Hua was aimless, he still looked at them for an hour. Seeing that there were more and more trivial matters in the heroes' albums, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw a statue of a demonic beast that was even larger than the golden-winged rock. He flew over and raised his hand to take out a palm-sized book of heroes from the mouth of the monster statue. Written on the book were the biographies of Qijing, Yuan Feng, Bing Qin, and Qi Hua. Xiao Hua understood that this was a compilation of the biographies of several demonic beast experts. When he opened the biographies and skimmed through them, he couldn't help but frown when he reached the end. At the end, it said, Qijing, Yuan Feng, and Bing Qin, the three demonic realms, all the demonic beasts were killed overnight. Qijing became an abyss, Yuan Feng became a wasteland, and Bing Qin became a barren ridge. There were no bloodstains, no corpses, and no traces. Everything turned into nothingness. The biographies of Qijing, Yuan Feng, and Bing Qin came to an end. Of course, there was a small line of words next to the end. Hiss. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and thought of what Fairy Xingyu and Shuji had said when he left the top floor of Zhai Xinglu. He hurriedly looked in another direction, where the heroes' album of the Buddhist sect was recorded. However, the Buddhist sect was different from the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. They were temples of different styles. Xiao Hua couldn't find the 5 temples that Fairy Xingyu didn't mention. However, when Xiao Hua looked at the shining Qijing statue, he had some understanding in his heart. His divine sense swept through the temple, and he also found 5 temples with dark colors. Xiao Hua flew to one of the temples and saw a hero's album in front of the mountain gate of the temple. On it was written, Aristocratic Family of Qingjiao Temple. Qingjiao Temple is Qingjiao Temple. It's really weird to make it an aristocratic family. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the Mahavairokkana revered Buddha knew about this, wouldn't he be mad? Oh, there's no need to look at this aristocratic family of Qingjiao Temple. Just looking at Mahavairokkana revered Buddha will make him go crazy. Immediately Xiao Hua opened this book of aristocratic families to take a look. He saw that on the first page of the Book of Heroes, it was recorded, Qingjiao Temple was built in. It was built in the 73rd year of the calendar by begging alms from the school of law Qingjiao Luohan. The following pages of the Book of Heroes recorded the many good deeds and evil deeds of Qingjiao Temple in full detail. Next to every paragraph there was also a comment of doubt. And at the end, just like what Xiao Hua saw earlier, it said, Qingjiao Temple had 1 protector heavenly king, 3 venerable masters, 4,213 Buddha sons, and more than 7,610,000 ordinary people within 100,360 li radius. In one night they all disappeared without a sound of warning, without a single scream, without a single drop of blood left behind, and without a single piece of bone left behind. The Buddhist formations, Buddhist weapons, pagodas, and other things in Qingjiao Temple also disappeared without a trace. The remark on the other side was also suspicious. How strange. Xiao Hua's heart tightened when he saw the disappearance of 7 million people. He took a closer look and still couldn't find any clues. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the records of the other 4 temples. They were more or less the same as Qingjiao Temple. He couldn't find any clues at all. Xiao Hua placed the hero's album he had read in front of the mountain gate. He had a slight understanding in his heart. He pondered and said, I'm thinking too much. There are countless humans and demons in this world. Countless things happen at every moment. Who knows how much karma is involved in these things? If I want to understand all these things and karma, even if I have the exquisite 7 orifices heart, I won't be able to do it. Just like when I went to Bai Qingyu. I first met that great demon on the snowy mountain. If I'm not wrong, that great demon is related to Bai Qingyu's demon king, Bai Qing. I learned from that great demon that Bai Qingyu covets me. Then, I went to the Southern Sea Dragon Palace and learned from the dragon kings of the 4 seas that the little white dragon might be suppressed. Then, I met Shui Mingzi and the others. Only then did I know Bai Qingyu's exact location and why they wanted to save me, as well as their respective plans. Of course, at the same time, Zhai Xingzi, Xiong Yi, Ying Po, and the others were also preparing to save me. Bai Qingyu, Jiyu Zhongshan, and Canopy Ridge were also scheming against me. Everything was happening, and I was only trapped in a corner. I didn't know about the schemes and sacrifices. Only when I went to Bai Qingyu and saw Qing Biyu's banquet did I understand the whole story. However, the whole story was still a show. Only when Bai Xian made a move did I see the real mastermind behind the scenes. And the mastermind's motive is bitter and pitiful. That's right, Zhu Xie is right. Everything in the world that is complicated and enigmatic is indeed a beautiful scenery, but this scenery is nothing but nothingness. Only the source and the truth behind the complicated and enigmatic things are eternal beauty. Xiao Hua instantly thought of that world-toppling beauty again. That face was truly refined. It was the first time Xiao Hua had seen such a face in his life. Unless I can break away from these karma and jump out of the 5 elements, I'll be able to see the truth of the world. Xiao Hua instantly had another realization. Cryptic waves flashed around his body. He was delighted and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly sat cross-legged in the Hall of Heroes. That cryptic wave emitted from his body and landed on every book of heroes. Every time it passed by a book of heroes, thousands of inscriptions would fly out from the book of heroes and swarm into the wave. Furthermore, every inscription would turn into a stroke and disappear. Looking at Xiao Hua's figure again, it was also swaying like light and shadow as the inscriptions entered. Every time it swayed, his figure would change a little. When the wave enveloped the entire Hall of Heroes, Xiao Hua's figure had already turned into a karma hand. Swoosh! The wave immediately reverberated when it touched the stone wall of the Hall of Heroes. The karma hand formed by Xiao Hua produced thousands of thin threads and fell into the thousands of sculptures one by one. The strokes that had previously fallen into the wave turned into a trickle and flowed into the karma hand along with the karma threads. In just a few breaths, the reverberating wave collided with the karma hand again. The wave was like a surging wave. Strange scenes of light and shadow flashed in this wave. At the same time, the wave spread out in all directions with the karma hand as the center. It rushed through the restriction of the Hall of Heroes and fell into the entire Zhai Xinglu. On the top floor of Zhai Xinglu, Fairy Xingyu and Shuji seemed to be talking about something. The water-blue thunder mark between Shuji's eyebrows suddenly flashed. Shuji was shocked. Just as he was about to get up, the wave of the karma wave had already wrapped around Shuji. Shuji seemed to be imprisoned. Both his figure and expression were frozen in place. It was the same for Fairy Xingyu, who was opposite Shuji. Her bare ankles flashed with a pure white luster and were slightly raised. The fluorescence from her toenails that were smeared with starlight also froze in mid-air. If the two immortals were controlled by the wave of karma, how could the other humans in Zhai Xinglu be spared? The entire Zhai Xinglu turned into a solidified light and shadow in the river of karma. Both time and space were still. Waves of karma surged out from the karma hand. The threads of karma were born from the thousands of sculptures. Through the records, they surged to various parts of the 1,000-demon sacred realm. It was unknown how long it took. Time was not the only and absolute thing in the river of karma. The area affected by the river of karma was also unknown. However, in the stillness of everything, the thunder mark between Shuji's eyebrows flashed again. Swoosh! A spear-like object flew out of the thunder mark. As soon as it appeared, an extremely obscure wave fell into the river of karma. Catcher! A crack appeared where the ripple was. The stillness of the 1,000 demons sacred realm in Zhai Xinglu was shattered. At the same time, the seemingly endless river of karma was also cut off. However, it disappeared in an instant. Chapter 4472. It was only then that Shuji finished speaking. He stood up abruptly and looked at the Hall of Heroes. Fairy Xingyu lowered her raised ankle. She looked at Shuji in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know." Shuji's eyes flashed with lightning. He said hesitantly, "I have a strange feeling, as if someone is spying on us." Fairy Xingyu used her divine thought to check. After a moment, she shook her head and said, "That's impossible. Is there anyone in this world who can escape the detection of our divine ability? My punishment fairy weapon has been activated." Shuji suddenly touched the thunder mark that had disappeared with his finger and shouted, "There's definitely something unusual. Otherwise, I would have known when the punishment fairy weapon was activated. Moreover, what on the 3 continents is worth the punishment fairy weapon activating itself? Shuji pointed in the direction of the Hall of Heroes and asked, "That place is in that direction?" "There." Fairy Xingyu was puzzled. "Below is the Hall of Heroes. Below that is the Hall of Heroes. Below that is the auction hall." Shuji's figure swayed. "Quick, the Hall of Heroes, damn it. How could Fairy Xingyu not know what had happened?" She said angrily, "Could it be that the 7-star Great Saint sneaked into the Hall of Heroes?" The two ignored the restriction of the Hall of Heroes, crossed the space, and landed in the Hall of Heroes. Ripples flashed in a space in the Hall of Heroes. Amidst the lightning and starlight, Fairy Xingyu and Shuji appeared. When the two of them saw everything in the Hall of Heroes, they were surprised again. Fairy Xingyu shouted, "Xiao Hua? You! Why are you in the Hall of Heroes?" "Heh!" At this time, Xiao Hua had just placed the hero book of the last temple in front of the statue's mountain gate and was about to turn around and leave. Hearing Fairy Xingyu's exclamation, Xiao Hua was stunned. He turned around and asked curiously, "Seniors, why did you suddenly appear? Is there something important? Are you the only one in the Hall of Heroes?" Shuji asked hurriedly. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. Previously, this junior." Xiao Hua was about to explain, but Shuji wasn't interested in listening at all. His gaze swept across the entire Hall of Heroes like lightning, and his figure once again flashed with lightning and disappeared. It's fine. When Fairy Xingyu saw Shuji heading to the assembly hall, she waved her hand at Xiao Hua and said, "Do whatever you want." After saying that, Fairy Xingyu also disappeared. "I'm fine with anything." Xiao Hua helplessly scratched his head and thought to himself, although there are many Book of Heroes in this Hall of Heroes, it is still limited. The hand of cause and effect that I have comprehended has only been comprehended once in all the Book of Heroes. If you don't mind, then tell this Xiao where the moon-embracing palace is. Xiao Hua finished thinking. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he was startled again. "Ayo, not good. I just realized, did I disturb the two immortals?" It seemed like a long time had passed. If not 100 years, then at least 1,000 years, right? Xiao Hua hurriedly came out from the Hall of Heroes. Sure enough, Minister Zhu was still standing respectfully in the distance. Xiao Hua hurriedly asked, "Minister Zhu, how long have I been inside the Hall of Heroes?" "How long?" Minister Zhu didn't quite understand, but he still answered honestly, "Senior, you have been in the Hall of Heroes for the time it takes to burn an incense stick." "Oh, that's good." Xiao Hua felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Minister Zhu said again, "Senior, if you have the time, can you?" Without waiting for Minister Zhu to finish speaking, his figure paused. It was obvious that he was listening attentively. After a few breaths, Minister Zhu respectfully saluted somewhere and said, "This subordinate understand." Then, Minister Zhu saluted Xiao Hua again and said, "Senior, there are some urgent matters at Zhai Xinglu. This junior can't accompany you. Senior can go to the top floor to rest or walk around as you wish. After this junior is done, I will come to find you." "All right, you can go now." Xiao Hua was originally excited to chat with Minister Zhu, but seeing Minister Zhu's unusually respectful manner, he was already a little tired. Seeing that he had something to do, he waved his hand and let him go. "This junior will take his leave." Minister Zhu still saluted very politely and quickly left. Alas, etiquette is naturally necessary, but if you take etiquette too seriously, then it's meaningless. This Xiao originally wanted to have a good chat with you. Why is this Xiao still interested now? Xiao Hua looked at Minister Zhu's back and understood in his heart that he had only met Minister Zhu once. He wasn't even as familiar as Princess Baihua. It was normal for him to be respectful to him. What happened at Zhai Xinglu? Xiao Hua, the main culprit, didn't have the slightest awareness. He smacked his lips and said, "With two immortals here, who dares to be rash? This Xiao had better walk around casually. Perhaps I can find some cheap things." After walking a few steps, Xiao Hua stopped again and laughed even more involuntarily. "Damn it, with this Xiao's realm, where can I go to pick up cheap things?" Even if there are cheap things, this Xiao would be embarrassed to reach out with my cultivation. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body fluctuated, and his Mahayana cultivation realm slowly fell. It only stabilized when it fell to the upper fourth level of origin power. Xiao Hua sized it up and nodded, saying, "This realm is suitable for this Xiao after 200 years. Anyway, even Fairy Xingyu and Shu Ji didn't know what happened to Bai Qingyu. Those human cultivators of Zhai Xinglu probably only cared about entering Star Moon Palace and wouldn't know about Bai Qingyu's matter like those tower lords of Zhai Xinglu, right? Otherwise, this Xiao will have to change his appearance." Xiao Hua finished his preparations and raised his head to look in the direction that Zhu Qing had left. There was a flight of stairs there. Xiao Hua walked over and walked down the stairs. There was no movement on the next few floors. Clearly, these were the pavilions that Zhai Xinglu used for their own purposes. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry, he just walked down the stairs. After half a cup of tea's time, he saw a faint restriction fluctuation, and a burst of noisy aura came from below the pavilion. Xiao Hua smiled as if he saw a large pile of good-quality spirit grasses appear in front of him. However, just as he turned around the stairs and saw the situation in front of him, Xiao Hua was a little disappointed. This was a huge hall that was thousands of feet wide and there were many cultivators clustered inside. These cultivators were either Confucian cultivators or Daoist cultivators. There were even some bald monks. In a large corner of the hall, there were actually more than 10 demons sitting together. However, there were no spiritual herbs and the like that Xiao Hua was hoping to see. Oh, looks like these cultivators and the Yarrow clan should be the candidates to head to the Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivators with varying levels of strength and understood. Then, he didn't plan to stop and continued walking down. However, at this moment, a slightly excited voice called out, "Xiao. Senior Xiao." Xiao Hua was taken aback. He raised his head and looked over, only to see that not far away from him, there were a dozen or so scholars in scholarly attire. These scholars were either holding folding fans in their hands or holding wine cups in their hands. They were talking loudly and giving pointers. A Confucian cultivator with a slightly aged face was looking at him. That Confucian cultivator's pair of thick and long eyebrows were very eye-catching. "Mr. Mo Jianli." Xiao Hua looked at this unfamiliar face and immediately remembered. Wasn't this the Confucian cultivator Mo Jianli that he met in Longevity Town in Country Shi? That day, he and Mo Jianli had fought against the water monsters of Liao River and had a fierce battle with Jiang Sheng of Dongtian River. He didn't expect to meet him in Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's star-picking tower hundreds of years later. "Yes, it's me." Seeing that Xiao Hua recognized him, Mo Jianli hurriedly got up and walked quickly to Xiao Hua. He bowed and said, "It's been many years since we parted in Longevity Town. I really didn't expect to meet you in Thousand Demons Sacred Territory's star-picking tower." Mo Jianli was one of the first Confucian cultivators that Xiao Hua met after coming to hidden Immortal Mainland. This Mo Jianli cultivated the noble spirit river and used the righteous qi of heaven and earth to temper his heart. His character and temper were very much to Xiao Hua's liking. It was a pity that after Xiao Hua left Longevity Town, he didn't have the time to go to Country Shi. Although Mo Jianli had sent Xiao Hua a jade-eye message, Xiao Hua didn't have the time to go to Chongyun's sect to visit Mo Jianli. Xiao Hua's surprise was the same as Mo Jianli's. He hurriedly helped Mo Jianli up and asked curiously, "Mr. Mo, why are you at Star Picking Tower?" "Oh, I understand. You're also qualified to go to Star Moon Palace. Congratulations." Entering the Star Moon Palace was originally a joyous occasion. Xiao Hua did not even think before he opened his mouth to congratulate Mo Jianli. However, when these words reached Mo Jianli's ears, a layer of red actually appeared on his face, as if he was very ashamed. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was a little confused. Mo Jianli's eyes flickered. He followed Xiao Hua's tone and asked, "Could it be that you're also going to Star Moon Palace?" "Yes, of course I'm going to Star Moon Palace. My purpose is the same as yours." Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said casually, "Mr. Mo, you and I are old friends. We've even experienced life and death together. There's no need to call me senior. Call me Xiao Hua or fellow immortal. This isn't too appropriate." At first, Mo Jianli called Xiao Hua fellow immortal. However, after Xiao Hua's battle with Jiang Sheng, Mo Jianli felt that Xiao Hua's strength surpassed his and that he was a hidden expert. Therefore, when he sent Xiao Hua off, he called him senior instead. Now, it had been close to 300 years. Mo Jianli had already cultivated from a scholar who cultivated energy into qi to a scholar who cultivated qi into spirit. He wasn't far from becoming a grandmaster. Among his peers, his cultivation speed was considered fast. However, when he looked at Xiao Hua now, he still felt that Xiao Hua was stronger than him. How could he call Xiao Hua fellow immortal? There's nothing inappropriate. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Why don't I turn around and leave?" "Haha, then we'll do as you say." Mo Jianli had always been carefree. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Fellow immortal Xiao, let me introduce you to a few old friends." Chapter 4473. As he spoke, Mo Jianli's face was filled with excitement. He pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve and walked to the group of Confucian scholars where he was before. He shouted in a slightly loud voice, "Fellow immortals, let me introduce you. These are the Daoist friends I made in the immortal town 300 years ago. His name is Xiao Hua. He is a cultivator who cares about the people. We fought against the water tribe of Liao River together. Ayo, I remember now. Brother Mo, this is the Daoist cultivator with boundless strength that you were talking about." A martial cultivator with a slightly burly figure suddenly came to a realization. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, "I'm Pu Qing. Greetings, fellow immortal Xiao." Thank you, thank you." Xiao Hua returned the greeting. "Greetings, Xiao Hua." Then, a few Confucian cultivators near Mo Jianli greeted Xiao Hua politely. Although they were not as close as Pu Qing, they were still polite. When it was the turn of a Confucian cultivator with a white face and no beard, Mo Jianli's face froze. He looked a little unnatural. But he only hesitated a little, then said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this is Gongshu Minghu from the Gongshu family. He is less than 2,000 years old, but he is a master of the 5th level. He is a rare master among us." Mo Jianli was not flattering Xiao Hua, but it sounded like he was flattering Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not understand why, but he still smiled and was about to say something. At this time, Mo Jianli said to Gongshu Minghu, "Senior Gongshu, this is my good friend, Xiao Hua. He is a Daoist cultivator with a good character. His future is limitless. You should get to know each other better." Gongshu Minghu had originally been whispering to a Confucian cultivator beside him, ignoring Mo Jianli's introduction. However, when he heard Mo Jianli's slightly exaggerated introduction, a smile appeared on his face. He had originally wanted to say a few words of encouragement. But when he heard Mo Jianli's last few words, his face changed. He looked at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "I don't like Daoist cultivators. There is no need to talk about helping, let alone getting to know each other better. As for good character, it sounds ridiculous. There are many people in the world with 2 legs, but there are not many Daoist cultivators with a heart." Mo Jianli's face turned pale as he gritted his teeth. Gongshu Minghu didn't care about Mo Jianli's expression. He turned his eyes from Xiao Hua to Mo Jianli, and said seriously, "Mo Yang, you have to remember what happened to the Chongyun sect. Remember why you lost your home. Your Chongyun sect was doing well in the country of Shi. Why was it destroyed? Why were you expelled from the Chongyun sect? Wasn't it because of the Buddhist sect and the Daoist sect? You are already a literary master, why don't you learn from your mistakes?" From Xiao Hua's point of view, this Gongshu Minghu definitely deserved to be taught a lesson. But from Mo Jianli's point of view, although Gongshu Minghu did not give him any face, he was still a Confucian senior after all. These words might sound unpleasant, but they were still the teachings of a senior. Mo Jianli gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. "Yes, Senior Gongshu is right. Junior should have learned his lesson from being expelled from the sect, and from the tragedy of Chongyun sect's destruction." "That's great." Gongshu Minghu nodded. He glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "Then in the future, don't hang out with these cultivators who don't know your background. They will ruin your reputation and bring shame to us Confucian cultivators." Xiao Hua didn't care about Gongshu Minghu's words. In his eyes, Gongshu Minghu was even less than an ant. He just frowned and looked at Mo Jianli, thinking about what Gongshu Minghu just said. Then, Mo Jianli slightly raised his head, looked at Gongshu Minghu and said word by word, "Senior cares about Junior, Junior naturally has to thank Senior. However, Junior has the right to make friends with whoever he want. Even if Junior's reputation is ruined, it is Junior's own business. Nobody can interfere. Besides, Junior doesn't think it is shameful to make friends with a Taoist cultivator who put his own life on the line and fought with the Water Tribe just to save the ordinary people of the Longevity Town. Junior also doesn't think Junior's actions will bring shame to Confucian cultivators. Junior is just a poor cultivator. I am far from Senior's arrogant identity and prominent position. Junior's actions can't be so good. Humph, the child can't be taught." Gongshu Minghu saw Mo Jianli ridiculing him. He sneered, flicked his sleeve and scolded, "Rotten wood can't be carved." With Gongshu Minghu's assertion, the few Confucian cultivators who were close to Mo Jianli before couldn't help but move away. Although Gongshu Minghu didn't leave, the dozen or so Confucian cultivators had already excluded Mo Jianli. Mo Jianli looked at the dozen or so Confucian cultivators who he hadn't introduced yet and sighed in his heart. "Fellow immortal Mo." Xiao Hua's voice was light again. "Why were you expelled from the sect? How did Chongyun's sect get destroyed? What's the state of she now?" "Alas." Mo Jianli sighed. Looking at the invisible barrier between him and the other Confucian cultivators, he smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao, it's a long story. Don't worry." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Take your time, Gongshu Minghu." Just as Mo Jianli was about to speak, a clear voice came from the stairs. Xiao Hua was stunned and turned his head in disbelief. He saw two beautiful women with bright eyes and white teeth standing there with arrogance on their faces. Wasn't one of them Gongshu Isin? Gongshu Minghu pulled away from Mo Jianli and was talking to the other Confucian cultivators with a trace of arrogance on his face. When he heard someone call his name, he turned his head impatiently. When he saw Gongshu Isin and the other woman, his face immediately lit up. He almost ran to them and bowed. "Minghu greets your Aunt Yi Xin and Aunt Yi Ming. May I know why you called me Minghu?" Gongshu Isin's face showed obvious disgust and disdain. She said coldly, "Gongshu Minghu, although your surname is Gongshu, you're from a side branch of the Gongshu family. You're not listed in the genealogy. You call me aunt. Where did that come from? If you called me aunt in private, then so be it. I won't argue with you. But you called me aunt in public. Are you disregarding the genealogy of the Gongshu family? You don't care about your face, but I do. Don't ruin the reputation of the Gongshu family and embarrass the Gongshu family." Gongshu Minghu knew that Gongshu Isin had always been arrogant and didn't put ordinary people in her eyes. But he didn't expect his words to cause so much trouble. However, Gongshu Minghu knew that although Gongshu Isin's words were unpleasant, every word was correct. Even if he wanted to refute, he couldn't. Just like when he scolded Mo Jianli from the perspective of a senior Confucian cultivator, he stole a glance around. There were already Confucian cultivators snickering. His face was hot and red. "Sister Yi Xin." The woman named Gongshu Yiming smiled and pulled Gongshu Isin's sleeve. "Although Minghu can't be listed in the genealogy, in terms of seniority, he is more than 1,000 years old. He should call you aunt, a senior who is hundreds of years old." There was nothing wrong with what he said. "Why do you have to be angry with that junior?" "Humph." Gongshu Isin rolled her eyes at Gongshu Yiming and said to Gongshu Minghu, "I won't argue with you this time. Uncle Jing Yi called you down for something." Hearing this, Gongshu Minghu felt relieved and hurriedly said with a smile, I know. Thank you, aunt." Senior, however, just as he was about to take a step, Gongshu Isin suddenly screamed. She looked behind her and cried out in surprise, "Ah, you!" Gongshu Minghu was shocked. He looked at Gongshu Isin, who suddenly lost her composure and didn't know what happened. Looking at Gongshu Yi Xin's eyes again, she stared at Gongshu Minghu's back. After a few breaths, her face flushed red. She seemed to be suppressing her inner excitement. She hurriedly said, "Zhenren Xiao, why are you here? Why didn't I see you enter Star Picking Tower?" Xiao. Zhenren Xiao. Xiao. Senior. Although Gongshu Minghu didn't turn around and didn't know if Xiao Hua was the senior Gongshu Isin was talking about. But he was stunned because he knew that behind him were Mo Jianli and the others. Among the dozen or so Confucian cultivators, there was no one with the surname Xiao. And the special one, Zhenren Xiao. Wasn't that the title of a Taoist cultivator? Sure enough, Xiao Hua's voice sounded faintly, so it's Miss Isin. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. How have you been? I'm naturally well. Gongshu Isin's arrogance had long disappeared. Facing this Xiao Hua who was only 600 years old, but his Taoist cultivation and formation skills were far higher than her, she really didn't have the right to be proud. And the question of whether he was only 400 years old also gave birth to a knot in her heart in these 200 years. How have you been? Gongshu Isin was like a little girl, foolishly asking back. But in an instant, she realized it was inappropriate. While blushing, she hurriedly turned around and grabbed Gongshu Isin, cheerfully saying, Sister Isin, this is my Chang. When she said the word Chang, Gongshu Isin's voice instantly lowered a lot. This is the formation master I told you about, a Taoist expert. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to step into the upper 5th level in 200 years. Oh, sister, don't look down on him because he's only at the upper 4th level. He's the best at deceiving people. That year, Sister Gusu was at the middle 5th level, but she admitted that she wasn't his match. Oh, right, I forgot again. He's also a lightning cultivator expert. You can compare notes with him on the 5 Qi Righteous Thunder. Hee. Chapter 4474. Gongshu Yi Xin, who was a little shy at first, was in high spirits at the end. She couldn't help but laugh, as if the toy she had hidden for a long time was finally seen by others. Boom! Gongshu Minghu's head seemed to be hit by a hammer. His face was pale, and he didn't know what to say or do. Junior Gongshu Yi Ming greets Daoist Xiao. Seeing Gongshu Yi Xin praise Xiao Hua so much, although Gongshu Yi Ming was puzzled, he didn't dare to neglect and respectfully saluted. Get up. Xiao Hua lightly waved his hand and said, Xiao Hua and Yi Xin are old friends, you don't need to be polite. Many thanks Daoist Xiao. Gongshu Yi Ming saw Xiao Hua's bearing, and his suspicions were mostly gone. The atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. After all, many people saw Gongshu Minghu humiliate Mo Jianli, and at this time, these two girls from the Gongshu family, who were called aunts by Gongshu Minghu, actually called Xiao Hua Senior. This really stepped on Gongshu Minghu's face to the ground. Daoist Xiao. Suddenly, Gongshu Yi Ming seemed to think of something and respectfully said, My Gongshu family's granduncle Jingyi is downstairs, would Daoist like to see him? This. Xiao Hua hesitated and replied, Xiao Hua and the Gongshu family aren't familiar with the others, it's not appropriate. Don't worry. Hearing Xiao Hua say he wasn't familiar with the others, Gongshu Isin hurriedly called out, Daoist Xiao, my family's granduncle Jingyi is also proficient in some Daoist techniques. He's already a 7th level Daoist master, only one step away from becoming a sage of literature. If Daoist Xiao listens to granduncle Jingyi's advice, perhaps your cultivation will improve even further. Xiao Hua looked around at the expressions of the Confucian cultivators. He knew that after Gongshu Yi Xin and the others left, these Confucian cultivators would gather again, so he nodded and said, in that case, Miss Yi Xin, please lead the way. Good. Daoist Xiao, please. Gongshu Yi Xin and Gongshu Yi Ming looked at each other, eyes filled with joy, and quickly walked up the stairs. Xiao Hua turned to look at Mo Jianli and smiled, Daoist Mo, come with me, I have something to ask you. This, good. Mo Jianli was even more confused when he heard that Xiao Hua's cultivation was even stronger than a 5th grade origin energy. However, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly followed after. On the other hand, Gongshu Yi Xin had come to find Gongshu Minghu. Now, he was left here. Gongshu Yi Xin and Gongshu Yi Ming had forgotten about him before they left. Gongshu Minghu hesitated for a moment. Although he looked embarrassed, he still hurriedly followed Mo Jianli out of the hall. Gongshu Jingye was already waiting for him downstairs. He did not dare to be negligent. Several people had just disappeared when the entire hall was once again filled with discussions. Although he didn't know what they were talking about before, their only topic now was probably Xiao Hua, Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua followed Gongshu Yixin and Gongshu Yiming to the stairs. Gongshu Yixin and Gongshu Yiming walked in front, whispering something. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance at Xiao Hua, then pursed their lips and chuckled, looking very excited. Xiao Hua looked on helplessly. He was embarrassed to eavesdrop. However, he and Gongshu Yixin had only talked about Kang Langzi's cave residence. Presumably, the two were talking about the thrill at that time. Xiao Hua nodded politely to the two, and also whispered to Mo Jianli about the state of Xi. As for Gongshu Minghu, he followed behind the four from afar, like a tail. The Gongshu family's floor was not close to here. There was no flying restriction in Star Picking Tower. However, in order to show respect, everyone did not fly unless there was an urgent matter. Gongshu Yixin and the others walked down the stairs. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they passed several floors of pavilions and walked out of the stairs. Along the way, there were many family disciples going up and down the stairs. Many people greeted Gongshu Yixin. Clearly, Gongshu Yixin's reputation was very well known among the family. Many family disciples almost ignored Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli. Xiao Hua naturally did not have time to look at their faces. He frowned as he listened to Mo Jianli's story. At this time, he also understood the reason. After Mo Jianli, Qiu Jian, Li Moming and Ji Dong returned from the disaster relief in Xi, because of their contributions, they were rewarded. Mo Jianli was rewarded with a higher-level cultivation method. However, this reward was not fully implemented. Because there was no fruit of Guanyin Bodhisattva in Longevity Town, the entire Xi became the focus of Yu Province, and even the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. Not only was Xiao Hua's battle with Jiang Sheng not mentioned, even Mo Jianli and the others' rescue of the people in the town of Longevity was also erased. There were even Confucian cultivators who blamed Chongyun's sect for the lack of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the town of Longevity on the unfavorable inspection of the development of the Buddhism sect. They did not fulfill the responsibility of a Confucian sect, especially when the town of Longevity was slowly becoming the #1 town of the Buddhism sect in the Zhongxian continent. The Confucian cultivators made things difficult for the Chongyun sect. They demanded that the Chongyun sect be responsible for this matter and proposed countermeasures. Under such circumstances, the Chongyun sect could only push out Zhu Junfeng, Mr. Taiyan and the others from the Longevity Academy, as well as Mo Jianli, Qiu Jian, Li Moming and Ji Dong. After all, Zhu Junfeng was in charge of the Longevity Academy, and Mo Jianli and the others had been to the Longevity Town, and had personally experienced that milestone. Punishment was necessary, and so was punishment. Everything had to be explained to the Confucian cultivators of Yu Province. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Taiyan's punishment did not need to be discussed in detail. As the leader of Qiu Jian and the others, Mo Jianli did not want the other 3 to bear the blame, so he took all the blame. Fortunately, although Shangguan Feiyu, as the head of Chongyun sect, could not resist the pressure of Yu Province's Confucian cultivators, he was lenient in dealing with Mo Jianli. He did not make things too difficult for Mo Jianli, and only expelled him from Chongyun sect. After Mo Jianli left Chongyun sect, he did not change his name and join other sects. He only became a professor in some unknown colleges. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Mo Jianli, who had thrown away glory and trifles, returned to tranquility. He, who was engrossed in reading, found the opportunity to break through the noble spirit river. His cultivation also flowed like the river, and he reached the level of a scholar. However, after reaching the level of a scholar, Mo Jianli needed a more profound Confucian cultivation technique. Although the noble spirit river was the most widespread technique left in the hidden immortal land, after reaching the level of a scholar, it belonged to the secrets of various sects. It was very difficult for cultivators without a sect to obtain it. Mo Jianli could only go to Zhai Xinglu to find a suitable technique. Later, due to a coincidence, Mo Jianli passed the test of Zhai Xinglu, and was listed as one of the candidates to enter Xingyue Palace. Unlike Xiao Hua, Mo Jianli had an agreement with Zhai Xinglu. He would listen to Zhai Xinglu's arrangements and participate in the grand meeting of Xingyue Palace, and Zhaixing Lu would provide Mo Jianli with the conditions to cultivate. With this opportunity, Mo Jianli's cultivation became much smoother. In the past 200 years, his progress was also gratifying. When Xingyue Palace discovered that Xingyue Palace might appear in the sacred realm of Thousand Demons, Mo Jianli and the rest of the cultivators were sent to the sacred realm of Thousand Demons by Zhaixing Lu. Therefore, not only did Mo Jianli not know about Bai Qingyu, but he also did not know about the divine demon blood pool. As for Chongyun's sect, when the Longevity Town became the #1 town of the Buddhist sect, it was already in the eyes of the Bodhisattvas. It was destined to be the center of tragedy. Chongyun's sect did a lot of effort to expel Mo Jianli and punish Zhu Junfeng. They also made a lot of compromises. The entire Chongyun sect was like duckweed in the wind and rain, struggling bitterly. However, after the Longevity Town's Xiaojin Temple's abbot, Lashan, who did not have any cultivation, was mysteriously killed, Chongyun's sect could no longer hold on. Although this incident was the last straw that broke the Chongyun sect's back, it was also a heavenly tribulation that the small Chongyun sect could not withstand. Chongyun's sect was annihilated by a bodhisattva who came out of nowhere. Whether the bodhisattva who annihilated the sect was a Buddhist or a Confucian cultivator, whether he was venting his anger or trying to frame them, no one knew the truth, just like Lashan's death. The death of the entire Chongyun sect was even more tragic than Lashan's death. Lashan's death almost led to a war between the immortals and Buddhas, which led to the Nirvana Sutra seeking. But the death of Chongyun's sect was really like duckweed, falling into the wind and rain. Unless Mo Jianli mentioned it to Xiao Hua now, who else would remember that unremarkable little Confucian sect 200 years ago? Seeing Gongshu Isin and Gongshu Yiming slow down, Xiao Hua stopped and looked at Mo Jianli, saying, "Jianli, when I first arrived at the Longevity Town, I encountered the Liaojiang incident. I also met a Confucian cultivator like you, who is as noble as a river. I have a very good impression of you. The Liaojiang incident, the root cause is related to a disciple of mine. How about this, as compensation, from now on, you will follow me." At this point, Xiao Hua hesitated again. He originally wanted to take Mo Jianli as his disciple. However, he also had a premonition that he could not casually take in his disciples. Previously, he took in Yuan Ya, Fujiwen, Liu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Chang Yuan, Jiang Hong and Yu Zhongquan as inner disciples. But when they arrived at the ruins, Wu Tian chose to stay in the upper world for his own pursuit. Xiao Hua's inner disciples stopped at 7. After that, he took in Li Xiong, Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, Chang Yu, Shen Songzi, and Reverend Jingting as outer disciples. In Bai Qingyu, Xiao Hua took in Ao Zhantian and Shu Tingzi as outer disciples. However, it was also in Bai Qingyu that Chang Yu died, Prince Lan's loyalty was doubted, and Xiao Hua's number of outer disciples fell to 7. Perhaps it was because he had just experienced the hand of cause and effect, Xiao Hua became alert. He felt that he could only accept 7 disciples and could not accept more. If he accepted Mo Jianli, then he would have more than 7 disciples. Even if there was really something wrong with Prince Lan, Mo Jianli had already taken the last disciple spot. But Mo Jianli was only a 4th-level literature master. With Xiao Hua's strength, he probably did not have much time to teach such a low-level Confucian disciple. Moreover, Xiao Hua already had a candidate in mind for the last disciple spot. Therefore, Xiao Hua hesitated. Chapter 4475. Junior appreciates Senior's kind intentions. Mo Jianli smiled. Junior is a Confucian cultivator. It would be inconvenient for me to follow Senior. Moreover, Junior is a disciple of the Chongyun sect, which is related to the Longevity Town's conflict. It would also bring trouble to Senior. Ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and said, "If you didn't say this Xiao would have hesitated. But since you have spoken your mind, how could this Xiao disappoint you? This Xiao may not have the time to teach you a Confucian cultivation technique, but this Xiao remembers that you should cultivate a Confucian sword technique. This Xiao has a disciple who is good at sword techniques. This Xiao thinks that he should take you as a disciple of the Fortune Gate." Fortune Gate? Mo Jianli was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and shouted, "When did Senior enter a Confucian sect?" This junior doesn't seem to have heard of a Confucian sect called the Fortune Gate. While the two were talking, Gongshu Minghu had already walked behind them. Xiao Hua looked at Gongshu Minghu and walked towards the pavilion. He said, "This matter is settled. When we come out of the Bright Moon Palace, this Xiao will take you to see him, senior." Mo Jianli hurriedly chased after him, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You don't have to say anything. If you see this Xiao's disciple and feel that it's not suitable, then it's fine. It's not too late to refuse." Xiao Hua didn't think that Mo Jianli would refuse Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan, who were already at the 7th level. Oh. Okay. Facing Xiao Hua's arbitrary decision, Mo Jianli was helpless. He nodded slightly and followed behind Xiao Hua. However, his thoughts were different from Xiao Hua's. He didn't believe that Xiao Hua's disciple would have any outstanding cultivation. Of course, he didn't complain about why Xiao Hua didn't take him as a disciple. Mo Jianli was a grateful person. After being expelled and homeless, he felt that Xiao Hua's kindness was a kind of enjoyment. Turning the corner, they came across a small hall. Gongshu Isin and Gongshu Yiming walked to the entrance of the hall and looked back. When they saw Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli coming over, they smiled at each other and quickly walked in. When Xiao Hua entered the palace, he saw a tall young Confucian cultivator who looked similar to Gongshu Isin. The Confucian cultivator had a smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Hua. Next to him, Gongshu Isin was holding his arm and acting like a spoiled little girl. On the two sides of this Confucian cultivator, there were a few men and women who were around the 5th or 6th grade of origin energy. These men and women all had imposing appearances and were intelligent on the inside, like dragons and phoenixes among men. Needless to say, this person was the Gongshu Jingyi that Gongshu Isin had mentioned, the 7th level elemental energy grandmaster. Looking at Gongshu Jingye sitting steadily on the chair, waiting for him to pay his respects, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He had really lifted a stone to smash his own foot. He originally disliked Zhu Qing's respect for him and wanted to find a more approachable feeling. He didn't expect that as soon as he met Mo Jianli, he would be humiliated by Gongshu Minghu. Gongshu Isin came over to smooth things over for him, and then he had to follow her to pay his respects to a 7th level elemental energy grandmaster. Gongshu Isin had good intentions. After all, the guidance or care of a high-level elemental energy grandmaster was a kind of opportunity. Gongshu Isin would disdain to introduce ordinary cultivators. However, Gongshu Isin had met Xiao Hua. How could a human Daoist Grand Ascension Stage cultivator meet a Confucian grandmaster with the power of a junior? Etiquette. Etiquette. Xiao Hua sighed. The etiquette of Confucian cultivators is a bit pedantic, but in essence, it is a kind of order. As the Immortal Realm's executioner, Shuji upholds it. I was a bit rash today. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua slightly straightened his body, about to reveal his cultivation level. However, at this moment, a slightly excited voice came from behind him. Yi Ming, you also came to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm? I just came to Star Picking Tower and heard that the Gongshu family was also here. I was thinking that since you are a junior of the Gongshu family, how could you not be on this trip to the Star Moon Palace? Look, this is the thunder amplification wood that I found for you. It will definitely be useful for you to cultivate the 5 Qi righteous thunder. Ha ha. Xiao Hua did not need to turn around, nor did he need to look back, nor did he need to use his divine perception to check. Just this voice alone was enough for Xiao Hua to laugh. He could clearly tell that this was Duanmu Qing, who had formed a grudge with him in Star Picking Tower in the Bronze Pillar Nation. That night, Xiao Hua had taught Duanmu Qing and Duanmu Qiu a lesson. He had also said in front of Duanmu Qing that he wanted to see if the so-called Confucian family still had justice, fairness, and justice. Duanmu Qing had also made it clear that she did not believe in justice, fairness, and justice. She had asked Xiao Hua to wait for her justice. After that, when Xiao Hua had almost forgotten, he had finally waited for the Duanmu family's justice. That was the pursuit of Duanmu Liang Sheng in Kang Lang Zi's cave. Duanmu Liang Sheng could be considered a hot-blooded man, but he was after all a disciple of the Duanmu family. Although he admired Xiao Hua, he had no choice but to kill him. Fortunately, although Xiao Hua's strength at that time was slightly inferior to Duanmu Liangsheng, it was not a problem for him to escape. Therefore, he was able to escape from the Duanmu family's justice. Duanmu Liangsheng had also obtained an opportunity in Kang Langzi's cave and did not find trouble with Xiao Hua again. What Xiao Hua did not expect was that when he had just returned to the 3 continents from the primitive continent and had not even taken a step into the hidden immortal continent, all the karma from before had actually appeared here. Not only did he see Mo Jianli and Gongshu Yixin, but he also saw Duanmu Qing, whom he had almost forgotten. Suddenly, Xiao Hua had a bad premonition. Damn it, it can't be. Could it be that Shuji's divination skills are so miraculous? This Star Moon Palace is indeed the last time I leave. When the 2 of them return to the immortal realm, I will also have the opportunity to choose. Otherwise, with so many old grudges, how could they all appear here? Of course, this thought was just a flash. He had some understanding that it was not his old grudges, but the opportunity of the Star Moon Palace. Because of the appearance of the Star Moon Palace, all the families in the hidden immortal continent would send disciples who needed opportunities to come to the Star Moon Palace. Not only the disciples of the families who had grudges with him, but also the disciples of the families who had grudges with him would all have the opportunity to come to the Star Moon Palace. They would also, at the appropriate time, resolve the grudges between them. While Xiao Hua was thinking, Duanmu Qing had already said something excitedly. She walked past Xiao Hua and arrived in front of Gongshu Jingyi. She bowed and said, "Great-granduncle, Junior Duanmu Qing from the Duanmu family pays respect to great-granduncle." Gongshu Jingyi was waiting for Xiao Hua to greet him, but Duanmu Qing's sudden appearance stole Xiao Hua's limelight. Gongshu Jingyi could not stand in front of the Duanmu family. He retracted his gaze from Xiao Hua and raised his hand. "Get up, this is Star Picking Tower. No need to be too polite. Chempage." Gongshu Yixin was not willing to give Duanmu Qing a good face. She snorted and said, "You're just a branch of the Duanmu family, and you dare to call yourself a disciple of the family? Aren't you afraid that the Duanmu family's ancestor will scold you?" This. Duanmu Qing did not dare to say anything in front of Gongshu Yixin. Yixin. Gongshu Jingyi's lips curled. He knew clearly about Gongshu Yixin's arrogance. He also knew that her scolding of Duanmu Qing was reasonable. However, he could only scold her. Duanmu Qing is also a disciple of the family. There are some words that you cannot say casually. "Mph, great-granduncle, you think I want to say it?" Gongshu Yixin said coldly. "If he did not pester Yiming Jejie, even if I saw him, I would only treat him as a toad." He did not go back to look for a mirror. He is not only a branch disciple of the Duanmu family, he is also a literary master who has just stepped into spirit-refining qi. How can he be worthy of Yiming Jejie? Moreover, Yiming Jejie had already told him clearly 100 years ago that she did not wish to see him again. But what about him? Seeing Yiming Jejie's soft personality, forcing her step by step, showing an infatuated face in front of the elders to gain sympathy. Isn't it just a thunder-amplifying wood? What's so great about it that he would give it to Yiming Jejie in front of great-granduncle? This kind of wild ambition, great-granduncle is embarrassed to say it, but I will say it. Yixin. Gongshu Yiming at the side also seemed to be unable to bear it. She pulled Gongshu Yixin's sleeve and said, "Don't say it in front of everyone, this is not good." "What is not good about it?" "It is because you are always thinking for others that you have landed in such an awkward situation. Now many disciples of the aristocratic families know that this guy is pursuing sister. Even if there are outstanding disciples who want to propose marriage to sister, they would be embarrassed. They would be afraid of brushing away the face of the Duanmu family." Gongshu Yixin understood Duanmu Qing's thoughts and hit the nail on the head. In reality, the Duanmu family does not even know of this guy's plans. It is not that bad. Gongshu Yiming's face was slightly red as she said in a low voice. Xiao Hua originally did not like Gongshu Yixin's outspokenness, but hearing it now made him very happy. He smiled and stopped walking, watching with interest. Duanmu Qing naturally did not know that Xiao Hua was here. His face was slightly pale as he said in a low voice, "Senior Gongshu, Junior knows that my cultivation is shallow and my background is not as good as Senior's. So from Senior's point of view, Junior's actions are indeed so. But, Junior can say it to Senior without any reservation, to the disciples of the Gongshu family. Junior can even say it to the heavens and the earth with a clear conscience. Love had no limits, no rank, and no strength. Perhaps Yiming Lady feels that Junior is not suitable, but from the moment Junior saw Yiming Lady, I have already treated her as my fairy. Junior does not dare to think too much because I am afraid that if I think too much, it will make that impression dim. Junior can only think faintly when the lanterns are lit, and hope that the night will make this longing last a little longer. Junior also knows that Junior is not worthy of Miss Yiming, but Junior is willing to be one of Miss Yiming's many admirers. Junior hopes that her path of cultivation will be smooth. Junior is willing to give up everything for her. Chapter 4476. Duanmu Qing spoke with deep affection. Not only did Gongshu Yiming blush, even Gongshu Yixin felt embarrassed and felt that she might have gone overboard. Duanmu Qing continued, Junior heard that Miss Yiming's 5-chi thunder had reached a bottleneck and was unable to break through, so I have been thinking of a way for her. 200 years ago, Junior heard that the star-picking tower of Copper Pillar Country was bidding for the thunder-developing wood. Junior hurriedly went there to bid for the thunder-developing wood and give it to Miss Yiming to comprehend. Unfortunately, Junior was deceived by a despicable Dao sect cultivator and was unable to bid for the thunder-developing wood. In the following days, Junior has been looking for opportunities. Fortunately, the heavens were moved by Junior. A few years ago, Junior finally bid for a similar thunder-developing wood at the auction of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. After Junior obtained the thunder-developing wood, Junior hurriedly went to find Miss Yiming. Unfortunately, Miss Yiming was no longer in the Gongshu family. Junior asked around but could not find Miss Yiming's whereabouts. Later, Junior heard news of the Star Moon Palace and immediately understood. Although Junior is not a candidate to enter the Star Moon Palace, Junior still tried my best to ask a senior in the family to bring Junior here. Junior does not wish to enter the Star Moon Palace. Junior only wishes to see Miss Yiming here and give her this thunder-developing wood. Junior also knows that as long as Miss Yiming enters the Star Moon Palace, after she comes out, her 5-chi thunder will definitely break through the bottleneck and step into the upper 5th grade of essence force. Junior is even more inferior. However, Junior does not regret it. Junior hopes that Junior can be a pebble under Miss Yiming's feet. As long as Miss Yiming can step on Junior safely, Junior will be satisfied. As she spoke, Duanmu Qing took the thunder-developing wood and walked in front of Gongshu Yiming. She looked at Gongshu Yiming affectionately. Damn it. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. This guy really knows how to talk. I can't compare to him. Even Xiao Hua said so. Gongshu Yiming's face was naturally hot. She lowered her head slightly and raised her slender white hand to take the thunder-developing wood. Seeing that Gongshu Yiming was about to take the thunder-amplifying wood, Gongshu Yixin, who was trying to break up the couple, came to her senses. She hurriedly pulled Gongshu Yiming behind her and said coldly, I hate this kind of flowery speech the most. You want to trick me with a piece of wood? If you have the ability, come here on a rainbow cloud. Gongshu Yixin looked up at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, I remember you have a thunder-devouring bead, right? 200 years is enough for you. Why don't you lend it to big sister Yiming first? Don't worry, after you borrow it, my Gongshu family will definitely protect you and won't let the Immortal Palace find trouble with you. Xiao Hua. When Duanmu Qing heard Xiao Hua's name, she was startled as if she was bitten by a snake or scorpion. She turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had a bitter smile on his face, but he was feeling very good in his heart. He had just used his divine ability and was about to make trouble. When he heard Gongshu Yixin was disrupting the situation, he immediately took 2 steps forward and touched his nose. He looked thoughtfully at Duanmu Qing and said, Young Master Duanmu, that despicable cultivator from the star-picking tower in the Bronze Pillar Country who used despicable means to deceive you is here. I want to ask you, what despicable means did I use to deceive you at the auction at Star Picking Tower? You. Duanmu Qing was dumbfounded. Those few words of his were merely to set off the atmosphere, to emphasize the hardships of not being able to obtain the thunder amplification wood. However, he never expected that Xiao Hua, whom he hadn't seen for several hundred years, would actually be right behind him. Moreover, he had directly passed by Xiao Hua without even noticing him. Moreover, Xiao Hua's question was even more heart-wrenching. Not to mention that Xiao Hua did not have any despicable means. Even if he did, that was Star Picking Tower's auction, and it was from hundreds of years ago. Duanmu Qing bringing up old scores in Star Picking Tower's territory was not only giving Star Picking Tower a bad look, but also finding trouble for herself. Details determine success or failure. The remorseful Duanmu Qing really wanted to grab the extra words out of everyone's ears and swallow them herself. Ah! Ha ha ha! When Gongshu Yixin heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She hurriedly said, "What? You were the one who bid for the thunder developing wood? How could you have won against young Master Duanmu from the Duanmu family? Quickly tell us, how despicable were you at that time?" Seeing that Gongshu Yixin did not mind blowing things up, Xiao Hua was also happy to add insult to injury. He nodded and said, "Even if Lady Gongshu did not say this, I would still say it. Not to mention my innocence, even Star Picking Tower's justice will be tarnished." Hearing Xiao Hua mention justice, Duanmu Qing's face turned pale. Xiao Hua did not add any details and narrated everything from the time he met Duanmu Qiu to the time he said fairness, justice to Duanmu Qing. Indeed, without waiting for him to say much, when the group of Gongshu family disciples heard that Duanmu Qing sat on the dragon horse carriage and headed towards Star Picking Tower, their faces were filled with disdain. The aristocratic family's carriages all had their own standards and were not for any aristocratic family disciples to sit on. Gongshu Yixin could sit on it, Gongshu Yiming could sit on it, Murong Tsongyun could also sit on it, but Duanmu Qing, a side family disciple, could not sit on it. Because she could not represent the Duanmu family. Xiao Hua naturally did not know about this rule, but the Gongshu family disciples knew it clearly. Without mentioning anything else, how could Gongshu Yiming accept her flamboyant personality? Oh, that's right. After explaining the matter at Star Picking Tower, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Looking at Gongshu Yixin, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "I almost forgot. Duanmu Gongzi is a person who keeps his promises. That was what I said that day. Duanmu Qing, I will remember your words. But I will give you a word of advice. Don't think that no one knows what is right and wrong here. Even the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators cannot stop the mouths of the people. A Duanmu family carriage driver is now Jin Gui. You can only let him bully others, but others cannot retaliate. I will wait for your Duanmu family's condemnation. I want to see if the aristocratic families of Confucian cultivators still have justice. And at that time, Duanmu Gongzi's reply was, justice. Let's go, let this Daoist wait for his justice. Xiao Hua looked at Duanmu Qing and smiled. Duanmu Gongzi, did I say anything wrong? Duanmu Qing bit her lips and did not reply. And the result? Say it. Gongshu Yixin was interested and urged, what happened after that? After that? Lady Gongshu, do you still remember the 5th grade middle-tier Confucian cultivator who suddenly appeared in the Cloud Mountain maze? Xiao Hua asked. Gongshu Yixin actually did not have any impression of Duanmu Liangsheng. But at this time, she did not know how to reply. She nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, that extremely powerful Confucian cultivator. Ian, he is the justice that the Duanmu family gave me, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Oh, Duanmu Liangsheng? Order of death. Gongshu Jingyi, who was at the side, was watching the younger generation quarrel like a play. However, when he heard this, he suddenly understood. He frowned and said a few words in a low voice. He looked at Duanmu Qing and didn't say anything. However, the disciples of the Gongshu clan who were present all despised her. Everyone knew what Duanmu Qing had done after the order of death. In front of such sinister thoughts, the sweet words that Duanmu Qing had said earlier had become a honey sword. Yes. Xiao Hua smiled. The Duanmu family's order of death is the justice that Duanmu Gongzi gave me. If not for my good luck, I am afraid that I would not have the chance to talk about Duanmu Gong's heroic deeds in front of everyone. Sigh. Duanmu Qing sighed slightly. She looked at the crowd and her gaze landed on Gongshu Yiming's face. She said, "Things are not as simple as Immortal Xiao said. However, I do not wish to explain anything at this moment. Because the same thing can be said by different people, it will have different effects. I admit that I do not have a glib tongue like Immortal Xiao. Everything will be revealed in the future. However, Miss Yiming, even though I may have done something wrong, your cultivation cannot be delayed. This thunder-amplifying wood is very important to you. It is innocent, you must accept it. What is the use of a mere thunder-amplifying wood? It is just a chicken rib. Only those who do not understand the lightning cultivation arts would treat it as a treasure." Xiao Hua took 2 steps forward and disdainfully glanced at the jade box in Duanmu Qing's hands. Inside the jade box, there was a lone thunder-amplifying wood that was sealed within. Xiao Hua said coldly, "Duanmu Qing, do you think that you can let Miss Yiming's 5-chi legitimate thunder break through the bottleneck with a piece of wood that has been struck by lightning? If that is the case, there are probably a bunch of lightning cultivators in this world, right? You." Duanmu Qing tried her best to maintain a cultured and refined image in front of Gongshu Yiming. Even when Xiao Hua exposed her earlier, she did not get angry. She understood that Xiao Hua was just a Dao cultivator. Even if she was from a side branch of the Duanmu clan, she was still a disciple of the clan. Her words were far more important than Xiao Hua's words. There was no need for her to confront Xiao Hua here. She could just wait for an opportunity to make up for it. But now, Xiao Hua had once again belittled the thunder amplification wood that he had painstakingly found as worthless. He looked at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "This one does not have the qualifications to know if this thunder amplification wood is useful for Miss Yiming's cultivation. However, this thunder amplification wood was something that Miss Yiming occasionally mentioned on that day, so this one remembered it in my heart. This one also admits that this one really does not know how useful this item is for Miss Yiming to break through her bottleneck. However, I know that as long as I work hard, Miss Yiming will definitely benefit from this thunder-amplifying wood. What about you? Could it be that a Dao cultivator who is not even at the 5th grade of elemental energy knows that this thunder-amplifying wood is useless to Miss Yiming? You, what qualifications do you have to say such useless words?" Chapter 4477. At this moment, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't put Duanmu Qing in his eyes and wouldn't be so bored as to argue with her. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. He raised his hand and took out a silk handkerchief from his bosom. He said, "For me to be able to say such words, I naturally have my reasons. I won't be like some people, whose mouth is full of nonsense and only one word is true." Saying this, Xiao Hua placed the silk handkerchief in front of Gongshu Yiming, saying, "Miss Yiming, do you think this is useful for your cultivation of the 5-chi thunder?" This is. Seeing Xiao Hua take out a silk handkerchief instead of thunder-developing bead or thunder-developing wood, let alone Gongshu Yishin, even Gongshu Yiming blushed. She looked at Xiao Hua with some confusion. After all, silk handkerchiefs were mostly for private use by female cultivators. Men and women giving silk handkerchiefs had other meanings. Damn it. Others might be puzzled, but Duanmu Qing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She already thought that Xiao Hua was revealing something to Gongshu Yiming in front of everyone, flirting in front of her. "Xiao Hua, what do you mean by this?" Gongshu Yishin was straightforward, shouting, "I told you to take out the thunder-amplifying bead. You, what do you mean by this? Why don't Miss Yishin take a look first?" Xiao Hua turned and smiled at Gongshu Yishin, saying, "You have a certain level of attainment in formations, you should be able to see it." "Oh." Gongshu Yishin looked at Gongshu Jingyi. That Gongshu Jingyi just looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything. He was also young, how could he not know the jealousy between young people? Seeing Gongshu Jingyi not saying anything, Gongshu Yishin said, raising her hand to take the silk handkerchief. When she took the silk handkerchief, she used her silver moon pupil. Just one look and her expression changed. She looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. The clear eye technique in her eyes didn't disappear. She exclaimed, "Xiao Hua, it's true. Don't worry." Xiao Hua smiled. Don't you know my reputation? Che. Gongshu Yixin retracted her silver moon pupil, curling her lips, saying, What reputation do you have? That day in the cave, you cheated so many people. Then, Gongshu Yixin didn't give the silk handkerchief to Gongshu Yiming. Instead, she held it in her hand, smiling at Yiming. Sister Yiming, can I make a deal with you? Can you lend this item to sister to study? What is this? Gongshu Yiming looked confusedly at the silk handkerchief in Gongshu Yixin's hand and asked. Gongshu Yixin opened her mouth and seemed to have some misgivings. She didn't give the handkerchief to Gongshu Yiming and transmitted to Gongshu Yiming. This is the Immortal Palace's 5-brocade cloud painting. Ah! Gongshu Yiming was ecstatic. She almost cried out, How is this possible? The 5-chi thunder was the purest form of cultivation in the Immortal Palace. The Gongshu clan also had it, but the flaws were obvious. They couldn't fix the flaws in their cultivation method during the tribulation. Therefore, Gongshu Yiming had always wanted to get the cultivation method of the 5-chi thunder from the Immortal Palace. This 5-brocade cloud painting was not a complete lightning cultivation method, but it contained the 5-chi thunder. If Gongshu Yiming had this item to study, she could easily break through her current bottleneck. Gongshu Yiming screamed and quickly covered her mouth, smiling at Xiao Hua. Thank you, immortal friend Xiao. Xiao Hua smiled. No need to be so polite, if there's anything you don't understand. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Duanmu Qing, who was at the side, retracted her hand and withdrew the awkwardness in everyone's eyes. She interrupted Xiao Hua's words and said with a hint of anger, Xiao Hua, I did not want to lower myself to your level when you used the matter from several hundred years ago to frame me. But then you used filthy words to slander my Duanmu clan's kill order. This matter involves the dignity of my Duanmu clan, so I represent the Duanmu clan to invite you to join the battle to bury the hatchet. En. When Gongshu Jingyi heard this, he unconsciously snorted from his nose and said unhappily, Duanmu Qing, you are in my Gongshu family's pavilion, representing the Duanmu family to challenge Xiao Hua. What is the meaning of this? Duanmu Qing was startled, and immediately realized the impropriety of her words. She hurriedly smiled and said, Great-granduncle, it is all Junior's fault. Junior was really disheartened by this Dao sect cultivator. My words were wrong. Junior apologizes to great-granduncle, and apologizes to the elders of the Gongshu clan. Finishing, Duanmu Qing did not give Gongshu Yixin and the others a chance to speak. She said to Xiao Hua, you and I originally had a personal grudge. Now, the battle to bury the hatchet at Zhai Xinglu is about to start. You may not be a disciple of a great clan, but you are in Zhai Xinglu now, you can still join the battle. How about it? In the battle to bury the hatchet, let's settle our previous grudges. This time, Duanmu Qing kept on talking about personal grievances. Gongshu Jingyi just looked indifferently and didn't say anything. Gongshu Yixin glared at Duanmu Qing and said coldly, What? Angry out of humiliation? All your tricks have been exposed, you can't live with your face. You want to be silenced by the battle to bury the hatchet. One look and you can tell he is a bluff. You can't beat Xiao Hua, so you want to use the power of the Duanmu clan to suppress him? Then, Gongshu Yixin waved her hand at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, ignore him. You are not a disciple of a great clan, why are you participating in the battle to bury the hatchet? Senior Yixin. Duanmu Qing looked at Gongshu Yixin and said seriously, Xiao Hua may not be a disciple of a great clan, but he is in Zhai Xinglu, and this is before the opening of the Star Moon Palace. He also has a grudge with Junior. This meets the conditions for the battle. Of course, if Xiao Hua does not wish to participate, Junior will not force him. He only needs to apologize to Junior in front of everyone during the battle to bury the hatchet. Junior may consider forgiving him, and can also consider asking the sect to take back the kill warrant. At this point, Duanmu Qing glanced at Xiao Hua and said, Besides, if a man of indomitable spirit does not even dare to accept such a small challenge, what right does he have to call himself a man? What right does he have to cultivate the powerful lightning energy? Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily when he heard Duanmu Qing's provocation. He really did not know how to answer. How could he, a human Mahayana realm cultivator, be so calculative with this guy? Even if he only revealed the strength of a peak 4th grade Yuan Qi, it was not possible to bet with him, right? Seeing that Xiao Hua did not speak, Duanmu Qing naturally thought that Xiao Hua was timid. She added fuel to the fire and said, "How about this, Xiao Hua, if you do not wish to participate, you only need to apologize to me here, and I will forgive you." HMPH, Duanmu Qing. Gongshu Yi Xin snorted before Xiao Hua could say anything. "If you are so capable, why don't you fight Xiao Hua one-on-one during the battle to bury the hatchet? Don't think I can't see your sinister intentions. You just want to borrow the Duanmu clan's blade to kill Xiao Hua." "Oh?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Yi Xin, could it be that during the battle to bury the hatchet, it doesn't have to be 2 disciples who have personal grudges?" "Of course." Gongshu Yi Xin was a little angry. "Since the various clans are participating, we have to consider their reputation. It doesn't have to be disciples with personal grudges. Don't be fooled. He can't beat you, so he wants someone else to do it." Xiao Hua. Duanmu Qing did not care that Gongshu Yi Xin had exposed her thoughts. She smiled and said, "If I were you, I would definitely go up and give it a try. After all, my Duanmu clan's kill order is still in effect. Any Duanmu clan disciple can kill you, and they can even return to the sect to receive a reward. If you are lucky enough to win, the kill order will no longer exist, and you can cultivate in peace in the future." "Fine." Xiao Hua looked at Duanmu Qing, who was acting like a clown, and sneered in his heart. Since Xiao Hua didn't have to do it himself, he could just find a Fortune Gate disciple from the Shunhua mainland. Hence, Xiao Hua nodded and said, "This Xiao agrees to fight with you." "Good." Duanmu Qing's eyes flashed with a cunning look. She smiled and said, "Looks like you are a man. Come, let's make an oath." Duanmu Qing raised her right hand and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua waved his hand slightly, as if he was shooing away a fly. He said, "No need. You are not worthy." "Damn it." Duanmu Qing could not help cursing in a low voice. "So you are so cunning. If we don't make an oath, who knows if you will participate? Perhaps, you've been planning to slip away for a long time?" Duanmu Qing was a little confused, just like Ao Qian from the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. However, one was for power, the other was for love. Oh, or it could be said that behind love, there was also the pursuit of power. Duanmu Qing pressed on, trying to force Xiao Hua into a dead end. However, when Xiao Hua fell into a dead end, he also fell into a dead end in Gongshu Yiming's heart. His various schemes aroused Gongshu Yiming's suspicion of his past actions. "Since that is the case," Xiao Hua muttered, turned to look at Mo Jianli and said, "Jianli, help me make an oath. I have a new idea. I will change your master." "Ah!" Mo Jianli was stunned. He did not understand what Xiao Hua meant. However, Mo Jianli was a straightforward man. Since he felt that Xiao Hua's temper was good, he did not care about Xiao Hua's cultivation level. He raised his hand and said, "Okay, young Master Duanmu, please, you. Seeing that Xiao Hua not only refused to strike his palm to make an oath, but also let a mere scholar disciple take action on his behalf, he was so angry that his face had already turned green. This was really a kind of naked humiliation. "You're really going too far." "Good. Since you dare to make an oath with me, then remember the fight." Gritting her teeth, Duanmu Qing raised her hand and hit Mo Jianli's palm. She said, "In the fight, there is no need to talk about life and death." HMPH. Mo Jianli was used to seeing the faces of aristocratic disciples. He said coldly, "Isn't it just a life? If you have the ability, then come and take it." Chapter 4478. Good. Gongshu Yi Xin at the side clapped, looking at Mo Jianli and praising, "As expected, there are great scholars everywhere. I didn't think that not only is Daoist Xiao so heroic, even the cultivators he befriends are more forthright than some of the aristocratic family disciples." Duanmu Qing gritted his teeth and looked at Gongshu Yi Xin, but did not dare to say a word. He turned to Gongshu Yiming and said softly, "Miss Yiming, after the battle to bury the hatchet, I will give you an explanation. This matter is definitely not what Xiao Hua said." A female cultivator's view of a person changed in an instant. Now, Gongshu Yiming looked at Duanmu Qing with a faint sense of unfamiliarity. She smiled. Actually, it doesn't matter. The words "doesn't matter" was more painful than a sword stabbing into Duanmu Qing's heart. He forced a smile and looked at Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao, I will see you at the battle to bury the hatchet. I know. Xiao Hua nodded. If Duanmu Liangsheng can come, that would be the best. Liangsheng did not come to Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. I have disappointed Daoist Xiao. Duanmu Qing smiled and nodded at Gongshu Yiming before turning to leave. But Xiao Hua's words almost made him fall. I know. You have many granduncles. It doesn't matter who comes. Seeing Duanmu Qing leave in a sorry state, Gongshu Yixin felt a little disappointed. She looked at Xiao Hua apologetically. Xiao Hua, I am sorry, I dragged you into this. I didn't expect you to have a grudge with him. Not bad. Xiao Hua smiled. You have changed a lot in 200 years. If it was you in the past, you would not have said this. Gongshu Yixin rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua. You think you are the only one who did not waste your life? Gongshu Yixin could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. Her eyes looked at Gongshu Yiming and Gongshu Jingyi, revealing more coquettishness. Gongshu Jingyi couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Gongshu Yixin had always been arrogant. Not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the famous female disciples of the four clans weren't worthy of her attention. And today, Gongshu Yixin's attitude towards Xiao Hua was definitely something that Gongshu Jingyi had never seen before. This didn't allow him to not think about it. Gongshu Jingyi looked at Gongshu Yiming's excited expression and Gongshu Yixin's shy expression. He smiled slightly and said, Little friend Xiao, you probably don't know about the battle to bury the hatchet before the various clans entered the Star Moon Palace, right? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Gongshu Jingyi thoughtfully. He then nodded and said, Immortal friend is right. This Xiao is not a disciple of an aristocratic family, so how could I know the reason for this battle? However, from what Duanmu Qing said, it should be a bet between the aristocratic clans to settle their grudges in Zhai Xinglu. Gongshu Jingyi heard that Xiao Hua didn't call him senior and unconsciously frowned. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua's vigilant expression and felt relieved. However, the more Xiao Hua acted like this, the more interested Gongshu Jingyi was. Not to mention Gongshu Yixin's admiration for Xiao Hua, just the previous dispute between Duanmu Qing and Xiao Hua because of Gongshu Yiming, and Gongshu Yiming actually watched from the side and didn't say anything to stop it. Gongshu Jingyi knew that Gongshu Yiming might have some inconvenient reason for transmitting voice to him. Since Gongshu Yiming was happy to see the weak Xiao Hua and the powerful Duanmu clan fight, then Gongshu Yiming's meaning was obvious. Gongshu Jingyi wouldn't let go of this opportunity to recruit Xiao Hua into the Gongshu clan. After all, a formation master stronger than Gongshu Yixin, even if his cultivation wasn't high, to the Gongshu clan, he was very precious. Therefore, although Gongshu Jingyi was unhappy, he was still very approachable and said, Little friend is right. However, this bet is a little different from the usual. The reason for this bet is actually very simple. Because the Star Moon Palace is an ancient relic, all the clans of the hidden immortal continent want to get a share of the profits. And the grudges between the clan's disciples naturally can't be severed, so in order to prevent the grudges of the hidden immortal continent from being brought to the Star Moon Palace, all the clans discussed to have a bet before entering the Star Moon Palace. Although this bet can't wipe out all the grudges, it can at least make people feel that there is some balance. Maybe they can get along peacefully in the Star Moon Palace and not cause trouble for everyone. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Fellow Immortal already said that grudges can't be severed. How could it be resolved with a bet to bury the hatchet? Haha, of course this is the original intention. Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, after a few times, all the clans also felt that this was inappropriate, but, the night is long and there is no mood to sleep. Instead of waiting for the Star Moon Palace to open in Star Picking Tower, why not find some fun to bet? So it's like this. Xiao Hua nodded. In that case, it makes sense. But when Gongshu Jingyi heard this, he immediately stopped smiling and said word by word, This bet to wipe out all the grudges is real. Every disciple of the clans will not be merciful. Even the elders of the clans will form a group of judges to judge every bet. So, little friend Xiao, you can't let your guard down. Granduncle. Gongshu Yixin hurriedly asked, Xiao Hua dealing with that Duanmu Qing is of course no problem, but the Duanmu clan has a lot of experts. Any disciple of the 6th level of essence power will not be easy for Xiao Hua to resist. Gongshu Jingyi glanced at Xiao Hua and said, according to what I know, the leader of the Duanmu clan is Duanmu Lianheng. He is famous for his bad temper. That year in Longevity Town, all the clans were watching and no one made a move. When Duanmu Lianheng arrived, he punched Buddha sect's Ci Mai until her expression changed and ordered the Longevity Town's Buddha to retreat. When Duanmu Lianheng retreated, he was blocked by Manjushri Bodhisattva who had just attained nirvana. However, seeing Duanmu Lianheng in this state, Dongfang Jiangliang of the Dongfang family blocked Manjushri Bodhisattva with his sword. From this, it can be seen that if little friend Xiao wants to bet with the Duanmu clan, I'm afraid. Gongshu Jingyi stopped. Gongshu Yiming smiled and said, Granduncle, with you here, with my Gongshu clan here, how can Daoist Xiao be at a disadvantage? Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, I'm naturally not afraid of Duanmu Lianheng, but I don't have a good reason. Granduncle, you're wrong again. Gongshu Yiming hurriedly said, Daoist Xiao is proficient in formations and thunder techniques. This junior and Yixin can't compare to him. If this kind of person is used by my Gongshu clan, wouldn't Granduncle have a good reason? This depends on little friend Xiao's opinion. Gongshu Jingyi looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully and said, maybe he'll be a guest, or have some marriage. Little friend Xiao's strength may not be enough to be a guest, but in terms of marriage, it's possible. Hearing about marriage, Gongshu Yiming slightly raised his elbow and touched Gongshu Yixin. Gongshu Yixin was stunned and suddenly blushed. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, Granduncle, I'm afraid this won't work. I'm not familiar with Xiao Hua. Yixin, Granduncle didn't seem to be talking about you. Gongshu Yiming smiled and said, why are you so anxious? I. Gongshu Yixin, who was always proud and arrogant, stuttered, not knowing how to answer. She really respected Xiao Hua, but to talk about love, it seemed too early to talk about it. Actually, you don't have to take it seriously. You and Daoist Xiao first, put on a show, give Granduncle an excuse, and deceive the Duanmu clan. Gongshu Yiming suggested, after this, who will know about this? But what if the fake becomes real? Gongshu Yixin was a bit sad, looking pitifully at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, if I agree, you won't pester me like that Duanmu Qing, right? Looking at Gongshu Yixin, who had a high cultivation in formations, but was ignorant of the ways of the world, and even spoke like a sinner, Xiao Hua smiled and said, many thank. I won't make things difficult for you. Not at all, not at all. Gongshu Yiming smiled and said, little sister Yixin often talks about Daoist Xiao in front of me. She really respects you, but she doesn't understand, and doesn't understand what this means. How come I don't know? Gongshu Yixin looked at Gongshu Yiming with shame and anger. I just feel that Xiao Hua is powerful, I don't feel anything else. That day Gusu Qiu Di also said the same. There were many Gongshu clan disciples in the pavilion. At this time, a few girls wanted to come over. But when they heard Gongshu Yixin mention Gusu Qiu Di, they looked at each other and sat back, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Gongshu Yiming and Gongshu Yixin were very close. She didn't care about Gongshu Yixin's shame and anger, and said, no matter what you think, if Xiao Hua has nothing to do with you, Granduncle can't fall out with the Duanmu clan. What do you say? Then he has something to do with him. Gongshu Yixin looked at Xiao Hua, her face red, and said in a low voice, good. Gongshu Jingyi smiled and said, since Yixin also agreed, I'll take over Xiao Hua's matter, cough cough. Xiao Hua touched his nose, coughed bitterly and said with a smile, I appreciate everyone's good intentions. A mere Duanmu Lianheng isn't worth me retreating. Gongshu Jingyi frowned and said, little friend Xiao, now is not the time to act on impulse. A real man should know when to yield and when not to. Gongshu Yixin also forced a smile and said, Xiao Hua, I know I don't understand things, and always cause trouble. Today's matter originally had nothing to do with you, but I dragged you in, so, you don't need to consider me, first pass this test. Chapter 4479. Good. Xiao Hua heard Gongshu Yixin's words and clapped. I was hesitant before. To be honest, Yixin, your formation skills are not bad, but you are too arrogant. You never put others in your eyes. You don't know what's important. You may not be strong in the future. Today, because of your words and your willingness to acknowledge your mistakes, I have decided to ask someone to take you in as a disciple and impart to you the Tao of array formation. Then Xiao Hua looked at Gongshu Yiming and said, and you, Lady Yiming, your 5-chi thunder cultivation is not bad. However, the cultivation method is not authentic. It even shows signs of deviating from the essence of a lightning cultivator. This has something to do with your character. You can also consider it. If you have any ideas, you can come find me with Yixin after we reach Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua, what are you talking about? Not to mention Gongshu Yiming, even Gongshu Yixin was shocked. She looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Immortal friend Gongshu, thank you for your good intentions. Xiao Hua did not answer. He cupped his hands towards Gongshu Jingyi and turned to leave Gongshu family's pavilion. Mo Jianli also hurriedly cupped his hands and followed. Xiao Hua. Gongshu Yixin did not seem to understand Xiao Hua's words. She wanted to chase, but she still said, if you don't want to do this, I will talk to granduncle. How about asking him to find star-picking Lu? Stop. Gongshu Jingyi glared at Gongshu Yixin and scolded. Granduncle. Gongshu Yixin felt wronged. How can you let Duanmu family bully people like this? Granduncle. A Gongshu family disciple who was originally sitting at the side stood up and looked at Gongshu Jingyi and said softly, this Xiao Hua seems not simple. Confucian families really attached great importance to etiquette. When Xiao Hua and the others came over, because Gongshu Jingyi didn't speak, the disciples of the Gongshu family didn't say a word. At this time, when Xiao Hua, an outsider, left, they all opened their mouths. A tall man nodded and said, that's right. If we did not see him expose Duanmu Qing's tricks, just hearing his last words, we would think he was a noble person. But since he was so calculative with Duanmu Qing, how can he be a noble person? He must have something to rely on. The question is, what does he have to rely on? Someone spoke again. Yixin, the silk handkerchief that Xiao Hua gave you, what is it? Gongshu Jingye thought of something and hurriedly asked. 5 brocade cloud painting array. Since they were all disciples of the Gongshu family, Gongshu Yixin had nothing to hide. Hiss. Gongshu Jingye gasped and exclaimed, the Sun family of the Immortal Palace? Could it be that his backer is the Immortal Palace? If that's the case, no wonder he doesn't put my Gongshu family in his eyes. A disciple of the Gongshu family said self-righteously. That's right. The other female cultivator nodded sourly. Didn't he say it already? We need to find a master for Yixin and Yiming. If it's not an immortal official from the Immortal Palace, who can be their master? There's no need for further discussion. Gongshu Jingyi's face turns cold, no matter what this Xiao Hua's background is, and what backing he has. As long as he doesn't have any conflict with my Gongshu family, it's fine. And, the matter of the 5 brocade cloud painting, no one can leak it. Yes, we understand. The disciples of the Gongshu family all replied in a low voice. Also, Qingping, go to Zhai Xinglu and see if they have any news about Xiao Hua. Buy it at all costs. Gongshu Jingyi instructed another woman. Yes, disciple will go now. Gongshu Qingping replied and hurriedly left. After finishing the arrangements, Gongshu Jingyi looked at Gongshu Minghu and said, Minghu, come here. Let me ask you, how many cultivators did Zhai Xinglu select to enter the Star Moon Palace? Zhai Xinglu. Did something happen? Gongshu Minghu hurriedly went forward to answer. Not mentioning Xiao Hua, he brought Mo Jianli out of the pavilion, looked at the direction, and walked down another flight of stairs. Senior. Mo Jianli followed for a moment, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, Junior doesn't know what you're thinking. However, Junior sees that the Gongshu family doesn't have any evil intentions, and the Duanmu family is really powerful. If Senior doesn't use the Gongshu family, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with that Duanmu Qing. Oh, don't worry about that. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I don't put that Duanmu Lianheng in my eyes. How can I not see through Duanmu Qing's provocation? If it wasn't for the Duanmu family's kill order, I wouldn't even care about him. Mo Jianli obviously didn't believe Xiao Hua's words, but he could only nod and say, "Senior, as long as you're confident." "Oh right." Looking at Mo Jianli, Xiao Hua said again, "Previously, I wanted to let my disciple take you in as a disciple, but then I thought of a good friend of mine who is also a Confucian cultivator. He's more powerful than my disciple, so why don't I let him teach you the real Confucian cultivation method? I didn't explain it to you at the Gongshu family." All right. Thank you, Senior, for your kind intentions," Mo Jianli hurriedly replied. Previously, Xiao Hua had a premonition that he couldn't take in too many disciples, but when he saw Gongshu Yixin and Gongshu Yiming's aptitudes, he was moved to take them in. As he pondered, he thought of Wen Chu, the Thunderbolt Immortal, and the other clones. Although he could only take in 7 disciples, he had several clones. If nothing unexpected happened, each of his clones should be able to take in 7 disciples. Wen Chu could teach Gongshu Yiming the 5 Qi Thunder, the Thunderbolt Immortal could teach Gongshu Yixin the Tao of Array, then Wen Chu could also teach Mo Jianli the 5 Qi Origin. But seeing Mo Jianli's absent-minded appearance, Xiao Hua naturally understood what he was thinking. He smiled and was about to say something, when a faint clear light swept over. Then, when this clear light touched Xiao Hua and the others, it immediately dissipated. It was very strange. If Xiao Hua wasn't a Mahayana realm cultivator, he wouldn't have noticed anything. Strange. Xiao Hua was stunned. His eyes turned and he was puzzled. Who's following me? Could it be the Duanmu family? Could it be that they can't even wait for a challenge to bury the hatchet? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua quietly released a strand of Buddhist consciousness. Buddhist consciousness was naturally more concealed than the light of clear sight, not to mention that Xiao Hua's avatar had already attained the Buddhist consciousness of Namo-Metriya Buddha. However, just as Xiao Hua released his Buddhist consciousness, he saw a faintly discernible shadow floating behind him, quietly approaching. Damn it! Xiao Hua frowned. He was really angry. His body moved slightly, blocking in front of Mo Jianli. He raised his left hand, condensed spiritual power in his hand, and calmly made a move. But at this time, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the shadow left Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli and flew to the other side of the corridor. The corridor of Zhai Xinglu was very large, more than 100 feet long. Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli were on the left side. And the shadow was flying to the right side, more than 100 feet away from Xiao Hua. It didn't have the intention to attack at all. Xiao Hua also unconsciously condensed spiritual power in his hand, quietly waiting for the result. He didn't believe that in the 3 continents, within 100 feet, there was anyone who had a greater advantage than him. Just as Xiao Hua saw this and didn't release his spiritual power, what made Xiao Hua even more surprised was that the shadow only hesitated for a moment, then immediately flew over. Of course, after flying over, it stopped, and the shadow became even dimmer, as if it was observing something. Senior. With Mo Jianli's Abhina, he naturally couldn't detect the appearance of this shadow. He was a little confused as to why Xiao Hua suddenly blocked in front of him, and said curiously, "Senior, I suddenly thought of something." Xiao Hua smiled slightly, and said without turning his head, "Come with me." As he spoke, Xiao Hua lifted his feet and walked towards the stairs. Yes. Mo Jianli didn't suspect anything, nodded, and followed. Xiao Hua and Mo Jianli left, and the shadow also hurriedly left. However, after a while, Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the corridor again. He looked at the place where the shadow disappeared, stroked his chin, and thought, Zhai Xinglu doesn't restrict flying, but most cultivators will not fly unless there's something urgent to show their respect for Zhai Xinglu. Not to mention that this cultivator is so stealthy. At this moment, the disciples of Zhai Xinglu seem to have something urgent to do, and they aren't at their shifts. Could it be that this cultivator did something unfavorable to Zhai Xinglu? However, after a while, Xiao Hua denied this. After all, Zhai Xinglu belonged to Xingyu, and Xingyu was founded by Fairy Xingyu. Although Fairy Xingyu didn't reveal herself, she was still an immortal from the immortal realm, and her abhina was self-evident. Who would dare to pluck the hair from a tiger's body? Since he had come to this conclusion, Xiao Hua naturally turned around, wanting to turn back. However, at this moment, another ray of clear light swept over. Just like before, it stopped when it saw Xiao Hua, then retracted. Of course, Xiao Hua was prepared this time. As if he didn't notice anything, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Behind him, another shadow vaguely flew by, heading towards the corridor. Hee hee. When the shadow disappeared, Xiao Hua smiled and thought to himself, shadows appear again and again. I'm afraid there's a problem. Even if this shadow has nothing to do with Zhai Xinglu, I still have to go take a look. Otherwise, wouldn't my understanding of the hand of karma be in vain? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua leaped up and headed towards the end of the corridor. There was also a flight of stairs at the end of the corridor, but the stairs led upwards. At the same time, there was a bow that was shaped like a crescent moon. Xiao Hua flew in front of the bow and scanned it with his divine perception. He had already sensed the aura of a defensive array on the bow. He pondered for a moment, and a light flashed around him. The appearance of a small nose and small eyes appeared, and he rushed towards the bow. Chapter 4480. Swoosh. A dual-colored cloud descended and shrouded Xiao Hua's figure. Xiao Hua's concealing technique was also revealed. Moreover, under the cloud, the jade pendant in Xiao Hua's bosom shone with a strange brilliance. When this brilliance touched the cloud, it immediately left Xiao Hua. Naturally, the cloud also disappeared. Looking again in front of Xiao Hua, there was a small hall. Several Confucian cultivators at the 6th level of essence power were holding their respective imperial artifacts, standing there on guard, eyeing Xiao Hua like a tiger eyeing its prey. Among them, a general with an average stature and bulging muscles all over his body whispered, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "Me." Xiao Hua was taken aback. He didn't know how to answer. Moreover, he knew very well that this was a secret signal. How could he answer without a secret signal? However, looking at the Confucian cultivator at 6th grade origin Qi, Xiao Hua sneered and replied, "This one is a good friend of the Star Moon Palace Master. I was just wandering around when I had nothing to do." Xiao Hua originally wanted to say that he found this place a little strange, so he came over to take a look. However, before he could speak, the general spoke coldly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice as he said, "Why are you dawdling like this? Why aren't you coming over?" "Oh." Xiao Hua was taken aback. He really didn't expect this sentence to be the so-called secret signal. These Confucian cultivators really keep up with the times. Of course, since the secret signal had been matched, he didn't say anything else. Bai Qingyu's experience had already told him that if he wanted to pretend, he had to pretend until the end. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see the truth if he gave up halfway. Although Bai Qingyu, Heaven Concealing Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain already belonged to the Fortune Gate, he still didn't know who was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Even the 3 great sages of the Great Sage Hall didn't know. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and walked into the hall. This hall was similar to the one Xiao Hua had seen before. There was nothing special about it. However, there were many more Gongshu family disciples inside the hall. Moreover, everyone was sitting with their heads down and didn't talk to others. When Xiao Hua walked in, no one raised their heads to look at him. Therefore, Xiao Hua looked around and found a place where there weren't many people and casually sat down. He also slightly lowered his head and only released his Buddhist sense to look at the situation around him. What surprised Xiao Hua was that the cultivators in this hall were all Confucian cultivators, and they were all above the Great Grandmaster realm. Many of the cultivators were even wearing things that concealed their cultivation base. Xiao Hua's cultivation base was extraordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see through it. Hehe, this is getting more and more interesting. Seeing the situation before his eyes, how could Xiao Hua not know that he was already in a very delicate situation? Moreover, he had coincidentally uncovered a mysterious veil. He was looking forward to seeing what was behind the veil. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still overthinking things. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the military generals who had been guarding the door earlier walked in, looked around, and said, "Today's gathering was rushed, so not many people came. Let's not talk about anything else." I just want to tell everyone that the previous plan will be put on hold for now. If there is no new information, everyone should not take any action for now. Just enter the Star Moon Palace and do your own things. I have a question." Without waiting for the military general to finish speaking, a cultivator called out coldly, "Fellow immortal, please speak." The military general raised his hand and pointed. "I believe that all of you are like me, fellow immortals, and have put in a lot of effort for today. We naturally entered the Star Moon Palace for one purpose, but towards the star-picking tower." "Shut up." Without waiting for the cultivator to finish speaking, the military general roared angrily. A tricolored ball of light condensed in his hand, and he shouted, "Don't tell me you don't know the taboo." Yes, I know I was wrong." The cultivator hurriedly apologized and said, "I just wanted to say that we have been preparing for a long time, and now that we have a clue, why did we suddenly give up?" This. The military general was obviously stunned. He didn't expect someone to ask. He then turned to look at another cultivator. That cultivator pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, this is also a secret that you don't need to know. However, considering that all of you have made a lot of preparations, we may have a chance in the future. Thus, Master told me to tell you that the current situation is a little different. This is because the Star Moon Palace Lord has appeared today and brought back 2 cultivators of unknown origins. Furthermore, one of them is a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. This is not something that we can deal with. Thus, our plan will be postponed." "A human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator? How is that possible?" The military general exclaimed, "I've never heard of a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator in the Daosec. I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do." The cultivator said in an indifferent voice, "This is what Master told us to do. You can all disperse." "Disperse?" The military general faltered upon hearing this. "We're going to disperse just like that?" "That's right, what else can we do? Do you want a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator to kill you with a single slap?" The cultivator chuckled. "Hurry up and leave. Even today's gathering was decided after much deliberation by Master. He wants to minimize your losses. The Star Moon Palace's Palace Lord is only a 7th grade origin Chi cultivator. How can we not be a match for her?" The military general exclaimed, "That human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator. Perhaps he's just passing by." "Shut up." The cultivator roared, "Master will think about this matter. It's not up to you to speak. Hurry up and leave. If the Star Moon Palace finds out about this, we'll all be dead. Mph, if you knew something was wrong, you should have stayed outside Star Plucking Tower." One of the cultivators muttered, "Cut the crap, hurry up and disperse." Another cultivator scolded in a low voice, "Do you know what it means by what's real is fake, and what's fake is real? I know what it means by the most dangerous place is the safest place." The cultivator muttered in a low voice before getting up and walking toward a curved outline of a small door not far away. Seeing that the cultivator had left, no one said anything else. They all got up and slowly made their way toward the small door. Although Xiao Hua hadn't been here for a long time, from these few short sentences, Xiao Hua learned a lot. As he watched everyone leave, he looked at the cultivators standing next to him and muttered in his heart. If he were to make a move now, he would definitely be able to capture these cultivators and perhaps find out the truth. However, when he thought of Fairy Xing Yu's stingy attitude, Xiao Hua curled his lips slightly. Damn it, they seem to be after Star Moon or Star Plucking Tower. Moreover, it's easy to tell that the Tower Master of Star Plucking Tower is among them. Why am I getting involved? Fairy Xing Yu has already made it clear that she doesn't intend to leave Star Moon to me in the future. Why should I meddle in other people's business? I just need to do a good job for the Merchant Alliance. If an immortal from the immortal world can make Star Moon into something like this, why can't I, a human Grand Ascension Stage cultivator, do the same? While Xiao Hua was thinking, many cultivators had already left. Xiao Hua looked again and saw that several cultivators were already looking at him. He shrugged, blinked his eyes with Zhong Xiaohua's appearance, turned around, and followed the crowd through the small door. Outside the small door was another corridor. Xiao Hua didn't see any other cultivators nearby. He was certain that this small door must be a defensive array of star-plucking tower. If it weren't for star-plucking tower's spies, they wouldn't have been able to obtain such convenience. However, what did this have to do with Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua smiled, as if he had just watched a farce. He recovered his appearance and casually walked in a certain direction. The floors of star-plucking tower were the same as those seen outside. After passing through this small door, Xiao Hua couldn't tell which floor he was on. However, he knew that Shuji and Fairy Xingyu must be on the highest floor, so he walked up the stairs when he saw them. After walking through 2 pavilions, before Xiao Hua could figure out which floor he was on, he heard a slightly oppressive voice above his head say, "There's no need to talk about this anymore. I've already made up my mind. If Murong Hui has any objections, feel free to look for me after we reach Star Moon Palace." Sweat. When Xiao Hua heard this familiar voice, he immediately stood on the stairs and refused to move. Damn it, is this really the rhythm of my ascension? It's just Star Moon Palace, but acquaintances are appearing one after another. If it's not to settle the karma, why would they all appear here? Xiao Hua stood there and waited quietly. Sure enough, after a few breaths, a graceful figure appeared in front of him. Wasn't it Murong Tsongyun? Murong Tsongyun was as graceful as before, but there was a trace of coldness between her beautiful eyebrows. Behind her, there were a few men and women who were around the 5th level of origin energy. Although their cultivation was similar to Murong Tsongyun's, they all lowered their heads and listened to Murong Tsongyun's reprimand. When Murong Tsongyun raised her head, she saw Xiao Hua standing there with a faint smile on his face. At first, she was stunned, then her beautiful eyes instantly clouded over. Her body stiffened as she stared at Xiao Hua, unable to say a single word. Immortal friend Murong. When Xiao Hua saw Murong Tsongyun's reaction, his heart trembled. He smiled and asked, "We haven't seen each other for many years. How are you?" You. Murong Tsongyun stared at Xiao Hua and breathed with all her might. Her already towering chest heaved up and down. After a moment, she took a deep breath. Rather than saying that she couldn't breathe properly, it would be better to say that she was inhaling the moisture in her eyes. Her mouth slightly stuttered as she asked, Are you really still alive?" "Hihi, of course." Xiao Hua sighed and nodded. "Even if the Chu family dies, this Xiao won't die." "Chu family." Murong Tsongyun smiled. That smile was like 100 flowers blooming. "I would rather the Chu family die. I don't want." Murong Tsongyun looked around and said with a stunned expression, "Go and wait. Do as I say." "Yes, this subordinate understands." The few Confucian cultivators looked at Xiao Hua in astonishment. They lowered their heads and quickened their pace. They rushed past Xiao Hua and walked down the stairs. Chapter 4481. Murong Tsongyun walked in front of Xiao Hua in a few steps, but the closer she got, the smaller her steps, as if she didn't dare to close the distance between them. Her eyes almost never left Xiao Hua's face. When she got closer, she said, "Xiao Hua, you really scared me to death. What happened that day? In order to save me, you fell from the sword diagram. I also wanted to rush down, but I was entangled by that damn bald donkey. I thought, since you died, I also didn't want to live alone. I wanted to die together with that damn bald donkey." At this time, 14th uncle finally arrived and solved my dangerous situation. But when I went to look for you again, there was no trace of you. Speaking to here, Murong Tsongyun stopped. His eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and his tone carried joy as he said, "I originally thought you had already fallen in the demon god's blood, but who would have thought, before I could even return to the clan, I would receive the abnormality of the demon god's blood." I really don't know how to describe the surprise at that time. "Xiao Hua, you are truly a person who is good at creating miracles. I didn't dare to believe that you could actually survive in the God-Devil blood pool, and I didn't dare to believe that you were actually farming there after the God-Devil blood pool disappear. Did you know? In these 200 years, I have been to the God-Devil blood pool several times and personally saw the drastic changes there. Oh, no, that place is no longer called the God-Devil blood pool, but Xiao country. A country that is not a country of Confucian cultivators, nor a country of Taoism. A country that is named after a daoist cultivator that they worship. A country that is bigger than all the countries in the hidden immortal continent. This country doesn't have a ruler, nor does it have any authority. Because other than the daoist cultivator that is like a god in their hearts, there is no one else in the entire hidden immortal continent that can be the ruler of this country. Xiao Hua touched his nose and bitterly smiled. Miss Murong, there is no need to be so emotional. This Xiao only sowed some rice seeds there. Moreover, there is also the contribution of the literary saints of the various clans. This Xiao's actions are really insignificant. This might be insignificant in your eyes, and even in the eyes of other cultivators, it is merely a senseless act. But in the eyes of the hundreds of millions of citizens of Xiao Kingdom, what you have done is a miracle. Murong Tsongyun smiled and said, you can imagine that the entire 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent is a disaster. Thousands of li around the Xiao Empire is filled with rice fields. Every citizen who can settle down in the Xiao Empire has no worries about food or clothing. This Xiao Empire is the immortal world in the eyes of all mortals. I have been to Xiao Empire several times in the past few hundred years and witnessed the prosperity of Xiao Empire with my own eyes. Today, Xiao Empire has already become a rare paradise in the entire hidden immortal continent. Hearing Murong Tsongyun's words, Xiao Hua also smiled. Back then, he thought that if he didn't plant grain in such a large swamp, it would become a real swamp in the future. Leaving it there would be a waste. That was why he let the disciples farm with him. But he didn't expect that this matter would cause such a huge commotion under the influence of the literary saints of the various aristocratic families. It truly had a kind of unparalleled spirit of securing millions of acres of fertile land and protecting the hungry people of the world. Don't do small deeds without doing them. This saying is indeed correct. Xiao Hua nodded. This small kindness can sometimes become great kindness. At that time, this Xiao had never thought that there would be such a huge commotion. Oh, Miss Murong, that day, this Xiao was knocked unconscious by the heavenly king of the Buddhist sect into the demonic godblood swamp. When I woke up, not only was the demonic godblood swamp gone, there was only a large swamp. Even the disciples of the Chu family, Miss Murong, and the others were gone. This Xiao also doesn't know what happened in the demonic godblood swamp. If possible, can Miss Murong tell this Xiao what happened that day? Oh! Murong Tsongyun was slightly taken aback and said curiously, your words are a bit strange. These things were taboo back then, and no one would say a word about it. But since the sutra seeking extreme bliss is about to end, the filth between us Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect has long disappeared. The truth of the demonic god-blood swamp has spread quite a bit in the hidden immortal continent. Could it be that you don't know? Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's precisely because there are too many rumors that this Xiao has no way to judge. That's why I want to hear from you. He. Murong Tsongyun said with a smile, if you call me Jin Xiao and don't call me Miss Murong, I will tell you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. All right. Xiao Hua's heart slightly swayed as he said, isn't it just Jin Xiao? Even if I have to call you Jin Xiao 1,000,000 times, I am willing. Murong Tsongyun's face slightly reddened. She bit her lips and said softly, this is what you said. From now on, call me Jin Xiao once a day. As she spoke, Murong Tsongyun looked down the stairs and said softly, this time, I followed 7th Granduncle to Zhaixing Lu because I wanted to take a look at the Star Moon Palace. Come with me to see 7th Granduncle. He appreciates you. Along the way, I will tell you everything that happened in the Divine Devil Blood Pool. This. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, but after a moment, he felt relieved. After all, he had already come to Zhaixing Lu, so he would definitely meet Murong Jiang. Previously, he had hoped to obtain the protection of the Murong family and Murong Jiang had also agreed. Today, he would be able to understand everything. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Murong Tsongyun's eyes flashed with apprehension. When Xiao Hua spoke, he said, all right, bring me there. I also want to see him. He. Murong Tsongyun's face glowed. He seemed to be very happy and almost jumped up. He said, let's go. 7th Granduncle will definitely be very happy to see you. Immediately, Murong Tsongyun brought Xiao Hua down the stairs. As they walked, He told Xiao Hua what happened after he fell into the divine devil blood pool. Actually, after Xiao Hua fell into the divine devil blood pool, the Chu family's patriarch and elders took action. Murong Tsongyun didn't hold on for too long and left the sword diagram. Most of what Murong Tsongyun said was from the sage of literature, Murong Jun. Not sure if it was because Murong Tsongyun didn't know that Murong Jun obtained information about the divine devil puppet or because he didn't want to tell Xiao Hua, but Murong Tsongyun only said that when the sage of literature took action and killed the heavenly king of Buddhism, the divine devil blood pool suddenly changed and stopped. At this time, Murong Tsongyun brought Xiao Hua to the front of a pavilion. Xiao Hua naturally didn't ask. He slightly nodded and sighed. I didn't expect that after I fainted, so many things would happen. If the sage of literature didn't come, you and the Chu family's disciples would have fallen in the divine devil blood pool. Murong Tsongyun shook his head and said, Xiao Hua, you are wrong. In fact, all of this had been arranged in advance. I and the other disciples also knew about it. We also knew that we were bait. But we didn't expect the Buddhist sect's methods to be so ruthless. They actually used some soul cultivators' transportation channel. So, you have to remember, on the hidden immortal continent, the power of the various families is the real big hand behind the scenes. Even the high and mighty immortal palace isn't. Yes. Xiao Hua sighed. Otherwise, why would I want to shelter under the Murong family's power and avoid the immortal palace's attack? Hee hee. Murong Tsongyun laughed again. He reached out and pulled Xiao Hua's sleeve. You have already done what you promised, seventh uncle. I presume he has nothing else to say, right? Xiao Hua opened his mouth. He wanted to explain something, but seeing Murong Tsongyun's smiling face, he swallowed his words. The Murong family's pavilion was similar to the Gongshu family's, but there weren't many people in the pavilion. Aside from a few men and women with similar cultivation to Murong Tsongyun standing around the pavilion, there was a very proud young man sitting on a chair. He was holding a yellow book and carefully reading it. This young man was Murong Jiang, whom Xiao Hua met at the God-Demon Blood Pool. Before the Fiend God Blood Pool, Xiao Hua was unable to see through Murong Jiang's strength. 200 years later, Xiao Hua was able to clearly see through Murong Jiang's strength. This Murong Jiang was already a martial ancestor at the peak of the 7th level of origin energy, only one step away from stepping into the realm of literary saint. Presumably, Murong Jiang was the person the Murong family wanted to enter Star Moon Palace, right? Murong Jiang didn't even raise his head as he pulled Xiao Hua into the pavilion. His eyes were fixed on the book, unable to move. Seventh uncle, seventh uncle. Murong Tsongyun excitedly called out, look who's here. En. Murong Jiang responded, but his right index finger was on his lips again. He dipped it in his saliva and flipped through the book, reading it with relish. Quick. Murong Tsongyun pulled Xiao Hua and secretly said, quick, pay your respects to seventh uncle. He will definitely keep his promise. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He slightly raised his hand and was just about to open his mouth when he saw Murong Jiang waving his hand and blocking his way. Murong Jiang lightly said, Yun what promise did granduncle give you? As he spoke, the corners of Murong Jiang's eyes twitched. He glanced at Murong Tsongyun and Xiao Hua, and then his gaze fell onto the book. However, just as his gaze touched the book, his entire body suddenly went still, as if he had thought of something. He raised his head, and his gaze fell onto Xiao Hua like lightning. With a voice of disbelief, he said, Xiao Hua? How come it's you? Yes, it's me. Xiao Hua smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for 200 years. Immortal friend Murong is still as elegant as before. Immortal friend Murong? Murong Tsongyun's face slightly changed when he heard Xiao Hua's address. He hurriedly pulled Xiao Hua's arm, hinting him to change the way he addressed him. Murong Jiang looked at Xiao Hua and seemed to understand something. He smiled and said, Xiao Hua, this old man really didn't expect you to be able to come back alive from the divine devil blood swamp. Presumably, when Yuna sees you, she will mention the matter this old man promised you. This old man understands Yuna's thoughts. She has mentioned this matter many times in the past 200 years, but you have never come to my Murong family. Since we met in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm Star Picking Tower, This old man will be frank with you. This old man is a man of his word. If you are willing to be my Murong family's guest elder, this old man will immediately agree. Moreover, I will immediately report this matter to the family through Star Picking Tower. When we come out of Star Moon Palace and return to the family, we will officially let you join my Murong family. Chapter 4482. Speaking up to here, Murong Jiang looked at Murong Tsongyun, who had lowered her head in silence, and lovingly said, "This way, one of Yun Er's worries will be resolved." Seventh uncle. Murong Tsongyun's head lowered even more. Even her neck seemed a bit red. Her voice was as low as a mosquito's flapping wings as she said, "Senior, why are you talking so much today? Haha, this old man is very happy today." Murong Jiang laughed, then pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "That day at the demonic god's blood pool, this old man was optimistic about Xiao Hua, so I handed you over to him. Moreover, he didn't disappoint this old man. For you, he was shot down by the Buddhist sect's protector. His survival is naturally the will of the heavens, and also my Murong family's fortune. Seeing Xiao Hua again today, this old man is also very happy. As long as he agrees, this old man will immediately hold a banquet to celebrate his success, and also congratulate him in advance for joining my Murong family. En, seventh uncle is very considerate. Boy, thank you." Although Murong Tsongyun was shy, she still used her arm to nudge Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, why aren't you thanking seventh uncle?" He. Xiao Hua's eyes slightly turned, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. He replied, "Fellow Daoist Murong still remembers the promise from 200 years ago. This Xiao is very gratified. This Xiao came here today precisely for this matter. Although this Xiao doesn't plan to be under the protection of any family, this Xiao still wants to thank fellow Daoist for giving this Xiao that opportunity." When Murong Tsongyun heard this, the redness on her face immediately disappeared, and was replaced by a deathly pale face. Her eyes were filled with panic, like the petals on a branch falling down. Although Xiao Hua had seen through a lot, he still didn't dare to look straight into her eyes. Murong Tsongyun seemed to be crying blood as she asked in a low voice, "Darling Xiao, you, is it because this concubine didn't do well? Is it because this concubine hasn't been looking for you these days? You should know that I already told you everything on the sword diagram in the God-Devil blood pool. I have some difficulties that I can't tell you about. I've already sacrificed a lot for a few opportunities. After I returned from the God-Devil blood pool, I completed the mission given to me by the clan. Only then did I get what I wanted. Over the years, I've been working hard to do things for the clan. Although I've been thinking about you, I've also been planning for the future. Alas." Xiao Hua gave a slight sigh. He had never been ruthless towards female cultivators. Even if there were times when he felt that this female cultivator was deceiving him, he was not willing to say it out loud. Murong Jiang looked at Murong Tsongyun's appearance, and his face revealed a look of love. He looked at Xiao Hua and angrily said, "Xiao Hua, did you see that? Which woman in my Murong family isn't rare? And Yuna is the most outstanding one among these women. You don't know how much virtue you have accumulated in your previous life to gain her favor. If you dare to make her angry, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Seventh granduncle. Murong Tsongyun sobbed and said, "This may be Xiao Hua's misunderstanding. Please don't blame him. Wait until he knows everything that the boy has done. He will definitely forgive the boy. Alas, you still want to wait for the future." Murong Jiang sighed and said, "You know, a moment's mistake may be a lifetime's mistake. This old man was also young. How can I let you repeat my mistakes?" After saying that, Murong Jiang's imposing aura flourished. The true qi around his body swayed like an awakened lion. He roared and pounced towards Xiao Hua. A deafening voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear, "Do you know how much Yuna has done for you? If you don't give Yuna an answer today, this old man will definitely not forgive you." Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. He looked at Murong Jiang's true qi and didn't do anything. He just said, "Why do you have to do this? Since we already have a good impression of each other, there's no need to expose it." Although Xiao Hua didn't make a move, his entire body was still standing there like an immovable wisdom king. Not only was his entire body's magical power restrained, there wasn't any flaw. Even his eyes were clear, there wasn't a trace of fear in them. Compared to 200 years ago when he punched Xiao Hua into the ground, there was a world of difference. Murongjiang's heart was greatly alarmed. His Zhenqi was originally probing and intimidating, but it couldn't help but be mixed with killing intent. He slightly raised his right hand. Just as Murongjiang's killing intent appeared, Xiao Hua's expression slightly changed. His eyes that were like a clear stream began to set off small waves. Seventh granduncle. Just when Murongjiang was in a bit of a dilemma, Murong Tsongyun hastily threw himself in front of Xiao Hua and blocked Xiao Hua behind him. Then, he raised his swan-like neck and resolutely said, "You can't blame Xiao Hua for this matter, and you can't force him. If he doesn't want to, there will be a knot in his heart. Even if he makes the boy happy for a while, he will never let the boy be happy for a lifetime. You feel that Xiao Hua has hurt your face. If you want to hurt him, you can do it. Boy is willing to be Xiao Hua's scapegoat." Murongjiang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. He could tell that Xiao Hua was only at the 5th level of origin energy. He wasn't much different from the Xiao Hua he saw at the blood pool of gods and devils. Murongjiang was sure that he could kill Xiao Hua in one strike, just like before. However, there was a kind of vigilance in his heart. The Xiao Hua in front of him was very dangerous. If he didn't succeed with this strike, it would bring about consequences that he couldn't bear. Seeing Murong Tsongyun blocking his right hand and giving him a way out, Murongjiang sternly said, "All right, Yun'er. Since you have pleaded for leniency, this old man won't make things too difficult for Xiao Hua. Moreover, this old man can give him a period of time to consider. If he still doesn't reply after the Star Moon Palace, then this old man won't let him take a single step into my Murong family." "Yes, thank you, 7th granduncle." Murong Tsongyun hurriedly expressed his thanks. With a distressed expression, he turned to Xiao Hua and said, "Xiao Hua, I don't know how to explain it to you. If you want to ask something, as long as it doesn't involve my Murong family's secrets, I can answer. I only ask that you can understand my heart. Ari, forget it." Xiao Hua sighed and shook his head. This Xiao was wrong. The past is the past. If I want to use the past to look at the present, how can it not be a joke? If you still want to see this Xiao in the future, then don't do these meaningless things. This Xiao will take his leave." After saying this, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. "Xiao Hua, Xiao Hua." Murong Tsongyun turned around and chased after him. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure floating out of the pavilion, his face was filled with disappointment and surprise. 7th granduncle. Murong Tsongyun stopped and turned to look at Murongjiang. He whispered, "Do you think? You all go out first, don't let anyone else in." Without waiting for Murong Tsongyun to finish, Murongjiang interrupted him and said to the other Murong family disciples in the pavilion, "Yes." Several Murong family disciples answered and hurriedly left. At this time, Murongjiang asked, "Yun'er, where did you meet Xiao Hua?" "Just a moment ago, the boy came out of the Zhongsun family." Murong Tsongyun explained the situation of meeting Xiao Hua and then asked, 7th granduncle, "The boy felt that Xiao Hua seemed to have noticed something." "It's not just noticed something," Murongjiang coldly said. "From his tone, you still don't know? He's already a bit wary of our Murong family." "The boy also didn't think." Murong Tsongyun said with some regret, "The boy did something wrong that made him suspicious. He's a character that the people of Xiao country worship as a god. If our Murong family can win him over, it will certainly be of great use to our Murong family's development." "You're too idealistic," Murongjiang faintly replied. "The so-called Xiao country is nothing more than an ideal place for the secular people. In the eyes of cultivators like us, it's just a chicken or a pottery dog, not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that the scholars of several families mentioned Xiao country before, all the families would have some scruples about it. I'm afraid that Xiao country would have already been invaded by the nearby Confucian country. This Xiao Hua. If he doesn't go to Xiao country, not only will the Immortal Palace send a crusade, but the nearby Confucian country will also send troop. He will only die. Xiao country will only perish." "Yes." Murong Tsongyun nodded. "The boy also knows this, So he wants to seize the opportunity to take down Xiao country. Speaking up to hear, Murong Tsongyun was suddenly startled, his face somewhat pale, and anxiously said, "Seventh granduncle." The boy remembered, wasn't Xiao Hua suppressed by a demon king? How could he suddenly appear here? He must have suspected it because of this matter. Ari, the boy had already told second granduncle when he received the news. Xiao Hua is very strange, he actually didn't die after falling into the demon god's blood pool. There must be something fishy about him. If we can save him from the demon king. How is that possible? Murong Jiang coldly said, "You think only you know the importance of Xiao Hua and Xiao country. The other families also know about it. But what kind of place is Bai Qingyu? Not to mention that the demon king already has the strength of an 8th grade origin energy realm. If we want to save Xiao Hua, without a few scholars, it's impossible. But if the scholars make a move, it's a big taboo of the Great Sage Hall. Not to mention that Xiao Hua can't be saved, even the scholars might not be able to return. Moreover, Bai Qingyu is in the center of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. If we Confucian cultivators want to go in, without an organization like Zhai Xinglu who is very familiar with the 1,000 demons sacred realm, it's very difficult to not be discovered by the demons. So, for a mere Xiao country, which family is willing to take such a big risk? Granduncle. The boy also thought about this at that time. Murong Tsongyun was still vexed, but, the boy bumped into him too hastily. The boy didn't think about how the boy would answer if the demon king asked why he didn't save him, so the boy simply pretended that he didn't know anything. Perhaps, because of this matter, the demon king saw something.